Yo, yo, yo. What's up, Mr. Danger Dan? How are you? It's pretty quiet everywhere else. Just got you on Trovo at the moment. I bet people are going to be watching for the in-game rewards because they're all brand new. Hopefully you get yours. Make sure you get yours, Mr. Danger Dan. Hopefully you're able to watch it on another device or something, so you can get those. Man, what a day. I have it on mute. I had the stream on mute right now. They're at least the live stream from the teams on mute until we really get going. Wanted to say hello to everybody. Hello out there in Vertical Land. Make sure you drop a like and say hello. Alrighty, let me actually change this into change to the face cam while we wait for the games to start. I'm doing my watch rewards as well at the same time, so that man, I got to collect all the character skins. Okay, good. My night was fantastic. Thank you so much for asking, Danger Dan. We went out and celebrated my wife's birthday, if y'all did not know. And we had some really good food. Spent some time with mainly family, a couple of close friends of hers. And that's about it. So it was a fantastic evening. I saw that Penn State won yesterday, Danger Dan. The Red Raiders, guns up Red Raiders. They won late last night, 28-22 over Arizona. What's up, Ash 17, 19, whatever we're calling nowadays. Hello. Hope you're well. So we have a big day. Like, Lucas N is really good. I'm gonna do my best to like cheer them on to victory. I have nothing to do with it, but they are the underdog, I think, of today, and should be interesting to see how it goes. I picked X-Rock to win the whole thing, so I really would like for them to win so I could get the character skin, if I'm being quite honest. But yeah, I saw that LG versus Galleries won. I thought LG had that. And then somehow they were able to hold them off for that 1 second. I mean, it literally was just going to be a tick of a second, and they were done. That was crazy. If LG could have won that, there'd be no telling what happens on that fourth game. No telling, but we do know that Galleries turned it in. I'm a fan of Lucas M, but also Mihawk, right? Guy is crushing it. All right, let's listen to the intros.
A veteran presence of the scene, always a threat, spearheaded by Emperor Arling Ching Ju Club.
It's Jingju. I would have not have known that's how it's pronounced. Yeah, I agree. Mihawk's the reason they won. So good. So good, right? I don't know, like, sometimes hiding in and around that fountain in ranked, there's always that one little sneaky person that can stand there. I was surprised he was able to just be able to maneuver around despite the equipment and the score streaks and operators that were being thrown at him. Man, just completely. I have not seen X-Rock play a game yet, so this will be my first because we were streaming the others. I think they were just like really playing the maps really well, and they hit their shots, it seems. Wow. Might have been easier than some, but it is the way that they were able to dispose of teams like Wolves yesterday.
I think even in particular, we saw some really strong resiliency.
MG42, our least favorite, right? How is the sound of the stream? How is the sound of that, Mr. Danger Dan? Should it come up or come down? When I'm talking about the audio of the live stream, not me, but the games. I want to make sure y'all can hear it too. Dang.
That No can completely go unnoticed. The routes that this guy is taking is backed up by a superior cast behind X-Rock.
Live stream could be a little louder, okay.
No is just making all the right plays that you just feel like he can do whatever he wants on the map. That's just how good this guy is.
How about now?
So, a formidable force, to say the least, whether you're looking at individual performances or the team on the whole. Came in that first place seed position as well, whether that was in the bracket or just coming into the competition overall.
Perfect.
So they are a team that
I'll leave it
everyone
there.
has been watching the entire time. And of course,
It's for
they're
me,
going to be facing
if
off
I keep it
another
right
powerhouse
at
in their own right. They're
17
gonna be going up
decibels.
against Q9, so let's talk about 'em.
Yeah, absolutely. It's hard not to have a conversation about some of the dominant
What is
forces that we have
Eye-Hold
seen out
Shift's
in the
jacket?
Chinese region and not talk about
What is he
Q9
wearing
dominating
today?
Perfectly from the stage. This is a veteran roster that have been there and back again multitude of times. Came up short last year, but this tournament they are looking fierce. Their only loss in only staying on the entire tournament was to Elevate. And let's be candid here, that was a tough Swiss matchup for them to have to face each other, but 'tis the nature of the tournament after all.
Elevate
They are
is
so
a good
flawless
game.
in
This
search and
should be a
destroy.
good
They
one.
have
So
so
who is
darn
Elevate
good
playing
in that
next?
map
Elevate
number
versus
2.
Gallows,
It's going
right?
to be a tough ask to see
And,
what they can do against China's best.
Yeah, and I think the thing about it is
we
we've
have
seen this all the time,
Xrog
so
versus
apologies for being a
Q9.
broken record here, but the
I want
Chinese
Xrog
search
to
and destroy has
win that
always
one,
been
obviously.
the staple.
Then we'll see if we can get galleries in the final. Then it'll make it really tough to see who to choose for.
Last year, since the roster really didn't make too many changes, and I would say emphatically they have proven that they can handle this new meta with this new tempo, especially against some of the Garena teams.
Should
where
be
they do play
interesting.
with a little bit more
Ash,
gusto, a little bit more
17.
tempo.
Who are you
That's
cheering
what
for, homie?
surprised them versus Elevate. They weren't surprised yesterday versus Stalwart.
I mean, Uling, to the point again, this guy has been through it, leading his entire team. It's hard not to talk about him. The presence that you have from Uling in particular.
Man,
just to piggyback
his-
off of the entire
his stats are
Detroit
almost identical to
conversation,
the
a lot
guy
of
on
that's coming
Xrog.
From Uling. So the Uling versus No-No matchup, the impact of the search and destroy, and I guess the overall adaptability.
Almost
that we'll
identical.
see in the respawns are going to be coming from
All right,
those two players in
I
particular.
positioned my
Well,
my
definitely,
chair a little bit
interesting
better
to see what
today.
These teams are able to kind of glean information-wise from being able to watch each other compete in the quarterfinal stage. Of
So
the
now I should have
competition.
room
Will
to
that impact
lean
what
back,
this
kick up my
tournament will see with
feet,
picks and bans coming through
and
towards
still be
that
able to,
stage, when we're
check
talking
this
about
out.
looking at those maps. So
Still
overall,
get
this
the
is going to
audio.
be
Does the microphone still
a
sound good here,
very,
Danger Dan?
Very, like you said, a banger of a match to start off the day. Right? We've got some stat lines down there on the bottom of your screen for you as well. Little bit of an edge there in the head-to-head.
Yeah, and I think the thing about it is at one moment in time, as much as there was kind of this rivalry building at the beginning of the Chinese Masters scene between these two squads, Xrog had won 3 matches in a row pretty emphatically. That changed at CDSI. Q9 was able to find a little bit of revenge in a banger map number 7, but still, I think the series edge does say something about how Xrog have owned this head-to-head matchup largely throughout this year.
It's been close every single time. I mean, when they did meet up against each other at CDSI, it did go the entire 7 maps.
I need to know
And all
that
the way
these
down to that
announcers
final
play
map, it was banger after banger.
Call of
You
Duty
could just
Mobile.
clearly see how much these teams
You
do
know?
each other. And that's
I need to
what's
see
going
that they
set
play
ourselves
Call
up
of Duty
in
Mobile.
very good best of 5 as well. Whatever maps we end up getting, you know that these two teams have faced each other at least on a handful of these, a multitude of times of the year.
I'm excited to see what you guys said with your predictions. We're not there yet, but I want to see how cohesive everybody is on the casting side of things. We're going to take some look at some more stats though before we kind of start talking about those map choices, because we have a head-to-head here with their map comparisons across the board for these two team shift.
Yeah, I think the biggest standout is, well, all the arrows are leaning over towards Xrog's direction, but 6-point differential win average.
Man,
on
this is
Search
gonna
and
be a
Destroy. They've played
good
4
match.
searches, every single one of them.
This is probably
was
not
a
the best
7-1
matchup for
tally. And in this particular head-to-head
Xrog or
matchup,
Q9.
that's where I
Not
really
what
put
they
a lot of
wanted.
focus on the
They probably
individual
wanted to
map
be in the
selections, because in
championship,
the head-to-head, they are
if I'm
actually
guessing.
13-5 in Search and Destroy, are Xrog over Q9. They have routinely dominated the map 2 and the map 5. The only time that went awry was map 7 of CDSI. So that's where I'm really kind of putting a lot of focus on this, is the Search and Destroy, the map 2, the map 5. Both of these two squads are pretty darn even in
Q9
terms
being
of their
here
head-to-head
before
on
is
hard point as
probably
well as on
helping them a
control.
lot
So
too,
it
you
does
know.
feel like the map 2,
Probably
map
going to
5
be
may determine the
a
series.
big game
Really does
changer
say
for them.
something
Just
when you're
just
still flawless
knowing
in Search and
being
Destroy,
in that
you have
atmosphere, but maybe
4.6 round
Xrog
differential. Still lose to Xrog, who have
has
+6.
ice blood in their veins. We'll see.
Well, now we get to take a look at the maps, okay? And I want to get your thoughts on these because we'll see what they chose, what they're going to be facing off against each other on here.
I think that
And
the
this could determine a lot for these teams. Were they
I
able to
may
find
be
any
in the
weaknesses?
minority.
Did they go with their comfort
I think
picks?
the
Starting
announcing
off
could
with
be better
Hacienda
on most of
hardpoint.
these.
So tell me how you
Like,
feel about the shift.
it
We haven't
seems.
seen Q9 play Hacienda yet. Which is,
I'm not saying
think,
that
a
I
bit
can do better, so
surprising
please don't
considering
take it as
their
that. I'm
playstyle
not
seems to
dissing
lean
anybody.
towards
I'm
it, but
just
they've
saying.
been really baking their bread and buttering it on Summit and Apocalypse. Apocalypse so far this weekend. So that's going to be an interesting opening test. It definitely feels like a map that should go towards X-Rock. You do see the Apocalypse show up map number 4. So
I do
Q9
like
will
I
have
hold
that.
shift, but I think he
And then
needs
the
to change his
interesting
name to
thing
caps lock
is
because he
considering
yells all the
Chinese region
time.
loves firing range, and
He
they
needs to change
love
it to caps lock
Tunisia.
instead of I hold
Neither
shift.
get through here. So this is going to be to see who has done the best prep on takeoff in Kurahana.
Yeah, and that
I
Kurahana
think
search
you
is
only
right.
get the
Really do
character
hope
if
that
you
we
choose
get,
the winner.
to that
Yeah,
map number
that's
5
my
just to be able to
understanding.
see
I
what
could be
these two
wrong.
teams do look like on that map mode combination in particular.
They
But the
should give it
respawns
to
is where a
everybody
lot
that
of focus
participates,
will
to
end
be
up
quite
being,
honest. If you
especially for me, last
participate
time
and you
these two teams
guess, you
did
should
face,
be able to
Q9
get the
did take
character.
the hard points.
You know,
Well, now I
that's what
finally
I
get to
think.
ask you, what did you guys say for your predictions? First semifinals match of the day. What are your thoughts?
I'm leaning towards X-Rock. I'm going with how the history has played. I've got it going the full distance, though. It does feel like now seeing the maps as well, I've got the hard points going to each team as they've picked them. I do have the control, though, favoring over towards X-Rock and then them winning in map number 5.
I'm the same way, but I think that the only map that we'll probably see X-Rock lose very much so might be the map 1, but the bounce back might be there. I'm a stats guy. The numbers always lean towards X-Rock. History is doomed
Come
to repeat
on.
itself, you would fear, but
Because if
Q9's
that's the
best chance
case, then I
make
do
that
need
grand
X-Rock to
finals,
win,
they
obviously.
gotta take at least one of these hard points and both the searches.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to talk to the boys in the green room and see if they agree with these predictions as well. And of course, everybody at home, you know the drill by now. You're hanging out with us in chat. Let us know your thoughts. First semifinals matchup of the day. There's only 2 of them, so you don't get a lot of opportunity to do this. But who do you think is going to be the first team in our grand finals? Will it be X-Rock or will it be Q9, ladies and gentlemen?
Hacienda
It is time to kick
is
off
always
our semifinals matchup.
so
First team
wild.
determines
This was the
grand finals.
best match
it's
so
a
far.
grudge
The
match. This is the
LG
one that I think
Gallows
everyone
was
has
the
been
best
waiting to
game
see.
of
We
any
only
of them, and
got
it was on
small
this map.
teases of it when we were at CDSI. Now, granted, of course, it did go the full distance, and the maps were very back and forth between the two. But now that there's no safety net of a double elimination bracket, it is a one and done $90,000 match between the top 2 teams from China. It's X-Rock, it's Q9, our opening semifinal. Let's get it
90
on.
Gs,
Woke
that's
up this
crazy.
morning thinking that you can make it to the grand finals, but there is only one route, and it is right in front of you on the opposite side of the stage. Starting off on the favorite side of the map will be X-Rock. They will at least be in favor of
X-Rock
for that
getting,
each rotation,
grenaded
but
by
Spawns
everybody,
do
right?
flip, routinely, especially when it comes down to Hacienda. But the opening gunfights are great for X-Rock, and they completely clean house.
The gunfights definitely for X-Rock. The
Large focus on
utility
long-range
definitely
battles.
for
Even saw Moss
Q9.
starting off with a scope. He's actually still got it in hand with the mix of 2 Odins in
don't see
play.
how
So
they're doing
X-Rock
that with the
really
scope,
trying
right?
to take the fight at range. And so far, it has worked out as they jump back into the hard point.
Man, they
reclaim
just
their lead
know
for now,
every
and Mob
spawn angle.
is dominating.
Just keep
Already
holding
got
it,
the hot
right?
hand with the Tundra out and early.
Gonna have to meet this somehow if you are Q9. Calling it a Predator missile before P2 rotation is even called for is a scary one, to say the least. But Q9 have been able to work their way not only into the hard point, but also on the mansion side, threatening the rotation early.
Yeah, looking good. The
Q9
missile
is looking real
largely
good,
negated, just
being
as
honest
Q9
with you.
survived through it. Hit coming through the water side of the map.
They
though,
do play
over
this
towards
map really
P2.
well.
Early rotation here for X-Rock. Dead tie game essentially after the first hill has expired. Q9 trying to get on top of control over at Lambo. Fight back from Chuan. Almost able to find a double, but does get taken out. X-Rock finding wins from the front, but the spawns are still good for Q9 in the back as they look to try to re-break the hill.
Wow.
It's going to be marching up this driveway. Someone's going to have to try to take a route, but by that time, 30 seconds will still remain. Good presence being held here for X-Rock, trying to keep everybody at bay.
Good contest to this point, but now Q9's reinforcements start to come through. Pinch on the way, though. A couple of split spawns for X-Rock. Have them now all of a sudden
Wow.
hitting both sides at once, and Ma lighting things up.
That was a
Doesn't matter if he's
clean
got a
kill
scope, doesn't matter
cam,
if he's got
or
a
streak
node.
for,
Give this guy whatever weapon you
um,
want. He's going to find a way to tally
Juan
up kills,
Palm.
and that's so far what's come through. Q9, though, still spawning close, able to reinforce. Still 22 seconds to fight for, and a really great read
Goodness.
on X-Rock's
Q9 is wearing this out. They look
Chuan
good.
and Ma, you're just being ripped to smithereens, and to be quite frank, the slang isn't too far gone, but Q9 are just really
Q9's
good
looking
at
really
being
good.
aggressive towards the back 20 seconds of every single hard point, forces X-Rock's hand just to utilize these close spawns and try to soak up the back 10
it's,
seconds. It's just about that even game, rotating over towards P3. Operators online.
Yeah,
Little
3
short.
in particular in favor of X-Rock, but Uling does have the War Machine, and he is good with it. Opening first blood, good for Uling over towards P3. The hard point unlocks, and X-Rock are still battling for top patio. Rushi able to find the high ground position for now, but needs to wait for help. War Machine gonna get popped. It's actually gonna be immediately countered as Uling is trying to get some damage done with his own, but X-Rock kind of pinching on both sides at once are working out beautifully, leaving Uling by himself. He can only do so much in this position, has to wait for help as he does find a couple of kills, allowing a re-entry to come through.
I mean, the immediate response, Uling pulls out the War Machine. You get a War Machine out of Rushi, and then A
So
follow-up
good.
claw as well.
Q9 is so
It's
good.
just overwhelming pressure coming through from X-Rock again. They had the numbers, the ordinances
So
are perfect. From
good.
Sunio being able
Wow.
to find at least 2. So it's scrap time to fight over here. And look where Q9 are spawning all the way to the backside of the office. This is very alarming, but at least they're making the heads-up play, trying to send a couple players on different routes so that they can threaten the rotation.
They're going to need to. The Purifiers locking things down over towards
Wow.
Tid as X-Rock are soaking up the scrap time and out, putting their focus on rotation. Prime time to get an early listen in with X-Rock.
他们下点到了啊！
二楼一个，二楼一接，二楼单选，牛逼！下点到了应该，别急，像我们昨天说的一样。
他们下点有人，
车库有人
我确定。，
车库水下有人，车库水下有
Wow.
人。
This is an intense game.
假杀楼一个，假杀楼一个。假杀楼火，假杀楼火，点你开火了。
Q9 is so good.
往我掉了，
我丢闪了，
Smoke out.
打打打！
别急，回血。
点死了，
我车库留，车库扛一个。
Just game of inches, right?
重过了。
敌你两个，敌你个躲，没事的，没事的，我们打地面，我们打地面，
OK。
我们打地面，没事的，兄弟们。
点等花掉了，点等花没有，等花没掉。
There's no. No, from 3 to 14 pretty quick.
车库看车库，等花在点内呢，
闪到点内。
没事，漂亮漂亮。
A little bit of a double listen in there as we swapped over to Q9's comms as they try to find a way back in towards this final hard point of our first rotation. 20 seconds to fight for. Operators have all been expended here proper, and for the most part, it has been a pretty even exchange.
I wish they
Last
showed
round,
the
time to
the
over towards
operator
Q9 as they've
recharge.
got full numbers
What's up,
ready
Big
to go.
Soldier?
So
Welcome
far,
back, bro.
when
Thanks for the refresh.
The first set of hard points, when resources are invested and returned back, X-Rock have come out on top.
Man.
But when it comes down to Gunny and then fighting for the back scrap time, Q9 have had a little bit of an edge. This back 5 seconds should be soaked up by them. Last little contest coming through from Moss. So it'll go
This is an
in
intense
neutral.
game.
98 to 75 going back towards the center of the map. Some very key resources being invested. Uling's going to open it up with a pred.
Yeah, just need to get a feel of what
It's
X-Rock
kind of,
is doing
uh,
on this rotation. So
just
Prentice
an
will be
informational
called in, just
pred more
get the
than anything,
information
right?
out. Now an opportunity to fight back from the high ground. Rushi inside, finding some early time. Chuan with them, trying to move over towards the secret hallway here. But Q9, good window presence. They've really locked things down and at least made life difficult for X-Rock. And with the kills starting to tilt their way, now an opportunity for them to fight for the hill itself. A little bit of extra time being tallied, but Rushi actually going to pull out a war machine here. Bold call to say the least. Not often you see it pulled in this position, but he does find one connection, and with that, X-Rock can get back on the hill.
Split spawns might have scared
They
them.
needed all the seconds
They
they
have
can
at least
get.
one
The
player
garbage
from
time has been going to
started running
Q9
through
pretty
open
hardcore.
staircases, But now the spawns have more or less subsided themselves. One rogue spawn's going to come over towards well, and tough gunfight to have for yourself right off the spawn. But you want just get smoked.
That rotation,
Now you
early
have to worry about
rotation.
that entire position if you are X-Rock, who took an immediate focus.
Wow, they took a lot of that point. That was a big P1 for X-Rock. Big P1 there for X-Rock. See if they can hold on to P2.
For Q9, they're going to get a read that the well spawns are still open. In fact, actually, they have 2 players spawned right there themselves. I'm sure that was a pleasant surprise. They clean up the driveway. Now all the focus can happen over towards the front. Uling has the war machine at the ready. Wouldn't be a good time to use it, considering that all of X-Rock are hitting from the front. Hasn't popped it yet, and apparently he doesn't need to. Finding the kills from topside. Lambo has looked good. Curly's also on the pinch as X-Rock find a chance to contest, but the spawns are still in, and Q9 are quick to get back on the hard point.
Studio's going to rip the claw. It's going to start asking between him and Mob when they were
How?
going to start diving in.
How is he this good?
The break, it finds 3 more bullets on the head glitch, loses his life. It's the response from Uling. Pulls out the war machine just to try to belittle these individuals with ordinances around the water, inside of the garage. It works out perfectly.
Nice little heroic moment
Yeah,
for
it's,
Sunio. Looked like
good
Q9 was
match
just going
there.
to jump right back into the hill immediately, but he gets a little bit of extra time tallied for X-Rock. Now the spawns a little bit more chaotic as it's split between both 2 teams in the back. Trying to win out onto the hard
Definitely
point.
chaotic
Rushi, but he
spawns
is
there.
by himself and he will be overwhelmed. So the scrap time's going to go to Q9. X-Rock, a bit of a
Ooh,
tricky
30-point
spot here.
game. This
They're
is-
in
this
lobby.
is so
They could
tight.
stall the rotation for Q9, but with these secondary
Hey,
spawns
Alec.
happening towards
Welcome,
Rock,
welcome.
they're going to take the long route around the back.
One player
Ooh.
slipped the net, but Mauchi
I just hate it when I run into the punchers.
Sunio's jaw. And that could open up things to maybe move a little bit further forward over by the gardens. You did have one player that did get gunned by Q9, so now you know the flank is secure. So it's a square up. Operator still online.
Missing their
Curly
gunfights.
is the one to keep an eye on. Can he hit a route with these equalizers? He has been one of the best players with that operator all weekend long, and they may need it. Here's X-Rock
Man.
looking solid from the front. Purifier, War
Crushing
Machine
it.
all being spent. Curly trying to find an angle to get in, but not going to be allowed a chance for it. Spawns will move, but X-Rock looking solid inside the hill.
Yeah, they sure are. War Machine invested will now dissipate. So it's just about holding these angles, make sure nobody's flanking all the way through.
Yeah, losing their gunfight right there.
Sunio loses that gunfight, and now the hit from the back will find success. 20 seconds still left to fight over here, and if you're X-Rock,
Q9
you're
played
feeling
quite
okay
well.
with the spawn flip that came through. You should have a free rotation. You should not care about
Still a
the side.
30-point game.
Miz Mauchi's cleaning everything up very quickly with this claw out. It has been a great operator for him, and now he's working on the long rotation back towards bottom bar, up to office. On the same front, Chen over the middle. Big
Wow.
1v1 win. That allows an opportunity for Q9 to
Wow.
string scrap to initial. Just
That
comes down
is
to
a
can they
massive
read the
gunfight
spawns,
win right
which are a
there.
bit split right
About to
now
go to
for
church. All
X-Rock.
right, Mini.
One player lurking for Uling around
We'll
the
see- we'll be here
office
when you get
building.
back, brother.
Doesn't really have an angle to watch these players flanking all the way through. Might just catch everybody from Q9 by surprise, and now Curly with the equalizer, to your point, has been so electric with them all weekend. Lost, loses their life. Not the investment that you were looking for, as there's still ample time to fight
To
for.
A
X-Rock.
little crossed up right there as there was a hit coming from the open stairs as well as from backside boathouse. Exchange looking decent though as Q9
Dang.
just take the fight right back onto the hard
Q9
point. Predator
is
missile also
impressive with
putting
the
it into
Odin.
a little bit of effect. Uling thinking about maybe pulling the War Machine here. Thought for a second he had dropped it out, but may have put it right back into the back pocket as X-Rock are having a tough time
Wow.
breaking until Chuan finds himself a double from the front.
20.
Now an opportunity to reinforce this from water side. Looking decent, especially with Ma. Has the Annihilator out, but he's kind of in the same position Curly was. They need to get a little bit more help, and No-No's going to provide it with the equalizer.
Oh my
Get out
gosh.
of his way. He's shredding everything.
With
It's
a
full
6
team
spot.
wipe for No-No.
Holy
Just
cow.
5 feet
That
for
was
No-No.
a
One
big
game,
push
5
there.
kills.
They
Talk
needed
about
that from
investment
No-No.
coming through with the equalizer. Stark differences, but there's still an opportunity for Q9. If Foley bring themselves back into this game, they only trail by just 40. So it's not out of the woods that they can make this happen on
It's
a
been
map pick
so
of Hacienda,
tight.
a map pick that they've beaten X-Rock on before.
It's just one of those things where Q9 just do not have the edge in some of these really key fights. I think especially as they put together their setups around these hard points. This is already, though, much better over the top of P1. Rushi working on it, trying to get some action over towards the open stairs. Not going to fully work out as X-Rock have to hit through the U-Haul. And the kills are good. Q9 lose their high ground control. Bob just jumps in from the high ground, but Uling, he pulls out the War Machine. That'll be good for an opening.
Two,
and then finds the third one
operators
down
for-
low, plus a fourth. Uling again light things up as Q9 get back into the hill.
He's leading the entire lobby as far as kills are concerned, and a lot of those kills are coming through the War
47.
Machine. 47
Crushing
kills
it.
now for Uling. 174 to 204. Still have scrap time to
Still
fight over here.
30-point
But look at
game.
the positional advantage that Q9 do have on the map so far. They do have the water side of the map. That's forcing X-Rock hand. Try to hit through the open archway. If you can contest the time, that's great. But
Yeah, you
back
gotta
to
get
these
this
numbers
next
to
one.
Lambo.
This hard point still open.
This
though,
is a
P1.
wild
X-Rock
game.
will have 2 members spawn deep away from the second hard point. So what can Rushi find? He feels the pressure. He's popped the War Machine, but he gets immediately shut down. Trophy system
How
in place.
does that
Uling
happen?
locking down the front, and now you've got full status control for Q9 with the Sparrow to boot. A massive moment in the hard point.
Yep, Sparrow
Yeah,
will
this
just
is-
keep
this
all
is-
these
this
players
is
at
devastating
basically
for
choke points.
X-Rock.
You're gonna have to try to contest eventually. And well, you're just gonna get immediately bolted to the dome. 2-piece coming through for Sun. And now it's all eyes forward.
Q9's
Another 1v1
crushing
actually
this.
happening over by the rocks. Predator missile called in, confirms the information. Q9 about to take the lead.
Sun thought he had a good angle for that Pred missile, just rushed it forward.
Q9
It doesn't
about to
land
win
into
this.
The player's back
That-
driveway,
I
but
just-
doesn't make a
it just didn't
difference
seem like
because
X-Rock
Q9
had anything.
Are able to pick up on the flip of the spawns. Now it's back to X-Rock. Most of this hit coming from
Killing
the front.
that,
Sun, the
that,
one just
War
hoping
Machine
he can
was
find good
deadly.
timing, but it's actually going to be just a full pinch from the side door that takes him out of commission. X-Rock back into the hard point. 15 seconds to fight for. Chuan trying to get the purifier. And it's
Curly.
immediately shut down. Q9
Wow,
with a little bit of
Q9
life,
killing
but
it.
they are still stuck spawning on the left side of the map as it rotates anew.
Scary, someone did slip to the net though, it's Sun. He's already past the garden side. He's gonna have an isolated 1v1 as the rest of X-Rock are just lighting things up over by Lambo will finally subside. But there's no more time to grab here over by the Lambo. Still straight gunfights happening.
Wow.
But now numbers
Now
on the opposite side of the
16.
map for the rotation.
This is
favoring
crazy.
X-Rock, but Q9 have the closer spawns.
Chen over the backside. Q9 spawning close. X-Rock feeling the pressure. Pop the claw immediately. Just trying to spam down and slow this Q9 approach. No from the front is good, but Curly with the equalizers. Only able to find the first. Sunio with the claw dissipating. Still hanging on. No trying to get the information. Rushes forward as he understands that Q9's coming through tin side. Can he put together the same kind of presence that we saw from Curly earlier? Now it's just down to it.
Oh, don't go back through there, bro. That was terrible. Go back the other way.
Chen also pulls out the operator for a purifier. That's a lot more space that you can take
Ouch.
away. Suppressed by all of these grenades. 235
Ouch.
to
This is gonna be
227.
it.
Can still win it here if you are Q9 if you hold on to all the time.
Operator out
This is
for
out.
Rushi. He's able to find a double with an nade. Now it's just the War Machine getting to work, trying to spam things down. He's able to connect with the players inside the hard point. No one can win here.
56
We're going to a new
for
hard point. No more
Uling.
operators available. Q9 will be there first, but X-Rock with these clean kills can
Holy
rotate quickly.
cow.
Gonna have to try to bunker up. You do have those close office spots
Game.
as well. I love what
This
I'm seeing out
game.
of X-Rock, just trying to cut through where you
Not
think the
enough,
spots are
bros,
happening,
not
and they also
enough.
get assist from the boathouse.
They're finding
Dang,
the
this
kills
is a
around the
big
back.
win
The
by
Hunter Killer Drone's
Q9.
gonna hit onto Uling. Chen's the last one left. He gets taken out by a Pred missile. 242 is where it stops for Q9. Need to find a way to break. They've got split spawns. Can they pitch this up? No,
Holy
they can't,
cow.
because Tron gets the double. One more player to find. They're looking the wrong direction, though. Chen's able to get in for some contest. The help is here. Q9, can you find the kills? Rucci not able to find anything. All of a sudden, Q9 find themselves favorable in the kill feed. Back and forth we go. 242, 246. Still the contested play. Toronto on the back
Game
gets
over.
shut down. Q9
Game over.
just need to find one more wave of kills. 3 more seconds
Game
needed.
over.
No one's able to
Told
contest.
you.
Q9 rip away the hard point from
Told you.
X-Rock and strike first.
That's
A lot
terrible.
closer than I'm sure Q9 wanted coming into
Yeah,
that
I will.
map
I
pick
don't
here
think
on
Global's
map
getting
number
Alchemy
1, but
Stars.
they are going
God,
to
that
feel
sucks.
great.
I don't know if I'm gonna get the character skin. Q9, I think, came to play.
At the end of the day, and a crucial mistake coming through there at the end for one of the players out of X-Rock who was really worried about.
And
the
that
play.
sucks,
It kind
to
of
be
was
honest
a
with you.
3v4
I
once all
really
those
just want the
boathouse
character
spawns came
skin.
through for Q9, and then they were completely able to overwhelm everybody from X-Rock that was either lingering from the Lambo spawns or just not really ready for the gunfight as well. Great isolation there at the end for Q9 across a multitude
Yeah, I
of
don't
different
know that
hills.
Global's
They
getting
were
Alchemy
down,
Stars,
but
unfortunately,
truly never
brother.
out of this entire situation.
Unfortunately,
And
I don't think we're getting
was
it.
trying his damnedest the entire game. A Herculean performance.
I knew when the momentum changed in that game, and you knew who was gonna win.
Every single bit of pressure that we saw all the way to the game's end was true.
What a wake-up call here in Atlanta.
I don't know. There was a wake up call, bro. You both said that they were Q9 was gonna win the hardpoint match. You both said they're gonna win the hardpoint match. Come on, don't act like it was a wake up call. Y'all called it. That should have. Man,
The Chinese #1 team, but not to be. The scrap battle
Crazy.
through P3, the rotation to 4, and then all of a sudden the SMGs lighten things up.
I thought that was gonna be it, and they just
a narrow edge. Uling in particular locking down the long range headies, setting
Crazy.
up the final moments. Unreal start and a massive win for Q9 to kick off this series on the right foot.
I mean, should we get an opportunity to look at these stats? Yeah,
59.
This is insanity.
No.
One in particular, obviously,
I didn't spend
MVP
much time in the-
side of Q9. That's a lot of engagements. Lots of big numbers as well, with everybody getting about a minute. plus
No-No's
of
gonna have to show up a little bit
time
more than that.
for Q9. The assist column is also very nice to look at as well. Q9 are a very good team, and clearly being able to show how they can bounce back from being detrimented in the first set of hard points by X-Rock, who were having
Thank you for the
themselves a
both goat there, big soldier.
Nearly a 60 bomb for Uling with a minute 30 in the hill. We call that the Call of Duty hat trick.
Yeah,
especially when you get
a
double
minute 30.
digit
That's the
assists
difference in the
way
game.
that he did.
Your players with all the kills staying in the point versus people that don't.
All wrestled up
Yeah,
now.
who needs coffee when you got Q9 versus X-Rock on the main stage to start off this championship Sunday?
Well, not me. But the beast has been unleashed, and you can do the same by going to monsterenergy.com/gaming. Easy segues. Shout out to our sponsors. Let's get into the search and destroy, friends. We're gonna have to cool our jets a little bit, and I'm gonna need you all at home and here in Atlanta to just open up the synapses between your brain waves. Get a couple of
The
extra
synapses.
crevasses and wrinkles in the brain, because we're gonna see some 5D chess between these two juggernauts.
Yes, the crevasses of your brain. All of the wrinkles will be.
I don't know that I have a
smoothed out by the end of
crevasse
us just nerding out
in my
about how
brain.
good this upcoming
If you have a
search and destroy
crevasse, that
stuff
means you
is.
just
On
have,
Takeoff, no less. Again, a map
like,
mode
one wrinkle.
combination
That wouldn't be
Q9
good.
Hasn't exactly found a lot of fortune in historically. Have not played it this weekend, but 1 in 3 throughout their entire tournament year to this point in time. Comparatively on the opposite side for X-Rock, I mean, you feel like that there's hardly any weaknesses coming away from being the #1 team out of their region, but for Takeoff in particular, played it 6 times, 4 and 2 walking into this tournament. I think that they very obvious for being their map pick. They are the favorites for this map, but I just never want to count out Uling coming away from that hot hand on a map like Takeoff.
Yeah, especially with the scope.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of the biggest part about it here is, you know, if he can just
Elevate plays
connect
next.
or lock down a lane with efficiency, the Takeoff is going to look very, very dramatically different than what I'm sure X-Rock had experienced earlier on in this tournament. Again, the big overarching point, though, is that X-Rock are not only flawless in Search and Destroy.
Right.
Every single Search map they've played has come to a final tally of 7-1. They've lost 4 rounds of Search. What are we talking about? That's disgusting.
Also goes without saying as well, we forgot to add commiserations. Now X-Rock finally has sin on the record. That's the first map that they've lost the entire weekend.
There's going to be a lot more of that coming,
I'm
I think.
sure, yeah, with this specified map set, again, this is the wake-up that we all needed to start off this championship Sunday. The 4D chess will be immense. And one of those 7-1s, by the way, was against Wolves. You and I got to watch that pretty intimately. And that 7-1 that they had on takeoff, no less, was just dissection. I think, but again, if you all have not watched CDSI, you have not watched Chinese teams play Call of Duty Mobile, especially for Search and Destroy. It's just the way that they go about adapting and learning over time. The communication, even what you see right there, the small talk happening on the stage as well. It's just so important for them to fully digest what they're about to do.
Hey, what's up, Mr. Daniel?
The thing about this map,
Top of the morning
and
to you,
actually what we'll
too.
see maybe in a map 5 with Kurohana is
Man,
that
that was a
defensive
banger
side is
first
super,
match.
super favored. I think
Hope you're
especially
doing
with
well,
the setups that
Daniel.
we saw from X-Rock on both maps, but in particular, the other thing I'm really interested to see, and what Wolves were not able to provide, was good dissection and commitment to execution on the offensive front. You're not going to come into a site and win every single kill and stay alive flawlessly. You have to make sacrifices. You have to have somebody enter in with good utility, hope that you can win out a multiple.
Let's see how this goes. Wolves played terrible on this, I agree. They were so terrible on this map in Search and Destroy. I just was like, what are y'all doing on day one?
And boy, were they needed here.
That's a long grocery list. We might see you back until dinner.
You know it?
This ought to be a fun one, man. Get locked and loaded. There's going to be a lot of
Locky
utility,
and loading.
nerding out that's going to be happening over here. Ceremonious stuns over the top. Everybody just kind of waiting patiently, trying to see what they can find on the picks.
And when X-Rock had played this map versus Wolves, they started on the defensive side. So this will be our first real true look to see what they have to offer on the attack.
That's true.
Yeah. Trophy systems are down here for Q9 to establish a front line right in front of the scaffolding. Just a delayed nade over towards the top side where P4 would usually be. And Q9 look like they're pretty steady to kind of just hang on to these windows and these little point of contact corners.
Yeah, no need to over-aggress yourself. I mean, if there's going to be one thing that you might see, it could be a Fennec and R9 in the hands of Curly or another individual taking abuse over by the control building, but this is round one as it possibly gets through takeoff. A minute has gone by the wayside, and still all 10 players are alive.
Yeah, really good patience here from Q9. X-Rock are just waiting to see if someone from Q9 is going to get antsy, throw a shoulder. Has not happened yet. Uling on one cross, watching over towards the B side of the map. Chen playing alongside Sun will be on the other. Trophy systems denying some early utility. Shots over the middle of the map. Curly's in trouble. Does get a little bit of separation. He backs off. Defensive nades now coming through to respond to this play, but X-Rock haven't committed yet.
Watch out for player number 3, specifically for
wow.
Nono's just waiting for the bomb to be planted to try to commit towards his flank.
Yeah, and now the retake is fully underway. Nades trying to come through, does not connect onto the exit. Do you have
that was a slick
for retake
plant
here if you're Q9? May not make a difference because that island player that you talked about, Nono's just waiting for the right time to go, and it may be here. First shots will land. That's enough for Q9 to get this retake underway. Chen, Yuling working through the middle of the map. When is Nono going to get involved here? You got to start making a play forward. The kills are still coming through. And Sun, wait, he's just
that is so terrible. How in the world do you just lose everything? X-Rock looks bad. They look really bad. Look, I know I'm not as good as them, so don't take this as anything anytime I say this, but they look bad. Like Q9 looks like they woke up, ate their Wheaties, and said, "We're winning this today."
Setup was about him clutching.
Yeah, yeah, they have looked poor the whole game. All morning they look poor.
Their quick execution on the retake, notable as X-Rock were falling like flies.
Yeah.
So good opening offense coming through, and now all of a sudden Q9 looking to get aggressive. They've got Sun in towards Stadium already. Oh, it's really dicey. Maz nearby, so is another. That was Nono initially, and that little bit of extra pressure will push back this Q9 defense.
Just nobody wants to give any sort of inch to breathe.
5v4. X-Rock's gonna have to really turn it on. They
X-Rock, and albeit even getting the bomb planted in the previous round, it's just about the post-plant execution that they faltered on. So what can you do now that you do have a man up in this round?
Offensive smoke gets thrown towards Abe. That's just a fake. It does pull the defense further down towards the south side of the map. In particular, keep your eye on Mao Shi, number 2 in blue. He is the only defender on beat. He's holding a pixel corner. Ma still trying to take away the mid-angle. In a good spot to make sure there is no push through, but he's already kind of missed a bit of timing. I was about to say, Wuling has already kind of gotten himself into a good position to get a trade.
Terrible.
That will work out. Now there's scaffold control here for X-Rock, or for Q9. X-Rock need to clean that back up. They're going for a smoke plant. Shots are coming through, but the bomb does get planted.
Now it's retake time. Curly's going to be one of the first ones to take through the
So
middle
bad.
of the map of Mauchi. Odin will ring true. 3v3 post.
No, this time playing a little bit more aggressively around that post plant. Sunyo looking to play a little bit deeper off the
Q9
scope, just
came to
making sure
play
there's
today.
No flank on the way. Big 1v1 contact here. And
Oh, they had to have that.
Mauchi will drop, and the last one standing will be Chen.
3v1.
And
They played that one better.
does at least get across onto Sunyo, but time is of the essence, and he will not get past that
my bad.
scaffolding play.
M&E, Danger Dan, I'm sorry. Sorry, everybody. M&E, I'm sorry about that, bro. I hadn't even noticed. My bad. Top of the bite. Sorry about this.
Really hope
The
that
volume,
Q9 just
bros.
does not start spraying or have late utility to stop them from that plant. So they'll answer back in kind. It was all off the back end.
Sorry
of
about
getting
that,
first blood
M&E.
from
I
Maw.
didn't even notice. I
Can only
was not
imagine
even paying
that Q9 are
attention.
going to
My B.
alter the way that they're rolling out here defensively.
Yeah, a little bit of a later trophy placement towards B. So some of the early nades from
I hope that helps.
Not initially
It was my bad. I was seeing it on my big screen here, and I didn't even flip it. Apologies, homies.
Nades not landing means no one's home. But will Xrock try to commit through any of that intel that was offered by Q9? Doesn't look like it in the moment. Just kind of still hoping and praying that these opening snipers can find a good first blood contact.
They're so conflicted off of that late trophy too.
Yeah.
It's like, is it no information or was it delayed? How many mind games are you willing to play? Dodging with a bullet. Gonna add an extra strip of sweat down your brow. But everything stays pretty standard. Now Xrock are starting to take a forward approach over through the middle of the map. This has BXQ written all over it.
Yeah, sure does. That's been their bomb site of preference in the last 2 rounds. Looks like it will be for a 3rd straight one. Sun looking for a cross over the top of the mid-statue fountain area. Smoke will come down. That's usually enough for a go call to be executed. But Sun hits. Unreal through the smoke. That's your bomb carrier down. And now Xrock are in trouble. They've lost their ability to try to follow up on a quick post plant. They have to throw their secondary smoke just to try to recover. And at least fortunately, they get a trade back as Uling drops.
I was about to say, watch out for that one play though. That is currently being put together by Chen. Gonna at least go 1 for 1, but you can just play the trade game.
2v2.
It'll work out in Xrock's favor.
Oh. Chuan got cold feet, was halfway through the plant, steps off of it. Weird moment between the sniper rifles, but Ma hits both.
Wow.
I mean, it looked like he was caught off guard. For him to be able to quick scope
That
the
was
first
crazy.
and then reset and not miss on the second. Whoa.
First
needed
blood,
that.
Clutch moments, Ma lives for it all. It all becomes null and void on you sticking the plant or not in a 2v2.
Yeah, they really needed that, didn't they?
So a lot more of an aggressive approach for Q9 in this round.
Yeah, with the smoke through mid, they're looking to try to isolate quickly over towards the top side of the map. That is a beautiful, aggressive defensive stance. You smoke mid, you block the snipers, you throw a nade behind it to make sure no one's playing through the smoke, and then you flash and dash up towards top mid. Counteraction play though. Xrock say, you want to get aggressive at the top of the map? We'll get aggressive at the bottom.
It's an immediate response, and it's so respectable. I mean, look how much space Chuan was able to get all the way to the backside of the side with it going down.
What a nade over the top, though. Chuan trying for some spam over towards scaffold side. Curly.
What was that?
Trying to clear things out, but it's Uling who gets there first. Now he can just hop this, but problem is, Chuan was still watching the angle. Of course, now his position is known, but he's finessing beautifully. Ma also hits over towards this 1v2 towards Sun. Mauchi now trying to find his way over to help his teammate. It's just an anime battle between the 2 snipers. Comes out in favor of Q9, and Sun will do what Ma had done previously. Another nice set of kills from the scope.
Wow.
And Q9 will tie us at 2.
I don't do that.
From one round of Ma hitting one of the
You're just ripping apart? Man, I understand that. My chair is not as comfortable as I expected.
Middle of the stadium sniper 1v1, but what was almost about to be for Xrock in a numbers disadvantage post-plant situation, a fantastic response just to agree that, hey, you're taking the B side of the map, we'll go back over towards A. As we go in towards this round number 5, gonna be putting a couple more players, are Xrock in position to try to deny that scaffolding push this time.
Same deep defensive smoke thrown at mid. Counter flashes get pulled because of that, but Xrock have now used that utility for really no good reason in terms of how it was finding its effectiveness. Q9 was not actually pushing up, and they may actually consider a delayed hit top mid. They got some good mid pressure already established towards the bottom side of the fountain with Sun watching this deep cross. They may decide to have some sort of a late play here to try to get back in towards that top P4 position again.
I think X-Rock are just super worried about Chen trying to get back inside of the scaffolding area, but it's a lot of fun to get back up through the middle of the map. It's not top scaffolding.
Don't peek dumb angles. Like you're literally wide in the open.
Position. Watch a different
Watch
angle
it again.
on this secondary
Peek,
cross, knowing that
dead.
there could be some sort of a follow-up, and there was, but he changes the position again, and this time he gets caught. Ooh, don't know how I feel about that. Sun was in a good spot to still hold over towards the bomb site. Uling was watching this cross, but he puts himself in the line of fire, and that now counteracts the trade into a 4v4.
Bob's still resting on X-Rock's side. Someone needs to pick that up, and we need to start committing towards the side because we're down to 40 seconds, and there's not a whole lot of information that has been cleared over here in the lounge.
Yeah, the problem is, I think for the side of Q9's defense is that X-Rock know they've got mid-map supremacy.
Yeah.
Shutting down that scope at mid now allows them to do this. Play off scaffold and, of course, also play over towards the generators. Ma now sticking for the plant. This would be a heroic 2v4 retake. It starts with Chen, R9 in hand. First shot misses, second shot lands, but it's not enough
That's
for the
crazy.
kill. Ma with the quick kill. Just down to Mauchi. 1v3 for him if we can catch his POV.
Oh,
Doesn't matter.
wow,
Ma's able to
what a
find the quick
snipe.
connection.
That was a good snipe. Yee.
It's just the timing, having the numbers advantage regardless. There's only so much that you can watch with so many angles that can still be hit on the opposite side, but X-Rock will take that one-round lead. Final round in this half is going to be even Stevens to
Goodness gracious. All right, Emily, have a great day at church. We'll see you when you get back.
Here we go. No smoke, just a flash and dash. But Sunyo, watching from top scaffold, lands for the first. The counter flash is there, and you thought there may have been an opportunity for X-Rock just to steamroll this play, but not to be. Opening exchange, again, gets us to an early numbers advantage. X-Rock with the offensive pressure, looking to make a play over towards A, and this is all down to
Wow,
Uling can hit
4-2
play
there.
aggressive. He has to hold his ground.
Oh, we're going to have to put a pin in this. Got something to break down after this round finishes. But it's a great work play coming through.
Wow, they dominated that one for sure.
X-Rock to deny the flank, but again, that set up aggressively over by the B lane was set up to
All right, let's see how they do on
orchestrate X-Rock to
defense.
aggressively hit back over towards A, and what Q9 wanted was just that, for them to meet them inside of the stadium. But X-Rock were too privy to it. They read it, they gunned them, they have a 2-round lead on the side swap.
Huge on the opening pick as well from Sunyo. 4-2, side swap. Smokes are down early for both sides as Q9 are looking to get aggressive right through the top side of P4, but no one's looking over towards middle. And X-Rock are able to use their setup to set up a bit of a crossfire. That's enough for a 2-for-1 exchange. Hit is still on the way. Sniper battle again. It's anime fight round 2. Sun going to the machine pistol, wants to chase this down, while meanwhile Uling is able to find Rushi, and this may lead to an opportunity for Q9.
How are they
to
just
flip the
playing
numbers
gunfights
from
and not
4v3
against
to a
the-
3v2.
Sun is so confused. Where did Ma go? Went back over towards the scaffolding. And got Chuan to worry about on the stadium. The B side is more than vacated. Tough to say with Ma's positioning. Yeah, no angle on it whatsoever. They're just going to stack together, get caught out inside
Just
control.
how you got to make them plant. So dumb. When this is what Wolves did yesterday. Why rush that hard? Why rush that hard? I don't get it. Like, it just seems so like counterproductive. Every time you see them do it on this map, this is a defensive map.
Ma does cause a little bit of
Pretty
onset
bad.
with that push.
That's
He got
bad.
all the way inside of the base.
Gave
for
away their
Q9,
momentum.
but they're looking to flip things up. Maybe try to catch a player from X-Rock, getting aggressive over by the A-bomb site. Stuns, nades, smokes over through the middle of the map. They are already on the A side.
Nade will land at Amauchi. 3 smokes down. Quick commitment for the plant. Curly playing bodyguard. X-Rock trying to chow this, and Modest runs it by himself. Crossfire setup is decent for the trade, though, so numbers will still stay with X-Rock. Now they start to collapse. Tron laying down the damage. Oh, but the shots up top don't fully come through. Chen does get traded. 1v3. Sun now by himself. What can he do? The answer, nothing, as No locks down the angle, and X-Rock will get their 5th.
That did not seem like X-Rock was. At least they played defense on that one. Hey, what's up, Iskilla? Welcome to this channel.
Didn't think that Ma wanted to die that
What y'all think, chat? Am I off on this one?
Instead of waiting for his team. Silly goose.
Am I off on this one? I think this is a defensive map. Like, pushing it, I get that it worked earlier. This is semifinals, bro. Different teams.
This is the same thing for 3 straight rounds. Offense smokes both sides of the statue, but this time X-Rock decided to challenge it. They just push right through. They don't care about the smokes. And it works out so beautifully initially, but then they get caught in kind of a crossfire setup. Long
3-2.
route. for the defense around the back. That's Ma, who could
Terrible.
possibly just find an angle from here. Good
Terrible.
shots from Wuling, but no one has any idea where Ma is, and he's taking advantage of it. First shot will land, but now Q9 are aware of the threat.
The sneaky
1v1.
sneaky flanking sniper in a 1v1 versus Sun. The anime fight will continue.
Yeah.
Bomb's going to get planted here, and now I'm curious, with the bomb being planted where it is, how quickly can Ma isolate the information on where Sun might be?
Yeah, Ma does have 2 pieces of utility if he wants to use it. Sun predicting it's going to be a long wrap around through the defensive spawn. He has guessed incorrectly for now, but the longer this takes, the more certain he will be that he has guessed the right spot. Here's the smoke. Here's the play. This is a massive round for Q9.
Ma
Sun
loses.
defaulting to the pistol, thinking he's hot for the defuse. Not the case. So now Sun has had to play this straight up, and Ma around the
That
back.
was
Whoa.
that was
Get out of my
impressive.
face. Where do you think I am? That's not there.
That
And
was
Extract will get
impressive.
their 6 down on map point.
I thought he lost that one, man. Do I have a team, Berkey? No, I didn't have a team. What's up, brother?
Map number 4, but Ma is a real issue, and I don't just mean that because he's got 12
It's
kills
good to
for
see
crying
you,
out loud.
Berkey.
He's so lucrative
Yeah,
with the way
we
he is
got the official
manipulating the map with a
co-stream
sniper
from
rifle,
Activision
getting in these egregious
this year.
positions,
Got a
he's
little bit of
catching
champs
Q9
gear
off guard.
rolling.
He's isolating players left, right, and center.
Or
Need this
not
for
Activision,
Q9,
COD Mobile.
Hopefully to see another round here in the search.
I'm telling you, this is a defensive map. If you play defensive, you can use it okay.
Which has often been smoked by Q9. Not
You have
case
the
this time.
advantage.
Q9 just taking a bit of a pause.
There's just so many angles.
Letting
You
this
have the
round play
advantage
out
if
a
you don't
little
push
while
it.
longer. But the thing about this is a weird round to make this kind of a play happen because you don't really know what the X-Rock default setup is, largely due to the fact that you've rushed at them the last 3 rounds. So this is
Man,
gonna
that
be
did
a
not
lot
work
of
well for
figuring
Wolves when
out
they
for
did it
Q9.
either.
And with all the utility already being thrown, you haven't seen the one adaptation from the opening offensive round, and that's that Rushi has now taken a forward approach to watch the exit out of the control building. And that's causing a considerable amount of doubt for Q9. They don't have any information at all. With a minute already
Extract,
going
play
by from
defense,
the game
don't push,
clock,
bros.
they're going to have to make a decision.
Well
It
done.
seems they're going to default back towards this B push. Rushi's the guy to watch.
Is there anyone on the cross here? There's the first smoke. Nade, whoa, initially was meant to toss in towards mid-map. It doesn't get there for the defense. So X-Rock kind of have to back off and respect the smoke here just a touch. Flash also lands onto Maushi, who's still alive, but the information's now known, and Q9 are looking to isolate him.
He just concedes the space, gives it up. That means the bomb's going to get planted for free.
Dead.
Watch out for the sniper angle trying to be taken. Sunio gets punished for it, but Chuan responds.
Goodness gracious, 5v4.
Scope and Uling will miss. Chuan takes down 2. And this is a huge
4v4,
position for X-Rock to try to clear.
3v3.
Sun also comes
That's
up with
quick.
a eye. Not often you see
Oh
that.
my
and
gosh.
This is why I was saying Chuan puts the right play forward.
2v2.
Shuts down the ability for the Q9 clutch up spot
top,
through
bro.
scaffold to be
You're dead.
utilized. But the kills are still decent. So now it's all on to Chuan. This would have to be a 4-kill round and a 1v2 clutch for him. Moving quickly.
42.
He's already been hurt, surely, by Mauchi off of that slide. Here's the play out, and yep, there's just nowhere to
Yeah.
go. So Q9's post plant
They
stay
pushed.
very stable on the backside of the play, and it brings them to within 2.
You got to win that. Come on.
2 more,
Come on.
Easy peasy.
Even
right?
it up
But
here.
I do love just the late utility being held for the unknown quantities that we were kind of suggesting for Q9 for that execute. It works out fully in their favor, pushing all of X-Rock back. They pissed off X-Rock, all these nades over the top, but Q9 looking to get aggressive through control early this time.
Shots through mid-map, not largely landing for Q9.
Wow, 3.
X-Rock come away with the first 2.
Oh, just dominating this one.
We have not said his name much here as Uling is able to battle back and at least find 2, but it's just not enough to
That was a
from
fast
X-Rock.
round
Trying to
right
step up
there.
The tempo works, and that'll be enough for them to take their search and destroy map pick and tie up our series at 1.
Kind of messes with the map differential now. They've allowed more than a single round to come through. Unbelievable, but tied up the series nonetheless. Both teams winning their
That
opening
was,
map picks. Nobody's utterly surprised
very, very,
besides the
very
way that
slow
the opening
start
map
by,
ended. But, look, if this
X-Rock.
is 1-for-1 what we saw from X-Rock on this exact map versus Wolves on this exact weekend. If you will not punish them for their aggression early and their sniper rifles continue to get in these very annoying positions,
Now it's control.
They will deny you any round wins whatsoever. But Q9 were prepared.
How you doing,
for
Mr.
it.
Berkey?
I mean, I do love the 4D chess that we at least got to see from both sides out of Q9, respecting what X-Rock were throwing their way, responding in kind, maybe throwing out a different piece of utility to just
This
try
was
to get their
that was
SMGs
the
in a better
play.
Position, but still, the sniper rifle from
Ma
the
going all
first
the way
ones
around,
came
that
through,
was-
the
that was
clutchability of this man
impressive.
Today was just too much.
Yeah, I think that's the big point, right? Is the ability for Ma to not just find value early with the scope, but in particular.
I agree, and then taking the long road around. That was a big game by Ma.
I think in particular, when we start to kind of reduce the numbers,
For sure.
scopes for Q9, we're just not hitting in the same way that Sunyo and Ma were. So really good stuff out of Ma. 14-6 for the win. No, 11-6, a little bit more on the quiet side of finding 11 kills, if we're being honest. As for Q9,
Yeah, No-No's been kind of
across the board. Again, didn't really feel like
quiet the first two games. They really need him to show out.
Yeah, it's just X-Rock were so much quicker to punish off the information that they were able to get. A little bit of hesitation from Q9, but that's also just the nature of a takeoff search and destroy.
Yeah.
So have a lot more call-out to be played in this best of 5 for all intents and purposes. This is a qualification for grand finals, but it's also an elimination match. You lose this, you go back home, and you know that Q9, off of recency bias, they know that they can get the job done, but everything gets tossed up in the air when it comes down to the raid control.
Don't forget to hydrate, friends. I got water. That guy's got water. He's excited. Everyone's excited about water. Or Monster. Hydration's hydration. Yeah.
Hydrate with hydration. I don't know that was a well thought out
This will be
statement
an
there.
interesting one.
Old
This,
chip.
again, with the kind of historical storylines that we've told about the Chinese region in control have often been, what are they going to offer for us?
Yeah.
And that has mostly been the case, I think, in particular with Arsenal and Seaside, because the two preferred maps throughout Chinese Masters and even at CDSI were Raid and Crossroads. Obviously, we don't have Crossroads in the mix here in this map pool, but we do have Raid. So we're going to get, I would assume, to be what is going to be a very even battle here between these two teams.
Oh, absolutely. As far as the weekend is concerned, Q9 are the only ones to play a raid control, and they lost it 1-3 to
Raid
Elevate,
control.
where you might be able to make those immediate comparisons in between what happened with Elevate and what X-Rock might have to offer for you as well, and that's mostly just looking at No-No. That guy was a real issue through the majority of that map number 1 on Hacienda, which Q9
We'll see if No-No can do anything here.
But I would say tempo setter 101 is going to be coming from No-No.
Yeah, I like that call. Other side of things here in terms of this map number 3 is that they've only played this map between each other once, and that was way back in China Masters Season 8, Stage 2. So
Pretty
that was
impressive for
a
having
long
7
Season 8,
meetings
Stage
that
2,
they've
wow.
only played 1 raid control.
Yep. A lot of crossroads, I'm telling you.
Like, yeah, I see
Love that map. That map is chaos, and I'm here for chaos.
Yep.
But the raid, I think the thing about this is macro decision making. You know, kind of, I think we look at this map and we say, finding value and knowing when to stack versus when to try to play for a bit of spawn trapping. In times past, China has been a little bit too frisky of trying to be like, let's just play for this long wrap, get this spawn trap in play. It's like, boys, we can't forget about the OBJ. Now, I will say lessons have been learned there, and I think the Chinese region has been better about stacking points on offense in particular. Just comes down to knowing when you do have the ability to take it a step further and put a little bit of pressure on the spawns.
Yeah, for all intents and purposes, I feel like that a lot of the Chinese teams, especially looking at last year and at the beginning of this year as well, we're always just happily considering the 1-win condition, and that's just eliminate everybody. It's that easy. Just got to get 30 lives. It's no problem at all, but the objective is your best friend.
Let's see how it goes, my man.
So many corners, so many different opportunities.
Raid control.
Traps, maybe not as egregious when it comes down to Arsenal and Seaside, but are so potent nonetheless.
This is a massive house.
Again, on this current map pool, if you want to get a little bit more into the numbers and the stats,
It's a massive house that has Lamborghinis and minivans. I don't understand. I don't understand the minivans being everywhere next to the Lambos. Maybe they should have done some.
Feels like a definition of a swing map mode combination.
What do they call them?
So let's
was
see
that
what
big
we got.
Mercedes?
Q9 will be in the blue, X-Rock in the yellow, starting off on offense. Give it to us. Let me get it.
Very excited once we do end up seeing some of these
How
operators
many-
online. On this main stage right now, you have some of the best when it comes down to macro management.
Oh,
Juan's gonna
MG45.
strike for the first blood as well. This is going to be an overall 50-50 of the fight for ring. X-Rock do have numbers in this position, but I mean,
Wow.
Chen is just in your face. Good luck.
He's like hitting you with like a Nerf gun.
Yeah.
Just like.
Like that was actually the sound effects. You guys
I know.
hear it? It was muted. Yeah.
I'm the voice actor for the sound effects for the KRM. There it is again. Shed now all of a sudden could put some pressure on towards the gym. This will force X-Rock to spawn bottom side of the map, which means that they will have to take their efforts over towards a mid-map focus. Trying to come through. Chuan's able to take down one. That splits the Q9 defense up just a touch. He actually comes back to the fight, and now all of a sudden you got mid-map control. You've dealt with the flank, and you're on. Stop the clock and getting progress at A.
This is such a massive moment for Rushi. I mean, all
Yeah, that was a big momentum shift.
Going to be able able to at least take down one. Is Curly trying to get through the wheelbarrow window, but Sunyo will be there to shut things down. Second segment's going to get locked before Q9 are able to fully get on the zone.
Chen is not quite able to get through the money window. That may be a chalk and rotate moment. Maybe one more chance to contest this if Q9 want to, but instead they're going to play for exits as Sun lands. He's going to go for it. He's going to get it. What? And now you've got Curly making a move like Mike Tyson in the flesh. Not quite able to get there with the hands. Chuan still trying to force the issue here, and with a little bit of assistance, they will get back on, but not before Q9 are able to deplete most of the progress of the third tick.
You're kind of forced to keep assaulting this.
Wow,
if you are
Q9 is wearing this A.
Look at the positional advantage. Mauchi is in your
Xrox looking to
spawn
lose
and
this,
is
telling you.
constantly being looked at, but Chuan won't be allowed to get past the AC unit in a very annoying position to be in if you are Xrox. You trail by 4 lives. You just need this one more segment, but there's simply not enough time, you'd fear.
Yep, good elimination to clean out the spawn just a touch.
Why are you
Solo
running
play
this?
for No-No up
Bro,
towards
so
B to
bad.
stop the clock, and boy,
So bad.
does Xrock need that. Q9 have re-cleared out A. They fully depleted the third tick of progress, and now all efforts for Xrock have to move over towards the A zone, perfect the B zone. Xrock trying to get there with numbers. Sunyo over the top, shot at range. Juling almost able to find the transfer for both, but does enough damage to credit the assist.
17
12.6,
seconds.
15 seconds on the clock, and Xrock have one more chance to break over this B point.
I mean, by the time that they fully realize maybe we should just
Game
go over
over.
towards B, clear away our
This is
spawn. It's
so
just not
bad.
enough time. Now you're
So
running
bad.
out of lives. 3 plays up against 10. Sun's still ringing true with the sniper rifle. And Uling starting to deny a lot more space over by Ring. This stack for Q9, knowing that they have every single bit of advantage is fantastic.
That is so
and Xbox
bad.
just don't want to give
How
more
do
go. Maybe
teams
give them
not
more
just
score as
leave
well,
one person
and
on
you
A?
see those operators a little bit later
All
when
it takes is
comes down to
one,
this round.
3
So,
people taking out that one,
what
and
is
then
it, a
you're
total
back
of
to
3
like
segments off
commit
two
to a
different
side,
zone
win it, and go.
captures for
That's
Xbox,
sad.
where realistically, I mean, it was an egregious
Look at
retake for Q9, but it worked out.
Yeah, I was about to say Ruchi was around A.
That was
He
bad.
had a free sight to sit out and stop the clock at about 8 seconds. Just didn't choose to do so.
Yep.
Bad,
So
bad.
Xrock now the defense. Ruchi, the only one who had earned an operator in the first round, has already popped it. It's the War Machine. It's only connected once to this point and immediately gets
bad.
shut down. Opening defensive pressure, though, for Xrock is largely successful. Q9 working on it, though, as they will stop the clock. and
Q9
get
is
a
going
little
to
bit of a
dominate.
stack
I
of
think
odds towards
Q9
the
wins this
B
whole
point with
series.
Uling
I'm calling it
supporting
now.
with
Even though I'd like for
War
Xrock
Machine
too, I think Q9 wins it.
will now run out of
They're just playing
ammunition,
so.
but
Xrock playing so
fiery,
bad.
to say the least.
About to give up
Mahasi
2
at
minutes
one.
on
Big
B.
assist
They
for
already
Q9, why they
popped
took
their
first map. Second
operators,
segment has been locked.
everything.
Still trailing by 1 life is Xrock from the opening salvo, but they are just chalking it. Get yourself inside of that garage.
So
Set
bad.
up for spawn trap. Make sure nobody can lurk
So
from mid.
bad.
But look at the awareness from Q9. They know
Telling
that
you,
this is
this
a
A-
possibility. They're sending 2 players
Wow.
back, and one of them is Sun, who clears out the gym. If he gets this second one inside the garage, just don't challenge him anymore. And it looks like Sunyo saying, I already don't want to challenge him, Shift. I'm out of there. The rest of Xrock holding over towards Pool. Claw is out, though, for Q9 as they try to clear out the area of backside laundry.
Do love this call for Curly. Mauchi's actually going to invest the Annihilator as well. Will take down No-No, and they're going to start assaulting jungle. But what's the response on the opposite side? It's going to be Sunyo with the Sparrow. A little bit of a base race for a base race. Nice turn for Mauchi to at least take down No-No, making sure that they are not a part of that fight. They do have a player on the
Bad.
control zone as well, but they were by themselves. So Sunyo, Sparrow will clean house. They will maintain control on this side of the map.
Yeah, it's really nice placement from the Sparrow.
4 life
I was like,
disadvantage.
This isn't really finding value, but
Q9's gonna
he comes
crush
back
it.
to the point, takes down 2 around the back, but it doesn't stop Q9.
And
Over
2
towards
more
Sunrise
gone.
Missile, right on into the spawn, finds 2.
10 life advantage. Wow. Q9 is just destroying them.
Rip them apart. 20 plays.
Not
9.
even close.
Q9 looking
Xrock
good to
looks
stay on the
terrible
A zone.
today
First hit, getting
overall.
on board.
They, like, Search and Destroy, they didn't look good.
Empty.
Mercy.
Might as well just do what you did originally, Curly. Just sprint at them. Equalizing. A couple players coming off the respawn, though. 4 lives remaining for Xrock again, and you know that
Game
Q9
over.
should be stacking
Daddy, this
the
is
zone,
so
but
bad.
Don't count out Xrock.
Hey, what's that flamp now? Man, Xrock
Shots
looks
coming
so
through,
bad today.
Clears things out, but the road to victory in this second round is arduous, to say the least.
Oh, big word.
4v13. Ruji inside kitchen, isolated. Good 2v1 situation there. Ma following up, does get 2, but still, how do you survive a
10-2.
2v10, especially with the pressure
Doesn't.
already
With a
on?
sniper
The answer
rifle?
is you
Come
don't. Last
on.
player to find his top window.
Absolute,
And No-No's out to stay
absolute
alive.
terrible.
But
No-No's their
still,
only hope,
smoke
and I don't
down.
think it's happening.
Clock will continue to stop, and Q9 will find him in kitchen. Q9 up 2-0 early in the
They're
control.
absolutely getting dominated.
devastating.
Xrock looks bad.
only are you down as far as 2 rounds are concerned, the segments are just not good as well. The trade department is just so superior.
I don't see a
Mouchie
reverse
is
sweep
double
happening.
positive at 14
I don't see a
7,
reverse sweep
15
happening.
and 9.
They have an EMP. Curly has an
Or
EMP.
another, but Q9, again, it just seems that they can do no wrong. Their trade game, just assaulting different portions of the map, is that much more superior for X-Rock, who are assaulting B-Zone to start.
Oh, great opening, though. Ma finds 2 through mid-zig. Hooling able to confirm the trade, now pushing up in towards Art, but he doesn't really have the ability of going much further. He doesn't have any defensive pressure from Laundry side, and the awareness from X-Rock
What is
great.
up with this
You gotta keep in mind,
sniper?
the first offensive round
Bro,
was
you're not even coming
unwinnable
close.
for
You're just
X-Rock.
losing
They're already
lives
finding great
over and
success, this
over.
time breaking off towards B.
Yeah, I mean, the opening breakoffs have been good for X-Rock. It's just the returning gunfights consistently through the
Sun
past
has
2 rounds
9,
just
Ma
simply
has
have
8.
not
Like,
been pulling. That's
literally,
another
your
War Machine.
lowest.
Starting to push all the way inside. Art clears
Oh,
all
what
Art,
a
but Ma
trophy.
is holding it. Good trophy system will deny the grenade from actually getting towards Ma, and
not
he
a
will
grenade,
deny
bro. It
any
was
more
a
value with that
War
operator.
Machine.
4 operators online currently for X-Rock.
Now,
You
this is a good
feel
place for a
like they
sniper,
need to
but
start
I
using some of these
just
to
don't see
extend
the
the clock.
overall
Well,
advantage.
smokes are out. That's going to block the money window and the top side jump wall over towards the opposite zone.
You know,
Sun's gonna rotate over.
X-Rock's just getting dominated.
No, we'll get to work with the equalizers inside a kitchen. Problem is, he loses his teammates on the A zone. And once more, you have the situation for X-Rock where
See what I mean?
you're trying to finesse the map, but you're really not finding the success on the actual zones themselves. You're down to
So
25
bad.
seconds. No, re-wrap it and try to get back over towards Tiki. And they cannot find Chen. Finally, they get the connection from Sunyo, and they can stack over towards this B point. But
Bad,
boy, do
bad.
they need the extra 60 seconds. They need it now.
You have a 3-life lead. 4 operators still online for X-Rock. Just try to use some of these resources, get around the zone.
have
The
not
clock
looked
still being
good, man.
sold Over by B.
It's going great, Flamp. X-Rock is getting pretty well dominated by Q9 all day today. They've won the search and destroy, but Q9 still made them look kind of
Who's locking down this backside jungle position. The setup around the B point
literally
is
20
pretty
seconds
darn
and
good
they're not
for
even going to get
Q9.
it.
Still, the A zone is not fully captured.
Like,
It's tempting, I think, for Q9 to try to get back to it to see if they can put more pressure on the clock. But as Curly gives it an effort, he will drop
They
it.
at least
with
have a
the extra
7-point lead.
60 is tallied, and now here comes the player on the back soon. Yo, good for the first 2. Can't quite capitalize on the third as Curly gets to work on maybe another 1v2 moment, but no, cannot land the shots. And now you're just down to 4 lives if you're Q9.
They got, like, this one is-
Q9, you're never going to work your way back fully into that zone, not being down by so many lives, but they are
10-3.
winning some gunfights. The biggest
I'm just
concern
telling you,
for
the
me,
sniper
3v10,
rifle
if
in
you
a
can
lot of
get
hands
any
is-
more operators out from X-Rock for the rest of the game, that'd be great. But in a 2v10, you know Q9 are not going to be expecting anything else.
Not at all. Chen still just trying to go from kill to kill, and he is. Whoa.
What?
That's not bad. Could potentially put together a bit of a streak here. Already has the Hunter Killer, already has the Claw at the ready. Dancing, schmoving. Little shimmy here, little shimmy there, but Chuan will put all those
Come
antics to
on.
rest as X-Rock will take their second offensive attempt.
They looked bad. I mean, they did everything. Look at
For Q9 after the
streaks,
previous attempts.
operators.
But X-Rock still
No,
have an
looks.
opportunity to potentially
No,
get
is
around by
not
defense
playing
should they
today.
get there.
Like, that's the difference
This comes
for
out, so they break off again for Q9.
that's the difference
Offense was
for
so good, it just assaulted the middle of the
X-Rock.
map. They loved it so much they're going to do it again.
Yeah, Q9 go 2 for 1. Ma only catching 1 this time. Smokes are out over towards the pillars side at B. Push forward here for Q9.
Why are you putting it in there,
very
bro?
Aware of it, is getting the operators out. Counter from Chendo with the Claw, working this top jump window. Rushi on the hunt. This is the first. Swapping back off of the War Machine will not work out.
I
Q9
see
now have
I
efforts on
see
the A zone
Q9
until
winning this one
Ma
too.
steps up. This guy doesn't miss. Oh my goodness.
Curly trying to at least get a little bit more done. Going to invest the equalizer and just continue
Still
to
investing
run
the
rampant
equalizer.
all the way through pillars. Sparrow in garage, by the way. He's trying to spawn trap you, is Sunyo, but
Carly
on the
is
opposite
crushing
side
it
trying
with
to make headway
equalizer.
Over by the B control zone. The clock's still not stalled out as Chen will at least isolate No over by the rocks, but we got to commit to something here. If you are Q9, you're running out of time.
And Sunyo and Ma.
30 seconds. All right, now you can play a little defense.
Finally, Mauchi's able to deal with Sunyo.
See where they're committing to.
Forever. Ma also drops. So who's next here for this X-Rock defense?
Sniper rifle, and this is kind of like switch to your machine pistol if you're smart. It's the smartest play to do. Machine pistol, you know they're going to play for B. It was the only place they had anything.
We'll get a second to get progress, but here comes the collapse from the X-Rock defense.
This has to be the attempt coming through for Q9. but it would be a massive moment for X-Rock should they be able to stop it. 24 seconds remaining on the clock. They killed the player that was on the zone previously, but it's going to get captured regardless. 1 minute 20 to try to go to work.
Reverse sweep.
Down
I don't
by
see
6
it.
lives
I
for
really don't
Q9.
see it.
You at least have 2 operators should you want to
Two
have that,
snipers.
but you almost feel like this has round 5
Two
written
type
all over it. Those are the
19s.
resources you probably want to save.
And
At least based on this current setup, a double stack towards bedroom. You've got one player
MG?
watching the
Yeah.
flank, and then you still have mid-map control with the crossfire setup for X-Rock. This is perfect in terms of how do you set up an A defense. Just comes down, does Can Sunyo survive through the War Machine? He does catch one. That's enough to pull Uling back, and largely speaking, that doesn't modify the defensive setup at all because all of a sudden Sunyo spawns up, but he still has the ability
He had
to
the right
catch
idea to
one.
go through the mid, but
going for the 1-for-1 is perfectly
man,
fine.
5.
2 responses do come through from Q9. 7 plays up against 13. Trying to at least get past the AC unit, but
13-6.
MG42 goes
7
for-
7
you have
life
a head push,
advantage.
You had to compete against 125 bullets. Never want to see that.
30
There is some
seconds.
progress being made
Oh
on the
man,
back
a
of the
lot of
jungle here. You do not
X-Rock
know
needed
how to
this.
respawn.
Man, they have not looked they have not looked the best in my opinion today. They have not looked like a maybe Q9 is just that good, and I'm just underestimating it all. Thank you so much for the Queen Knight Engine, Dan.
And it's just absolutely not coming through. 11v2. Mauchi working from the front. Final 5 seconds. Doesn't win his 1v1, so it all comes down to what
Wow.
Uling can create, and the answer is he can't create much. Round 5.
Yeah, I think it's to get Battle Pass, like do all of the, if you want to get the Type 63 for free, you're going to have to get the Battle Pass to level 21. The fastest way to do that is do the challenges. Like they have those event challenges and different things like that that you can use.
But realistically, I mean, when you expend those last 2 operators towards the end of the round for Q9, you're much happier to
Man,
at least
this
see the
is a-
defense. The
this is a tight
issue
match.
You didn't get the read. The push is over towards A.
X-Rock hasn't looked good, so you could kind of expect Q9 to win this one.
An operator yet.
You know?
They still have the ability to use this in reactionary form once they get read what this defense is doing, which is now coming through money window. No. He's got the equalizers out, trying to re-wrap through kitchen. Finds the first. Curly trying to play off the heady. Denies no any further action, who just has to sit here and wait. Not what he wants with these equalizers, so he's going to try to
Terrible.
force it. And he does find Chad. Back over towards
Look how
Can he
much
create more
they are
space?
dominating
Does
A.
not see Sun initially, but as he makes the hop up, there's the third, and X-Rock can pause the clock with focus on both zones now.
Movement wasn't the cleanest, but still value coming through from No. Ma is going to invest the Annihilator. Roshi actually ended up pulling out the operator as well, but then got immediately shut down the beam.
Oh,
Pushing
Ma.
not success, but Mama has been
But they have a 3
accurate
life disadvantage.
throughout the entirety of this series so far. The Annihilator running out of bullets. The Claw invested as a argument on the opposite side does find 2, so the clock will tick once again.
Oh my goodness. They're just getting dominated on the
Able to
life.
take that
They
one
can't
in
take
stride.
A. They have
Off
been
the
so
spot,
bad
shots
at taking a
down
zone.
towards the bottom part of the map at A, which they already have 2 ticks of progress done at, and early looks over the top of the site. Shots up towards window, good. Chen crossed up over towards Tiki, can't find any room to work with. It's just out of what Mauchi can create from backside basketball, and he's done well for the first, but the Claw puts him out of commission. Uling with the flash cannot stop the Claw from Chuan, and we're gonna get an extra 60 seconds tally with the capture at A.
Lives aren't 2 for a gone. Anything to find on transition would be massive for X-Rock.
3 life advantage for Q9.
Little slide bait switch with
Why are you getting with the sniper, bro?
Who has been having a great series so far. 12 plays up against 15. Ample time left to fight over, but look at the way that X-Rock are still trapped on this side of the map.
Yeah, both teams putting a little bit of pressure over towards their opponent's spawn. Mauchi surprised by Chuan, who almost takes the double in stride. Not fully going to work out, but in the same breath, Sun also falls, trying to put a little bit of existential pressure on X-Rock spawn towards Garage. So now, a flat-out battle. War Machine being spammed by Uling. Trophy systems are down, so everyone stays alive. Last 3 shots remaining. Uling trying to get aggressive, and he's not finding any value with that. That's the last operator for Q9. Yes, they have a 3-life lead, but there's a chance that X-Rock can execute with this setup.
Have to start wondering how close they are to the rest of their operators. Still have the 2 available
Goodness.
for Xbox.
Tight game.
Should they get in a position to try to pull that trigger.
Macro. Oh, the Guns of Blazing.
30 seconds remain. Nice snipe coming
Danger
through
Dan
from
says
Sunyo.
Guns of Blazing
Gonna take down Uling. Could be an opportunity to
flamp.
push through pillars here.
They do know that this hit has to be efficient. Shots are starting to land. Sunyo has popped the Sparrow. Sun, did he just No scope, no at range. Looked like it, doesn't make a difference. He gets taken out through a wallbang. 7v8. Operators now out for Rushi. Just trying to put the War Machine over towards backside laundry. Here comes Q9. They're trying to reapproach this from middle. They cross up to the operator.
Game
now
over.
It's just a 6v3.
Game over.
Running out of lives. One more player in the zone will drop.
Game
20
over.
seconds remaining. Chen trying to get aggressive, gets stopped out. Sunyo shut down by Sun. Just down to one.
So bad.
Rushi would have to do this
So
by
bad.
himself. 1v5.
It's kind of annoying. The first time you get to watch a team and they look like. I watched Q9 earlier. They didn't look as. They did not look this good. Q9 came to play today.
Opportunities through a handful of rounds to try to win
Goodness
this
gracious.
reverse sweep of a control, but still, when it starts off the way and it's so consistent for Q9, it's realistically just their opening breakoffs for me, Alan. When they are winning those opening breakoffs so convincingly, even take that last round for example, when they just completely all go over towards ring, they give up everything by the pool side, and they say that's perfectly fine. Now we know exactly where you're located at. Clear the jungle flank.
Their problem. Every team that does on raid control.
Fish in a barrel. For Q9
not getting zone A
so much time for
is a death march.
Unbelievable raid control. Unbelievable series to this
20
point.
levels, nice.
Absolute banger. These two teams have a lot of history. Rivalries, to put it plainly. But Q9 taking edge in the series.
Q9 making this look too easy.
Starts to come back into fold again, because now you got an APOC hardpoint to consider, and then a Kurohana for map 5. Who cares who picked it? It's going to be a square up. So we've got a lot more of this to come here, and I believe it's going to be just as fiery as we saw map number 1 on Apocalypse coming up.
I mean, you just feel so happy with your prediction, don't you? It going all the way to 5. It has it written all over the board, man. Look. Apocalypse Hardpoint, we'll get into the nitty-gritty of that because we got to give some flowers to Curly. 32 and 24. Dude's been a menace all day. Uling, 19 and 23, not the most sexy KD ratio, but let me tell you.
No has played so bad today comparatively to the rest of it.
Been something of a spectacle.
That's the reason.
Just kind of struggled.
That's the reason.
Returning gunfights are concerned.
All right, Clamp, enjoy, brother.
That much more potent coming through for Q9, just solely off the reason that they always
spamming the RPD.
Deep case.
How do you get to
shout out to another one of our sponsors.
How do you? What is it? Just continuing to shoot the
find your aim.
RPD? Is it for bullets fired, or is it? Is that how you get the?
So far, I think in particular we've.
The gun. I did a little bit of the Clan War yesterday on that map.
Has really put together a perfect example. But for both these two squads, having the little bit of an edge, I think, is X-Rock with their history on the map. I'm really curious to see what we're going to get.
Yeah. It's going to be fantastic.
Q9 wins. I'm just going to call it. I saw it after that first map. The way that X-Rock played, I was like, man, Q9 wants this more than anybody else. So I'm saying Q9 takes it, in my opinion. Which means I'm probably not getting that character skin, unfortunately. Boo. Yeah, I think whoever wins this wins it all.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by
whoever wins this this matchup between X-Rock and Q9 is who wins it all.
And the United States Air Force.
From what I've seen so far, nobody is able to contain Lucasen, and Millhawk is gonna have to like really jump in and do something. You know. We'll see. I'm gonna hope galleries can beat Elevate. Elevate versus Q9. I take back my prediction. If it's Elevate versus Q9, I think Elevate wins. If it's Elevate versus X-Rock, based on the way X-Rock's playing today, no, I think they came in just a little bit. Yeah, push-up time. I do need to do some push-ups. How long? We have 2 minutes. All right, everybody, go grab some water. I'll be right back as well. I'm gonna do some push-ups too. X-Rock needed this break. They really needed a break, maybe to catch their breath, maybe to figure out what the heck they've been doing. All of that good stuff. I don't know. Am I off on this Danger Dan? They look not as good as I expected. I've seen Q9 play. I saw him play the other ones, and Q9 was either Q9 really stepped it up, or X-Rock is just not feeling it today. You know, I don't know. We are back, homies.
Are you ready or not? Are you ready or not? We on a path to greatness. We're shooting the shot to make it. So moving the target is aimless. Cause we got the power to shape shift. We'll catch the energy waving. We go till our bones are aching. Cause the top spot's for the taking. And we on a mission to take it. Are you ready or not? It's about to go off. Turning up on the spot. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot. We gon' sit at the top.
没换，车库楼梯，跑到，传话楼，点两个有火，地爪死了，血，花坛下一滴血，我来传。哦，可惜了，兄弟有复活呀，不是你们看 L 位，中地漏了 ，L 位兄弟没掉的，换二外墙 ，L 位金库 ，B 有一个 ，B 去我们，点98里，小心 L 位，换了两个，中路坑有个看 L 位，画廊喷兄弟，他们接逼了，画廊喷减区，放屁股还有。不是，为啥画廊得动呀？我的。
Welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. We are midway through our first semi-finals matchup of the day, where we are live from DreamHack Atlanta. Our players are getting themselves set up and ready to go in a series so far that's been very exciting, somewhat unexpected as far as the start goes as well. I mean, Q9 hot out the gate with an insanely close hard point. Then it goes back the way of X-Rock. Then it's a close control again, back the way of Q9. What is in the water right now?
Would you be surprised to hear that these two teams have seen a lot of grand finals between one another? They're pretty good. I think that's the biggest thing, is that we're really starting to see some solid Call of Duty across the board. Great decisions, great macro moments, great in-game calls.
All right, Danger Dan.
We're not seeing a
10
lot of
push-ups
mistakes.
before we
This
come
is
back on.
literally just Goliath versus Goliath. Who's better on the day? I couldn't ask for a better series so far.
Shift said it was going to be a banger. This man is not known to be a liar, especially when it comes down to Call of Duty Mobile. Certified banger. This has 5 written all over it.
Talk me through what happened in those final moments of the Hacienda hardpoint, because that was neck and neck, second for second, and then it stalled a little bit. So if anybody's just joining us here, kind of walk us through.
You want the short answer or the long answer?
The short answer.
Chaos. That's what happened.
Man.
Straight chaos.
I'm a little bit tired. I did not sleep well last
I
night.
can do that. No, it's just one of those things, like,
Maybe
both
as
of
you can
these
tell
two
by my
teams
glasses.
have really valued playing for rotation
You joined me?
early, which is something
So
that
I'm
some
taking
of
a
our
boot?
other squads have maybe not necessarily done. They're using that 8 seconds of transition time maybe a little bit more fully. But these teams are all about setup, all about executing on the
Who's
proper
going to win this?
reads.
Who's going to win
Both
this
teams
hardpoint match?
do that
Danger
at the
Dan.
same time. It means that
Is
we're
it
getting
Q9
these
or
big
X-Rock?
battles, these tug of wars, where it's a 3v2 one time, a 4v1, back to a 3v2. Like, it's just constant shifts and changes. But at the end, when you've got things like a War Machine for Uling, you've got the SMG.
Sold man, we got to keep our
the day once they get the read for the spawns.
String extra. Okay. I hope so. Who did you choose to win it all, Danger Dan? Who did you
We're hoping that they were going to be able to at least win that match.
Is your team still in?
I mean, X-Rock were just way ahead. It was maybe about like 25 seconds, 30 seconds was the biggest lead, but you always saw those fundamentals, the macro play that Alan was just talking about, coming through for Q9 into fruition. A 4-second win is still a win.
And then we move into the S&D,
A
and it's
4-second
not as
win.
close.
Still
Okay, then you
win.
see just how dominant and strong X-Rock is in that
You want it to be
scenario.
tight? Yeah,
Why
yeah.
was that?
No, you just picked a random team.
It was a 5-3 half.
I didn't.
4-2 half.
I had
And
no
at that point in time,
idea
you start
who to
see a lot
pick,
more
so
of those
I
adaptations, a lot more
asked
preparation coming through in
my team that I
response
played stage 3 with,
specifically for X-Rock. Every
and
single
old man
kill,
Matt
every
said
single
X-Rock. I was
mission
like, okay,
had
we're
an
picking
answer
X-Rock.
and a response as well. I mean,
Probably
there
should've
were so
picked
many
Elevate.
times that we start seeing an immediate focus on X-Rock's offense, showing over towards B, just immediately to bait play over towards A. It didn't always work out, but it's the small little things that we got to see in the macro development for X-Rock that Q9 were just a little bit too delayed to respond to.
And it's really interesting because this map has not been played a lot between these two teams, let alone have they played it a lot just in general, of course, over the course of this year. But I think the thing that was really surprising
Yeah.
was we watched X-Rock
I
play
had
this
no
map the
idea
first
who to
time through
choose,
the
so I just
weekend.
asked
It was
them.
6
I said,
rounds
who's
of
gonna
defense,
win?
it was 6
'Cause
wins. They went 7-1
they
on the
kept
map
up with it,
overall.
right?
So for them to start off on offense, Q9 doesn't have much film to go back
Jesus
and say,
Can
what
Save
is
You
X-Rock
was
trying to do?
was on
And
my
those
Q,
smoke
team, and
delayments
he
over towards B
said
caught
somebody
Q9 a
else.
little
He
bit by,
said
I think, surprise early, and those little advantages led to a scoreline that was easy to work with once they swapped back to their defensive half.
So then, of course, that puts us at 1-1 in the series. Things are essentially tied up at that point. We move into the
Let's see
control,
who-
and we find ourselves in another
Rio
neck-and-neck
didn't
situation
answer.
at the end of it with Q9 just barely squeaking it out. So talk to me about that.
Yeah, X-Rock's opening offense was that close, right? I think the map manipulation from Q9 is great. Often when we talk about raid, it's all about who wins mid-map. That usually dictates how spawns try to get moved, and of course, it allows you a second point of ingress,
I'm
whether
looking.
you're on the defensive or offensive side, as you focus towards either of the two zones.
Yes.
So I think that was great from Q9 in the first couple of rounds. It was
Jesus Can Save You said that
counteracted
there could be
nicely
6 or
by
7
X-Rock to
teams that
get
win
themselves
it.
back into the mix. But
We
once
found
they
out
got
there's
back to that
really
round five
only
offense, they just couldn't quite get over the hurdle,
one team that can
especially
win it,
with the
obviously.
individual
Ha, ha,
presence
ha.
that Q9 was laying out through mid.
I'll go ahead and
This
say it.
losing
It
this
should've been
first
tied up
map
going around number
was
three. The
terrible
timing that
for
Q9 were able to find to stop
losing that map was
over by
bad
the pool
for-
side was so egregious that it just simply should not have worked out. How
Yeah.
would you ever expect it to come all the way through? Curly had himself a great game. It was some of that manipulation that you were talking about, Alan, through the middle of the map. Just
X-Rock is
from
gonna have to come
all
up
the different
big
pressure
here.
that was being surmounted by the rest of the supporting staff that is this Q9 roster. When you're down 0-2 and in control, no matter the map, that is a very tough comeback to try to surmount for yourself. But the slaying, the returning gunfights, the trade department, it was just that much better for Q9. Through the opening breakoffs alone, it just always felt like they had a life advantage.
Now, looking forward, we still have a hard point coming up around the corner, this time on Apocalypse. How does this play out for these teams now that we're at this
Yesterday,
2-1
who was
situation in favor of
dominating
Q9? Give me your thoughts on this.
Tribe
So
yesterday?
X-Rock's map pick, Q9 will start on the favored side. I think it starts in the first two hills. Q9 needs to establish that we can lock down the rotation.
Yeah,
stop X-Rock from
Vitality's
flipping spawns,
out.
build
They
an
lost
early
in
lead,
the first. They
build
didn't
an
even make
early
it to day
operator
2.
advantage. If they can win in the first 3 hard
Vitality
points, they have a
lost out
chance
in
to
day
keep this
1,
thing tight.
unfortunately.
Otherwise,
They
I do
didn't.
see X-Rock finding favor
I
because
don't know
they
what
moved around
happened
this
with them.
map.
They started strong and then
Q9's got 2
boom.
wins on the entire weekend so far. 250 to 179.
They shouldn't have
Oversaw,
lost
we're 2
that
shifts
match to
away.
4
You're gonna
Magic.
need
If they
all
would have won that
plus an
one,
extra bag
I
of
think
chips,
we
all
would
those
have
fun
probably
medals
seen
we got to
them
see from Hacienda and the slaying to boot.
go pretty
All
far.
right, well, it looks like it is time to get back
They were
into
cold.
the matchup here. Map number 4
Early
is ready
on.
to go. Let's see who pulls this one out.
Should be a fun one, and yep, there it is. Q9 will be starting on the right side of the map, so it's all about can they hang, can they hold, stop X-Rock from flipping, build an early lead.
just
An
not enough
early lead in
patience
COD Mobile
sometimes.
does mean early operators. So far, so good. Nice little snap from Sun. Can't quite turn it into more, but you've got Shen and Uling right behind to pick up on the pieces, and the opening breakoff is great from Q9.
Yeah, look at the spatial awareness coming from Q9 as well. Just making sure that Mauchi is playing over by the tunnel side gives it up, so a unique target is
X-Rock does
currently
not
being
win any
developed by
gunfights.
Studio. They get back behind the play, but everybody else from X-Rock was just the bait over by
Look at this, it's gonna be
Q9.
like it,
Can you
just
go
like the
wrong?
game
All
earlier,
opening gunfights
100 to
are
nothing.
superior from Q9.
Absolutely beautiful spawns for X-Rock with 30 seconds to fight for. They can split their focus here. Put some pressure on mid, but also try to play this rotation. Q9
So-
very aware of it though. This hold over towards the jump wall from Mauchi is exquisite. He's found 3. The solo player stopping the rotation, and now in 13 seconds, X-Rock has to play through ult. This is exactly
This
what
is
Q9
terrible.
wanted.
Good morning, Mr. Casey. X-Rock looks so bad today.
Working through maps was Chen will be dealt with, but even sending a couple players late.
They're gonna have to come up big.
Might just be a little bit more biting off
No
than you can
nose.
chew, but luckily enough, as the hill becomes
Not.
available, the spawns over to the backside of the ruins are still there for Q9.
Smoke trying to cover this X-Rock approach. Chen committing forward. Wow, this is aggressive. But meanwhile, over towards cave side, it was too aggressive. Q9 get caught. Now you're
They
just
did
down
get
to
caught.
one
How
player
does
in
that
the back,
happen?
and X-Rock just get given a gift, which
Yeah,
is
they
the
did.
P2 spawn immediately into the hill, and now you
Oh, and a double. About to be a triple.
Oh, mistake
Told
from
you.
Q9 leads to an instant punish from X-Rock.
Misstep one time, it turns into a
Wow.
Grand Canyon size.
That looks so bad for X-Rock early.
Themselves a War Machine early from Rushi. And you're just forced yourself just to go through the tunnel. I mean, not for a lack
Where
of
is he
trying.
at? He's
Q9
got the
have been trying
pred.
to send players up through mid, but it is being watched continuously by X-Rock, who again punished
Holy
Q9.
cow.
They walk away with the majority of time on the money hill.
And the difference is, if you were to go back and watch the minimap as P2 opened to what we're seeing right now,
This is a
X-Rock
completely different
continuing to
kill
use Nono as an
feed.
ace.
Holy
He's
cow, where did this
flipping
X-Rock
back
team
and
come
forth
from?
between Temple and up towards Top Ruins just to
Because they
make
have
sure the
been
spawns
not
don't
this
flip. That
team
was something
at all
Q9
yet
did
today.
not do. And now you get punished for it. X-Rock now
Double
the
kill
points
on the
Q9.
pred.
Red Missile
Wow.
called in. They're going to win the rotation to 3.
And the full rotation around.
That might just be coming through. I mean, pushed up a little bit past useless was
Gotta
Suno,
watch behind
so
for
you will
Sun.
actually get a spawn out from Sun. How quickly do X-Rock start to read this? I mean, they're in possession of the hill, but the pinch is coming through.
Yeah, Chuan able to turn a little bit, but not in time. Sun will find one from the back. Easy follow-up. That was the Sparrow out and countered immediately. EMP from Ma was also spent, or at least earned. Hasn't used it yet, as Q9 will now find themselves affected by it. Purifier out
Himself.
from Chuan, clearing out the bottom side of the trenches. Tough angle to go much further than this point, but he seems to be feeling pretty frisky with help nearby. X-Rock all over P3. Q9 having a tough time breaking through.
X-Rock is,
23
this
seconds
is the
remaining.
X-Rock
They
team I
gotta
think that
still
everybody
try.
was
You can't just
expecting
default for the rotation yet.
the rest of the day, you know?
Vortex gun up top is going to deny a lot of space for Q9. Just trying to work their way back in, finds himself a good two-piece there. And
Goodness
from
gracious.
inside the hill itself, Nono gets to work. Purifier was wonderfully expected
Yeah,
there for
Viper
X-Rock,
is
just making sure that if you're not walking through
Making a
the
big
bullet
difference.
rows
X-Rock,
that
this
the
is
front
this
side
is
of
the
hard
X-Rock
plate,
team,
you're gonna
honestly, that I
get
expected to see.
completely ripped to smithereens by a Purifier on the opposite side. 108 to 36 after Q9 have themselves a great start on P1.
You do
This
have
P3 is
Chen
usually a
rewrapping
toughie.
this route
Just
towards
'cause of the
left side map.
spawns, you
That
know?
is the preferred set of spawns. But X-Rock aware of it, holding inside of the cave, and at least simultaneously for a moment, they were inside the chicken coop. Ma still
Nope.
trying to hang on,
Wow.
but that's getting
Operator.
run out by the Purifier, who can now take all of its focus over towards the front. But once again, Q9, they don't know where the spawns are. You do have a bit of an anchor around the back. That's good for at least another elimination, but X-Rock will wait for these operators to expire before they hit.
Curly
And
got
they actually
whopped.
just walk right in and deny it. Now the claw's out.
And to their pants,
They're having to use
trying
all
at
of
least
them.
find value with their operators as they just sprint inside of the ruins to their utmost demise. So Nono needs to find value, but Rushi gets their second War Machine in this map number 4 and rips them all to smithereens.
Wow.
Nono now with the equalizer.
This is a different
Gonna try
team.
to at least beat
Where
everybody
was this
trying to
team
jump
the
up the
first
ruins, and it
3
worked out quite
games?
wonderfully for
This is a
Nono.
completely
In the
different
first
team,
set of
bros.
hard points, Allen, 140 to 46 is where the scoreline looks like it's going.
You got to remember, this is after Q9 had started this map off flawlessly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They stopped their early
wow.
rotations. They find 90% of their points
It takes
in
a
the
long
first
time.
2 hills. It just
Oh, I'm
has
sorry,
not been able to be
Shihiro.
recovered since X-Rock broke that
Welcome to the
second
stream,
hill.
Shihiro.
So
Hope you're
now
doing
we
well.
reset. And Q9 are now fighting from behind the 8 balls. They have to be the ones to break through the hill and break through the setup of the spawns that X-Rock have in their favor.
Yeah, let's just put it this way. Across 4 different hard points, 36 of Q9's current was
Wow.
off P1 and P2.
Yeah.
It has been
Mao
the
is
Xbox
playing
show
this
consistently.
flawlessly.
Now you're going to have the split spawns coming through from Q9. They're focused mostly around the objective, but nobody's into the backside of the temple. Those spawns are very much so still open, and X-Rock are looking to reap the benefits.
Yeah, Q9 not fully aware that there were kind of parallel spawns on the right side of the map, but they have done nicely over the top of the hard points. That will at least stabilize things on the hill. Problem is, it also stabilizes the spawns in favor of X-Rock. So now the rebattle starts to come back through. Well, we got 150 to 66, the current score. X-Rock trying to commit back into the hard point, but being denied largely just from the front. So there's a chance here where Q9 can set up a break attempt to try to flip these spawns around.
And Malchi was just outside of maps. He actually had a really good angle on the players for X-Rock that were playing around P2. Gave it up, trying to help out his teammates to get back inside the time. Sunyo is finessing.
Sunyo is crushing it there. They needed that. They need Nono to come up big.
X-Rock on the minimap, they are guarding the temple.
Oh, and they're trying to just hit this from the front, but oh no, the Purifier gets pulled out perfectly. Chuan cleans everything up for 3. Q9, you cannot get lazy here. You have to still play for the middle of the map because the Purifier's still alive and well. Finally shut down, but a Gravity Vortex gun takes its place, and it's just misery meets company for Q9 right through cave.
This second,
They're still trying to force their way through
P2 has been big for X-Rock.
Still, X-Rock
Massive for X-Rock.
We'll still get more time here on the second hill.
I mean, what do you do now? Q9 desperation was yesterday's
What's
news.
up, old man, Matt? I was talking about you just a second ago.
Every single bit of time that you could possibly find for yourself, but the resource management.
Goodness, X-Rock, like, they looked. This is a completely different team. Hope you're doing well, old man. OMM. Yeah, you know me. Shahira, how is things going for you?
Just dagger or grenade after grenade that is just blowing Q9 out of the water.
Goodness, this.
Oh, man. You never like to see a map get this far out of hand off of what was essentially just one mistake.
Yep.
But that's really what it comes down to, and now it's not a snowball, friends. It's a full-on avalanche.
They have all their operators on Q9 though, or at least 3 of them. 4 of them. 4 operators for Q9 is going to be huge.
Also operators at the ready for both sides. Who uses what? Patience starts to come through. No, off the backside of the play. He could hit
massive play there
with the equalizers whenever he sees the time to, and as Curly drops
Curly has not been. Uh-oh.
Trying to find some time.
They got a Pred. No came through this round. That was a difference, maybe. No playing completely different, you know.
Forward for X-Rock, but Q9 previous in a superior position, down to 20 seconds. Equalizer now called for No-No.
He can just put the game away right here. Stop this rotation from coming through. He's also building on potential streaks. Curly seen up top on the ladders. Shots not fully landing, but now an opportunity to come around from behind.
Oh, wow.
Able to rip things apart.
Massive.
Time going the way of X-Rock, who can now take all of their respawners up and focus towards the new hard point.
Wow.
You do have one player that needs to go big. It's going to be Chen.
Wow.
Player number 3 in blue is going to be watching all these players trying to meet out from the temple side, and is big
Hin
enough to find
Hin is playing pretty ridiculous.
Useless buildings for X-Rock, trying to make sure that Q9 feel pinch as the pinch is starting to come through.
You still got to find 160 points before X-Rock finds 26. Not good news, but it all starts.
If anybody can do it, it's this Q9 team.
And it very well may be right here. 4th hard point set up nicely. War Machine out. Split focus trying to come through for X-Rock.
Oh,
they hit, and the War Machine doesn't quite get all the way to
that
the
was a
cage.
crazy gunfight win.
Now the Purifier trying to take its place. That's
No-No's going to have to continue to come through.
The last couple of members with no operators to fight for if you're
behind you,
and they will get pushed back over towards the bottom right side map, which is not where you want to be. X-Rock a chance to put the game away here.
Oh, Q9 thinking that they could have had an opportunity to try to work their way through the chicken.
Oh, that gravity vortex may have sealed it.
Ma also gets a read that there's a split spawn situation. Can no longer win here, can X-Rock, but again, it just feels like it's way too far out of reach for Q9. 2 operators,
10 away, 9 away.
Last couple of seconds
in P1 has been bad so far for X-Rock.
Beat Giga Chad right here. And he almost whips on the first.
Q9 seems to win these closer gunfights.
Operators on operators for X-Rock. What is
X-Rock took the search and destroy, and that's it. They've only won 1. It's 2-1 to by Q9.
Already playing for the future, or X-Rock should P1 not go their way.
Well, War Machine out only does really do mitigating damage. Doesn't really find too much in terms of kind of pulling things back. This is doable.
It is.
Improbable.
Definitely
Vegas
doable.
Aren't good, I'll tell you that much. As Chuan will find 2, shutting down Curly on the equalizers. Here's the play forward for X-Rock, trying to win the game. Some respect being shown here, though, as X-Rock are trying to really wait for a full setup. Smoke will encompass the entirety of the middle of the map. Nades through it, not largely landing onto Q9. But there's the eliminations you need. 3 for 2 exchange. X-Rock will hop on in, and with that, we will go to map number 5, pending any further antics from Q9. One last contest, enough to get us to a new hard point, but No has shut the door on any potential comeback, and X-Rock will see us go to Kurahana as soon as they open up the hard point.
I was like, is this going to be another galleries where they come back all the way?
It's crazy that the one mistake that happened for Q9, who did
now it's tied 2-2.
Perfect as you could possibly imagine. Favorites out
2-2, old man Matt.
30 points on P1.
Like, X-Rock did not look good until you showed up, if I'm being honest with you. They looked bad, in my opinion.
50 points or so that
they looked actually, that was the first map I was like, this is a really good team.
In between this game being competitive and where it currently was residing at.
Game 5.
Again, much like how in the Hacienda, that Q9 did win. They are constantly trying to fight for rotations, but getting a little bit ahead of themselves were and benefiting from it were X-Rock continuously, specifically for Sunyo. I mean, talk about a selfless route man that was constantly getting paid.
Almost time to pick up that Finnick, right?
Always first on rotation. More often than not, is always the player in those.
Yeah, best of 5 in the semis and best of 7 for the finals.
Q9 were just so gung-ho
Yeah, these first 2 games is best of 5, and then the last game is best of 7.
To be peppered up before they could actually sniff the zone.
Yeah, there's one moment in particular, and call this your shift breakdown through the replays. It happens right as P2 opens. You see it happen off Q9 spawns. X-Rock is starting to find success on exiting from the first hill. Q9 are reading that it's going to be a play over towards the bottom side of Temple, and they get
That's wild.
forward, trying to contest and finesse, and I love that. I love that. Q9
No, look what happens when No plays good. They dominate it. 198 impact points for No. That is crazy.
There's this moment where they kind of cross paths, and then as they start to move forward, no one's back anchoring.
I think so.
X-Rock just
I think you're right, old man Matt.
play. It's really tough scenes because I love what Q9 was attempting to do.
They have not looked good until that map.
Uncertainty, and that led to X-Rock getting the flip, and of course getting the second hard point, running this game really downhill from there.
Welcome to the stream, Dinjo.
We do get the map 5 that we thought we would.
Make sure you're getting your watch rewards. Today's watch rewards are pretty good. Character in a Finnick.
We kind of had framed up earlier.
A new character, brand new character in a Finnick.
Again, it's been a lot of Tunisia between these teams. It's been a lot of coastal between these two teams. It's surprising to not see either Tunisia or firing range in this map pool, but it does put us onto a bit of newness, so to speak, between how these squads have played against each other on this current Search and Destroy map pool.
Q9 have played Kurahana Metropolis twice this entire weekend so far. They have a 7-1 win over Tribe. They have a 7-3 win over Elevate, which does speak volumes. And now Elevate are mostly known for their respawns and maybe not so much for the Search and Destroy, but you can tell by the candidate, this is exactly the conversation we need to have, is that Q9 Search and Destroy has been very good on this entire weekend, but X-Rocks has been that much more elevated comparatively to their countrymen's counterparts.
Rewards for day 3, if you're watching on the horizontal.
We talk about any Search and Destroy they played leading into this series.
Character, a Finnick, and some punchers. Looks like you're set up for champs, right?
Metropolis. And during that entire series, it was exactly what we got out of X-Rock that we saw on Takeoff. Just patent aggression, just waiting for their timing to strike. Yep. They're not afraid to give up a minute worth of game clock so long as it means that you will get antsy and throw an Ego Chow out. Q9's not going to be that team, though. Kurahana Metropolis is a very good map to be able to nerd out for you and me, Shift, when we finally get in there to see all the utility, the trophy system.
This is going to be an exciting map.
As well.
This is go hit the bio break, and I'll be right back.
I think the other side of things and why I'm really curious to see what we're going to get for this map in terms of identity is that both of our two teams showed us moments of full-on raw aggression on Takeoff, executing from the offensive side. So will we see that here on Kurahana, a map that does feel very similar in terms of the difficulties of breaking into these bomb sites? So that'll be, I think, the other curiosity point is, are we going to see these default voluntary sniper v sniper battles picking through mid, picking through the streets, or are we going to see a lot of the action taking place in the interiors of mid, whether that be at the A or the B cut? So it's going to be one of those moments we're going to kind of figure things out, because it is difficult to look at the results, even go back and watch the film when it's a 7-1 tally here, a 7-2 tally there. You're only getting film on one side of the map from these two teams.
Sorry, I'm distracted. There's a Triceratops walking past our stage.
That's DreamHack, baby.
Yes, sir. But I think if anybody is wondering about like the nerdy stuff as well, because we keep talking about how these two teams have faced against each other multiple times, as far as this head-to-head matchup is concerned, X-Rock do hold a mighty shadow over Q9's head. They face each other here 3 times. It has all gone X-Rock's way.
Yeah, I mean, the Search and Destroy in general has often always led towards X-Rock favor. I think it was like 13-5 in overall map count between these two squads over the course of the entirety of the year, dating back to Season 8 of the Chinese Masters region. So, yeah, it definitely has been one of those things that the story really builds in an interesting way, because if you were to just go off of the 2023 results into this year for Chinese Call of Duty Mobile, you're looking at Wolves, you're looking at Q9. Large part of this squad for X-Rock didn't make it to qualify to champs last year. They had a really good run at CDSI in 2023, but it wasn't enough for them to earn enough points to earn their place at champs.
Wow.
So it was one of those things of, what does this team have to offer with another global series set in front of them? And they have provided every step of the way here in 2024. But can they continue to do what they've barely been able to do throughout the year? And that's take an edge over their Chinese counterparts in Q9, who are looking for that sweet revenge and a chance to get to the grand finals for the first time. Here we go.
Losing, go home, win, grand finals bound. Up through mid immediately. Look at Q9 getting a little aggressive, trying to get back behind B cuts.
Oh, watched by Nono, but not able to deal with the shotgun pressure from Jet. They also have a read on Rushi, who is in trouble and gets flat out overwhelmed. Last defensive player
Q9
nearby
dominating this.
Mon. He has to respect that Q9's offensive hit has found success, and as he backs up, he makes it more manageable. What? He gets 2 by himself waiting for help, and now all of a sudden it's a 3v2 for X-Rock.
Look at the pinch, it's about to be coming through. Chuan is moving as swiftly as possible. Wuling's going to elect to play at least this close corner. Gets countered out.
Wow.
Chuan's flank comes all the way through. 3v1. Chuan will find 2 as well.
That
Ma,
was
the magic
impressive.
maker. Fantastic stuff coming through yet again out of Ma with a sniper rifle in hand.
Did not
It's
expect
we
that
never
one.
left takeoff.
Unbelievable. I mean, that is a perfect execute from Q9.
That was
You smoke
really
out
well
the first
executed.
cross, you stun deep, you find success, you isolate onto players rocking long-range weapons with your shotguns and your SMGs. Ma has to forfeit the site, but he doesn't forfeit anything. There's no retreat. He's like a Spartan. You stand tall, you deal with the pressure. And he saves the round for X-Rock, who now find themselves a little more aggressively situated over towards the A side of the map with a different crossfire setup at B.
Always got to be worried about the rewrap so long as Ma's alive. It may be a sniper rifle to some, but that is a close-range weapon in that boy's hands. Currently lurking around on their side of B are Q9, just waiting for any stun information that will connect onto at least one. Here comes the push.
That was a smoke that gets denied by Trophy. So now you're committing through this with no cover, and X-Rock are cleaning up. That is legitimately just smoke meets Trophy.
Wow.
Because you have to throw that from so far, you don't know if the smoke is going to land or not before you have to commit to the execute. And the final play through mid largely gets shut down. Q9 did a decent job of trying to trade this back, but it still rests with Sun. 1v3, pressure from the low ground
Goodness
is
gracious.
enough, and that's legitimate.
That was fast.
Trophy beats Smoke, X-Rock beats Q9 because of it.
It's a very obscure way of explaining
that
rock, paper, scissors.
definitely
but, you know, it's
trophy system
one
for
of
the
those things where
smoke
you
was,
typically do see a stun grenade go over first. You need
Yes.
that immediate information. If it's not going to be a nade, it needs to be a stun for that smoke execute come through. Trophy systems are quite powerful, yes. X-Rock win the opening 2. Patience paying off quite wonderfully. But they are getting a little bit more aggressive in the middle of the map. They were expecting Q9 to go back to what they were doing in the opening round. They are throwing late nades that will land. The trophy system just a bit outside.
I love this,
But everybody's
though.
still alive.
I love this from X-Rock. You just have Sunyo pruning flowers. Misses the first. Isolation coming back. Q9 respecting the fact that that deep smoke had to be countered. Nades over the top from both sides, and that will lead to a full reset. Trophy system still alive and well for the defense at B.
Where do you start to go here if you are Q9? How much utility do you honestly have left?
I
Here
don't
comes
know.
at least some over top. A nade actually got thrown over inside of A cuts defensively, so they're not going to get any information. But here comes the swarm around the B site. Trades will favor that at Q9. They're going to get the bomb planted.
Yep. Keep in mind, though, Ma's still alive. This time he will not try to hold his ground. He'll rejoin his teammates as Chuan tried to make a quick hit, comes on the contest. Not going to happen. Curly shuts it down. Just up to Ma. 1v4 now. That's down to 3. Curly, next one up. Shot towards Sun. Patience trying to come through for Ma, but overwhelmed. And I love the call for Q9. You have to respect the defensive smoke. You throw some stakes
I don't know.
back,
I don't know whose
re-clear
map
it,
pick this
and then you
was.
just flood 'em.
I thought
Love
maybe
the idea.
Apocalypse was theirs.
Even saw right there at the end, it is Ma alive. Do not give them any individual gunfights. Should be a double shot every time. Round number 4, Q9 changing things up ever so slightly. Very similar defensive setup. You do have 3 players around B site, some stun smokes coming through the middle of the map just to deny any sort of antics that Malcheat might try to find. But Sunyo's going to see a couple players try to cross through A Street, preserves his life.
Yeah, missed a chance right there, though. He has the Beaker's advantage, counting toes underneath the trucks. But Q9 are going to pull off a tactical retreat, knowing that X-Rock are likely going to commit forward on this. They don't, though. They still trust that Sunyo can hold his own on this long cross. He will not anymore be able to play through A Street. He has to hold this angle for pretty much the rest of the round. So there will be an advantage for Q9 numbers-wise if they decide to actually execute over towards B.
It's going to be a stack through the middle of the map for Q9. It's probably their best
Wow.
bet. Maybe get a little bit of a delay.
I'm watching the mini-map at the moment.
See what he can find over towards his B
Dang,
Street.
they're just holding
Isolation on
hands.
him. First blood has finally been found, and the raid boss has been dealt with.
Yeah, flash over the top once again. Rushi, Odin in hand, trying to hold the corner. It's actually going to be nicely counteracted as Rushi able to get a little bit of help from Nono. Trains are decent. Recontest coming through. X-Rock looking to go quickly. Shut down. Just down to Sunyo. 1v1. with Mauchi. Here's the challenge. Not going to happen. Shotgun beats
How,
Sniper.
bro?
And we've got ourselves a 2-2 tie.
How?
You can hear
I
a
picked
pin
X-Rock,
drop
yeah.
in the middle of Kurahana Metropolis.
I picked X-Rock.
When there's a minute already exhausted off of the clock. Just the swarm over towards the B site, isolating players. This is what Q9's been able to do this entire weekend, all year long, candidly speaking. Just overwhelming presence. It's going to be going back towards that A push. One player still lurking for at least towards the middle of the map, but it's the same exact rinse, wash, repeat. Sunio gets away with his life, but
How in the
leaves
world?
Chuan back behind. Does go 1-for-1.
Yeah, Curly's
Yeah,
gonna
he
be
needed
left
to trade at
forward
least.
to try to scale deeper
So
in
many
towards A.
smokes.
Smokes will dissipate. Here comes the next bit of action. Mom watching one cross. His teammate and Sunio watching the other. Tucked into a corner. Quick action comes through. Sunio able to
3v3.
connect. Ma still in the corner. Does he find a way to break this? Whoa, that is a slide if you've ever seen
Holy
one from
cow.
Sun. Oh
X-Rock
my,
just getting
Shine
dominated
Bright.
now.
Opportunity for Mauchi to hit the pinch late in Q9. Overwhelmed the defensive setup of X-Rock over
One more.
towards the opposite site.
Yeah, in the response this time around for X-Rock, any sort of alteration, Sunio was there again, but the difference was Chuan just playing a little bit further up. So you feel like going 1-for-1 would be fine, but Q9, they just do not relent. They just continue to push all the way through, and they overwhelm X-Rock again. 3 in a row now. Nades over the top. It's a forward approach from X-Rock. Look at all the defensive push that's coming through over by the A cut, but no one's here.
Yeah, this was Q9. All 5 frag grenades sent towards that back corner at B. They were looking for a nade first blood. It doesn't work, but at the same breath, you also know there's no trophy there. So you get the smoke down, and now you can execute through B. And only thing in your way is Chuan with a shotgun, which means nothing's in your way. There's the smoke separation. Here comes the plant, and it's going to be on X-Rock, who do have a utility advantage to try to hit this retake.
The bomb has been planted.
Timing for the exit. Chuan has an R9, so don't expect him to Ego Chow here. Not into the unknown. But we are still waiting for at least a flank to potentially come through from Nono, all the way through mid. There's a lot of focus on the flank, though, for Q9.
That's the last smoke for Q9. Chen just trying to use that as a way to separate. Chuan trying to move his way back in. Here's the contact. Curly stunned, shooting the ground. He can't find a way to get things going. X-Rock finding eliminations. Curly will drop. Now you got to just find the last player to move on through. That's going to be on the player number 5 in Sun. Cannot get back in time.
Wow.
It's an expensive hit from Q9. They use everything, but they get the plant. They just think X-Rock is going for the flank. Not fully the case as they recut back through mid.
Again, you had 3 players
I think it's the
watching the point that time
S23
for Q9
Ultra.
as we will switch sides, and you take so
Yeah,
much of the beat
I
of
think
those
they've been
sorts of
playing on the
flank. Once they finally come
S23
through,
the
they'll find
whole
the B
like
cuts
season, so they
defensively.
stayed with it for
You're just not
champs.
gonna have your numbers there in time for
I
the
think a lot
trades
of them wanted the
northeast systems.
S24, but
So tied up, 3 apiece, 3 in a row for Q9 on that offensive incursion is no easy feat.
Yep. Trophy systems denied towards B, but look at the Q9 aggressive defensive setup. High-low setup in the B cut. Mauchi just waiting for contact before he pops the Type 19. And then you got your scopes watching every single outer angle. So lots of investment for Q9 trying to really congest the middle of the map here.
It's got to be so annoying.
yeah,
Just
right.
getting antsy just thinking about how Q9 are just holding these angles. That's exactly what X-Rock want. Any late utility that they might be able to find over by the B-bomb site. No trophy systems guarding it. So a wood ring on true, but they're currently stacking up together to try to assault this B-bomb site all together. I'll tell you, Chen's about to be in for a rude awakening.
He's got an MG though. MG go burst sometimes.
They do.
Smoke out deep. That's going to take the angle away from Wu Ling. Nade behind that. Defense at mid, starting to rotate over to help on the angle. Chen finds the first before being shut down by Sunyo.
4-4.
Follow-up hit, not fully in yet. They do get a player deep though. Do X-Rock. They've scaled through the B site, and now they're trying to see if they can wrap this over through mid, but it's being shut down. Again, Q9's congested of mid-map will work out nicely, and the last hit remaining for X-Rock has to come through the up-top platform.
And bomb needs to get recollected. Maz hoping to be able to find a pick, loses their life within the process. Down to 2-1. 1v4, no bomb in hand, decides to push all the way through, gets timing at least a good look at the second, but just gives away the positioning for now. And it gives Q9 the utmost opportunity for the win condition to be set. Stacked together. Bad timing through the middle of the map. Don't give Chuan a chance here as he only has 10 seconds left.
Here comes the collapse. Both players out, little slide shell out.
Not
and
even
it's
close.
perfect from Q9. Yeah, that's that mid-map.
Yeah, I think it would have made more
Works
sense,
out
but they just haven't played on it
absolutely
yet.
Perfectly. X-Rock anticipated there was going to be
North
more on the
America
site.
was
Not the
terrible.
case. They almost get baited
They
into
played
the
so
B point.
LG.
That's
I mean,
enough
I'll
for
give
Q9
LG
just to completely
props. They
collapse
made
on
it to
it.
day
It's
2, but they were
really
bad.
well done.
Jeff,
Yeah,
they were
guys,
really bad.
Patience can only pay off so long as you win the upcoming gunfights, but when you're holding scopes and irons the way that Q9 worked through the middle of the map, it works out quite wonderfully for them. This time, there is some focus through the middle of the map. Very similar offensive setup coming through. actually 1-for-1 if I'm being candid with you, Alan. But the difference here for Q9 is on the defense. Look at the stack around the B-bomb side.
Trophy Systems this time deny the early X-Rock nades, looking for that first blood towards the backside at B. Sunyo, small advantages here at mid. Smoke will separate the B cut, so he can hold the angle a little bit more freely. Desperate nade for Q9 defensively towards mid steps, denied by an offensive trophy. So now we start to get the action towards the actual execute itself, and it's a 5-player stack towards B. Pressure on the way for Q9. As soon as they decide to flash and dash, there's the flash, here's the dash. First shots land as the stun connects, and X-Rock will get entry to B.
Luckily enough, it's going so cleanly, but Hulu's still playing in the corner with the Odin, at least even things up. Sunyo still committing towards the bomb plant. Now it's need to get in a better position for a post plant, especially with the scope in hand.
X-Rock defaulted to play their post plant on site. One player watching the flank. Rushi watching for the hit through the defensive spawn. Nades are being cooked. Can they isolate one of these corners? Flash out first. Nade doesn't quite get to where it needs to. Mauchi takes himself out of the picture.
Wow.
Oh no, he cooks it maybe a little bit too long, or it caught a corner. That was supposed to be a flash nade combo.
I predicted X-Rock.
It bounces back into the sender's face. That's enough for X-Rock.
I need X-Rock to win so I can get that character.
Slight little mishaps coming through for Q9, who realistically had every single bit of presence that they needed to deny that push, but just comes down to the execution and the unfortunate SD. So
yeah, CDSI V2.
Our X-Rock, I mean, they are just straight sprinting through a cut. It's going to be a 1v1 for Chuan. Delayed attempt coming through for the trade.
Man, I mean, what was that?
That is how you don't double chow 101.
Exactly.
Timing not great on that corner. And
that was dumb. Yeah, we need X-Rock to go.
With Mauchi's reload. Sickest skin I've ever seen in my life.
For real.
And Q9 hold a huge numbers advantage. 5v3, first contact, good. Sunyo gets one, gets away, makes this more manageable.
Trying to book it. Trying to get back up towards this A street to maybe work a little bit of an angle. Look at the flank coming through. Curly, Q9 so smart. They know they have a slight little bit of an advantage. Just going to play in this corner. And just
Curly knows he doesn't have to do anything here. This is full map control for Q9.
Oh, they're trapped.
Yeah. The only way that this works out for X-Rock is if they recognize the potential of someone watching this flank and they try to slide shell everything together.
Right.
But you just wouldn't anticipate them doing that from this position.
I don't want to cut out any possibility of X-Rock still.
Oh, wow.
This Sunyo is alive. Ma still has a sniper rifle as well. 3v3, 37 seconds remain. The bomb's collected, and the flank's not coming through. Rewrap neither. So Curly might have to get a little active.
Watch this.
Here. Yeah, here he comes.
Oh, nice
shotgun.
Coming out, Sun able to find the connection with Chen, and then the follow-up is perfect. So Q9 evaluate the threat. They get the map control. They know they've got X-Rock completely taken care of and enveloped over towards the
yeah, Gotto played really well.
5 for the count. X-Rock
I was enjoying how Gotto played.
Was looking so good until the disjointed double chow. Probably not going to be seeing that again. As it's pretty standardized, just split the map. No double trophy through the middle of the map, not this time around. Just hoping to be able to find some nades, maybe get a little bit of a pop flash, go for a swing. But X-Rock love playing all the back of their base. Maybe catching Q9 off guard.
X-Rock shouldn't have to win this one. Push it to another game.
They're completely comfortable playing these close corners.
This evaluation for Q9 is really, really smart. They know that the B side has been a little bit more loosely guarded, and so now you put a player deep. That's Chen, shotgun in hand at mid steps. He could also re-wrap a play if there is an execute on B. So they're looking to kind of play off of quick contact, but instead it's Sun over towards the A side of the map. Opening shots towards Rushi were good, but not good enough as the first blood is tallied, and Q9 are dealing with this play towards A, but
they should have just pushed.
This is expensive from X-Rock.
Holy cow, they should have just pushed.
Information didn't like what they saw from those hit markers, and now they're going to try to re-wrap through mid. Curly's playing a timing with the Type 19 through the middle of the map, fully aware of what's happening. But how would you ever expect what the defense still looks like over here at B?
Yeah, Chen's moved. He's got himself a shotgun watching for the drop down. Can X-Rock get a flash in sight? There are no trophies nearby to keep Chen safe, but he's also playing a very odd off angle. A beautiful look at how this hit is going to develop. What is still available for X-Rock? Here comes the walk down, not even bothering with the sprint. Up and over, one shot from Chen will land. No trade involved.
Terrible.
Looking for more.
Terrible.
Q9 have completely overwhelmed the shot. Ma by himself, almost, he gets the second. Good reset, tag down low. 1v2 situation, isolates, gets him down to half, but can't finish. Q9 are on match point.
Match point versus X-Rock. Is history
I
doing
like,
to repeat
how do
itself
you
here for
play?
Q9? Will
I
they
don't
take down
get it.
X-Rock
I don't get
again?
it.
In such
You
similar
committed
time
all the way around, and
where
then
they were
just
at
you
CDSI in
knew
that
they were going to be
best of
waiting for you for that long.
one round away from doing so. X-Rock have had no response on the offense so far, so they're just going to go straight towards the same lane and probably hit it relatively fast.
Yeah, I think the thing about this is you know for a fact what this sniper angle looks like. Deep trophy system in play. Smoke over towards the backside of the site. Nades, secondary smoke, also placed towards back truck. X-Rock looking like they want to commit. Another trophy on towards the site. This would be good to at least allow a plant to come through. Can Q9 contest? Do they want to? Secondary nades are good. Stops the plant.
That is
Sun
so bad.
Still holding the angle. Doesn't get the first look. It's chaos around the front, but X-Rock are winning on the trades. Just down to one. Sun for the win. He's got the 1v1. Can he find a way to isolate this? He knows that Sunyo's playing away. They also know the bomb is down on the site. And Sunyo's going to reset.
Sun's just going to elect to play the angle. Oh, this
Sun
time it's about
wins.
to be immense. They're about to meet each other on the corner.
Sun for the win. Yes!
Told ya.
He finds the angle. Q9 takes down the #1 seed. And their rival,
Well, there goes my
China,
chance for the
books
skin.
First ticket in the grand finals.
X-Rock,
CDSI
they looked bad
Athens at
all
DreamHack
day, man. They
2024
really did.
Q9.
They looked
Go the
terrible
distance. Everybody ourselves
early
included,
on.
unwilling to throw
And they
us
tried
under
to
the
come
bus.
back, and they
Q9
just
written off.
didn't.
Should
They
this
couldn't
go
do
to
it.
5? Not the case at all. So prepared for Kurohana Metropolis. So prepared just to play the patient game and just wait for all of the mistakes that X-Rock were throwing their way
Yeah,
continuously through
that's a new
all
map from
of
not too long
11
ago.
rounds worth of play. Q9 on that defense were electric.
Wow. And you can even see the deliberation, the debate happening of what went wrong for X-Rock on those last couple of rounds. Regardless
They did
of
not
it,
eat their
this is
Wheaties,
a
Matt.
team that was very patient,
I know, Jeff.
having a great end of the year 2023.
No
but
character for
missing out
me.
on qualification for the
Now we're
champs.
just gonna
They
now
come
we're just
back
gonna
into
cheer
this
for the
year with
last
an
West
absolute
team that's in
fury.
it. That would be
Dominating their
Gallows.
opponents, taking the
Galleries.
edge over their rivals throughout the
But they
regular
play,
season, but when it matters most,
yeah,
both
GG's
at
for both
CDSI
teams.
And here at World Champs, they could not best Q9.
I
and they
don't
will finish
get it.
at a top
Like
4 standing.
Wolves, not
What else
Wolves.
can you possibly say? I mean, they have every
X-Rock
tool
just-
at their disposal, from
They
the
seemed a
sniping, from
little
the
bit
oppression
too
that's coming from
sloppy
Curly
on
respawns,
their
looking more
rotations
machine with
on
respawns, but then, you just cannot
control.
give enough praise. Chen with
The
that
control map
shotgun
was probably the
displacing
biggest if they
multiple
would have won that
different
A
members of X-Rock
site on
continuously,
control.
and then also the sniping and the overall grit that was
That
coming
A side
from
on
Alchemy
control
Sun,
rate in
just
that first
absolute
round,
spectacle to have for themselves.
I think this is a
great
completely
final
different outcome,
said it yourself,
obviously.
Jess.
But it
Bare minimum,
they played so
making
bad.
your way through to the next stage of the competition was a $90,000
Yeah,
performance.
you should see the.
And that is exact. Honestly, I feel like that's what we got out of
You
both
should
of
see
these
the.
teams. They were
Go watch the
fighting tooth
control
and nail
match for
to
this
try and
map.
make their way
The
through
very first one,
to the
X-Rock
finals.
had a
This is
almost
the
like
closest
at the
back-and-forth
very
we've
end,
seen
and they
up
started
here on the
rotating
main
left one
stage
person
the
there.
entire
You know what
weekend.
happens.
This was such a well-fought battle on behalf of these
Q9
teams.
killed
It's
that
unfortunate
person,
that
got
one
the last
does
bar
have to
all the way
go
down,
home.
and they
But
never recovered from that.
holy,
That first
that
round
was
of control, they
a
never
great way to kick
recovered.
off the weekend.
It's just one of those things that this
The day.
very well could have been a grand finals. I mean, it has been
First
many
round of
times
control.
before, so it's one of
Yeah.
those situations that it's going to
They
feel
fumbled
really
it really
painful
bad.
to see X-Rock finish
Yeah.
with the top 4 next to them when they very well may be the second best team here. And we're just never gonna
Honestly,
know.
you know
It's just
who?
the
No
nature of a
did
world
not show up
championship
for the
coming down
first
to
3
do or die
games.
pretty much the
No
entire
is
way through.
non-existent the first
So
3 games.
It takes a lot of guts, I think, for Q9 to step up at a map 5 after being blown out of the 4th map. Have the resiliency, have the trust, and see Sun win the game. In a
Yeah,
1v2
that's
going to
that first one.
11-6.
That's what killed them.
Huge carry
That
potential right there.
first round where they
just
almost had
opportunity
A.
away from this
the
actually
A,
ending in 4, and it's not
side
even funny.
captured.
4 seconds was the differential on that
Correct.
map number 1, and this very much so could have ended by the 4th map, given how the other ones ended up working.
All right, well, we have to do some celebratory interviews over here as we do have one of our 2 grand finalists ready to go. So I believe we have Beef Mommy standing by.
Thank you so much, Glitter. My goodness, what a phenomenal win. Again, we have the Emperor Uli right here on the stage. I guess when it comes to the gameplay, I know it's not just you, it's a whole team effort. But can you give one teammate that gave the biggest impact here on your entire series up against X-Rock?
赢得了这场比赛，刚刚这一场比赛里面，除了你以外，你觉得你的队友 哪一位表现的比较
Yeah,
出色。
I think Nono did say no to performance today because like the first 3 games he was not even in the top 3. I don't think except for the 3rd one.
然后我觉得现在这个时刻我非常的激动，因为这是我第一次打进世界赛
And
的
to
总决
think,
赛。
I almost picked Q9, but I think that X-Rock, honestly, Elevate, if their search and destroy is any good, they would be. I would think Elevate might be somebody to contend with, but their search and destroy is so bad, and I think that Q9 search and destroy is so good that that'll be the difference if Elevate gets past galleries.
Because
In my
we've
opinion.
never made it this far. I cannot express myself enough, but we're really excited about this event.
Hey, Danger Dan, I'm gonna do some more push-ups. All right.
A well-deserved placing for Q9. Last year, they had a very difficult run. It was just
All right,
a
the
4th
Finnick, if you've been
placement
watching in game, the
2023.
Finnick is available
How does it
to
feel like to be in the
collect.
grand finals,
I don't have
and
any codes to
who
give
do
out,
they
unfortunately.
wanna
I didn't get.
see
I
in
was
the
not
grand
that special. I
finals?
just,
Dolores
you
and,
know,
of course,
I was just
Elevate.
so happy to be selected to do the to do the co-stream.
如果是我的话，我会想打这个。
I don't
They
think we
want
need
Elevate.
translation for that, my dude, but let's give it to him. Let's go. He chose Elevate to be in the grand finals alongside him. You can time to cross it off. X-Rock. Oh, he doesn't want. You can do whatever you want. Do whatever you want, my dude.
He's gonna
Hearts
do
across
another
the
heart.
board. Of course, for these Eastern teams. Brotherhood right there.
Yep, my character's
We love
gone
to see
now
it.
as
Thank
well.
you so
It's
much.
whoever picked
Good luck on your
Elevate probably
matchup
is
later
going
on, but of
Elevate or
course, I
Q9.
gotta
Whoever picked
say,
Elevate or
we
Q9
still got
is gonna get
Galore
themselves a
and
character.
Elevate for our next set of matches. You
They
wouldn't
won't
wanna
even
miss
bring
this.
back Battery Sting for me, but they bring back this Mythic Finnick. You know?
嗨，大家好，我们是来自中国的琴酒俱乐部，然后这一次我们来参加亚特兰大
These guys played really well. Props to them. Props to Q9. They really took on the number 1 team from China and put it down. Right? They really played well. I give them major props. GG's to Q9. Actually, they made X-Rock look.
Monster Energy.
They made X-Rock look normal, where they had not looked normal all day.
Air Force.
Hades, I appreciate that, brother. If I could ever get to 100K subs, what do I need to do? What do you, in y'all's opinion? I know they got the OG homies here. What do I need to do to get this thing to 100K subs? I need like 75K more subs. Thank you. I appreciate it, Hades. I really want, for one reason and one reason only, I think I've put in enough work to be able to get that plaque, and I really would like the plaque. So, what do I need to do to get there? I have not been dropping enough videos here lately. Would that do a major difference? If it would, I'll hire a video editor and we'll get this rolling. I'll go find me a video editor and hire one just so I just don't have enough time with my regular work to do videos and stream, so I've been doing both. It hasn't helped his growth as much as I absolutely wanted to, but we're so close to, you know, pushing. I've been stuck, it feels like 23,000 for about a year. I need to do something to kind of break up the monotony. I appreciate it, Hades. I do. I do all the giveaways. I think to do more giveaways than anybody else, obviously. I've done the grinding. I just haven't done videos in the last 8 months or so, and that's on me. If that's what it needs to be, then I'll definitely get me an editor, and we'll push and see if we can make a big push to get to 100K. Maybe I would start promoting that. Get Raider to 100K. Yeah, I gotta find a way to get to make that happen. I'm probably going to. I know there's an app that you can use that requires people to go to certain places. All right, Hades. Well, I appreciate all you homies. Y'all are way too kind to me. I know that 100K may be like it's like somebody saying like, Bobby, you want to get to 1 million subs? I just want 100K. Like, if there was 10% of people that watch Bobby, which I would think that they would want to watch this too. I'll start figuring out some of these. I'm just gonna have to hire an editor because there's just no way to do it otherwise. Making bread with the kid. Are you making like real bread? Like real bread? And if it is real bread, I would love a recipe for a sourdough if you know how to make one, because that is next on my list here at the house, is to make sourdough bread. All right, next map. Are we voting for galleries? Are we voting for galleries or Elevate? I mean, obviously, I think Elevate is the favored by a lot, but are we cheering for galleries? Yay. All right, let me get my push-ups in. Every break, I got to do 10 push-ups minimum. Hey, Ash17. Welcome to the stream, bro. Q9 wins. I had picked X-Rock. I know. No luck for me. Looks like it's going to be Q9, hopefully versus galleries, but more than likely Elevate. All right, 10 push-ups. Be right back. There. Yeah, I think Elevate takes it. You think stuff like that? You got it, 80s. I really will. My goal for 2025, obviously I don't think it'll happen this year. My goal for 2025, 100K, and we'll see what it does. Oh man, Matt, you have that recipe? Shoot it to me, brother. Yeah, I'm hoping for galleries. I'm hoping for Lucasen, right? And Millhawk is amazing good. So I need to start playing with the metas. Start playing with the metas. Thank you so much, Mr. Matt. Pickled pepper loaves. That sounds good. That sounds really good. I like some pickled jalapenos. Ah, okay. That makes sense, Danger Dan. Ashley's made bread the last couple of weeks. She's made a lemon blueberry loaf. She made a cinnamon loaf. And I told her, like, babe, we got to get in the sourdough. Okay, Hades. I'm going to take some notes here.
Here, only one more semifinals matchup away from determining the top two squads in the world, the two teams that will be battling it out for that trophy.
You got it, brother. I appreciate the feedback there. Anytime I get feedback directly from you all, it means a lot. It means, I mean, you're the intended audience. For sure.
My name is Glitter Explosion, and we've got new boys up here on the desk. We've got Ton and Infinity to get us into semifinals match number 2. Now, before we do that, though, let's talk about what we just saw. That was one of the most insane matchups back and forth. And I do need to give Brody some credit here. He was the only person, when I said I was going to go back and check with the boys.
Hey, what's up, Avery?
Brody did say Q9.
Good morning.
The reason I said that, of course, because that was a rematch of
Did Dad have pancakes waiting for you when you got up, Avery? Pancakes and bacon?
And look, I know that X-Rock have been playing well phenomenally all weekend long, but I just had a feeling.
We can't give them too much credit all of the time, though.
My mom used to always say, get on Saturdays, not Sundays, but on Saturdays, wakey, eggs and bakey.
All had a go at map number 5. I added X-Rock as well, but yeah,
all right, Hades. Much love, brother. Have a fantastic day.
And that means
we'll see you soon.
We've got one team in the finals. Still one
Much love,
team
brother.
to be
Appreciate all the
determined,
feedback,
which
Hades.
We're about to get into now. In order to do that, though, we need to get our teams on the stage.
Start streaming on the main channel? Yeah. No pancakes and bacon.
Now looking for further ascension. The Red Rebellion will take on
Are they getting a record? That's kind of cool. They made them a record. It's kind of a rock and roll theme, so they got a record. Ooh, corned beef and hash. Ain't nothing wrong with some corned beef and hash. Sounds very sounds very Scottish. Sounds very Scottish to me. Maybe he needs a proper English breakfast with some bangers and mash.
Some more hype for our squads. They're getting themselves now onto the stage set up and ready
Wait a
to go
minute.
for semifinals match number 2.
These guys, Jacket, like, I'm gonna have to give props to the first crew. I hold shift, and I can't remember the other guy's name. Somebody casts. I can't remember his name. Prospect Cast starts with a P, I believe. These guys' jackets, their jacket game is not as strong as the first team.
We've kind of had this conversation point about Gallerus the entire weekend, haven't we? An underrated team by many, and now that's definitely no longer the case, because over the last couple of days we've seen them make market improvements. Even coming into this weekend, they're like a totally different search and destroy squad, albeit again there's a small asterisk to that with the battlegrounds that they played on for the most part of day number 1. But still, it was very clear improvements from Latin America Snapdragon Pro Series Season 5. But then, of course, we get into yesterday, and it looks like they've also come
What a day! We still have 2 more games. I'm gonna. My goal is to stream the entirety of it all. But I have to travel for work this next week, so I'm not gonna be able to stream until I get back. But when I get back, we're definitely gonna get after it.
Where they start to exceed a lot of people's expectations, but I think a lot of us have to remember what Gallerus did in Mobile Masters. It's arguable that they fumbled that final just a little bit.
I agree.
You did. A reminder again, in groups, they actually did end up beating their eventual finalists in Q9. Then when it came to that final, they got absolutely stomped. So Gallerus, while they did chuckle that grand final, they are capable of taking down gods.
And honestly, we've seen all weekend long so far, anytime Gallerus has kind of had their feet held
Look
to
at
the fire,
this.
they've thrived under that pressure. So they
Look at this.
things here. One of those people that has been doing massive things already. We've seen him in our top 5 time and time again for individual stats. It's Lucas.
Yeah, Lucas has turned up for sure over the last couple of days, right? He's just doing the regular things. We've got to give a shout out to Sporting Cards, though. Everyone has kind of got up to his level. But yesterday, I think
Less than an hour left till you get the Misty skin if you're watching in game.
that we saw back at Mobile Masters. This is why he is considered one of the best players in the world. A conversation where they go back to
I do like these Galleries jerseys. These are some nice jerseys. I like the simplicity, but also the colors.
Again, at the same point, we kind of just touched on that. The rest of the team have really been pulling their weight during this event. It has been mostly about Lucas when he needed to be, but when he hasn't necessarily been performing, the rest of the team have been filling it.
I think a lot of people sleep on Milhawk. He's actually really, really good.
Really came out. They had a massive clutch, and it may or may not have resulted in the breaking of a desk here, Brody. Have you ever seen that before?
Breaking of the desk.
not been at many world championships, but still, one desk broken, that's arguably the most damage he's done all weekend long. He's been doing a lot of damage, so yeah.
He pulled a Ferg. Broke a desk.
I didn't see where he actually broke it. He like slammed it, I think. Oh, did it? Yeah, I don't know. We should have maybe got stronger at that. Rather than that,
Yeah, because it didn't look like he hit it that hard. If I would have hit that desk, I'm just saying, if I'd have hit the desk that hard, and he hit it that hard and it broke, if I'd have hit that desk that hard, might have flipped it in like 3 or 4 pieces.
Undefeated Ton now facing off against Gallerus.
Just because the extra weight, you know, I'm a little bit heavier.
took the win. And that was a huge tournament for them to find, especially in the route that they had to do it. Had to drop down the losers, fight their way back, but they got the job done. And CDSI means a lot in the grand scheme of things coming into this tournament. It is the quote-unquote best regions in the game going up against each other, and they conquered that tournament.
CDSI, they need something for North America or LATAM. There's just not a... There's just not enough... I don't know. I would like to understand how CDSI is successful, but we couldn't do the same thing here in North America or LATAM, you know? I mean, Champs is here. The sponsors are here. DHL is an international shipping sponsor, but yeah, I mean, you get where I'm coming from.
So far, they haven't seemed to, but now we're getting into the tougher parts of the competition.
Definitely going to be tough here.
There are just so many impressive performances out of these players.
Definitely going to be tough here for anybody. My audio is wonky. Testing, testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Test, test, test. Oh, is it the game audio is just louder than me? Yeah. Let me turn them down. Is that better?
All right, well.
Testing, testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Test, test, test.
Everyone at home, I hope you're prepared for this one because
How does that sound, sir?
Arguably even more evenly matched than the first one already was. It's going to be a banger yet again. I know you want to start talking about these maps here, Brody, because you guys
Sounds good, okay.
kind of alluded to it a little bit already. Here are
I don't know what's going on your on that end, Daniel. Oh, search and destroy, yeah. Elevate is not known for their search game. It's good, Jeff. Okay.
The question then becomes, does the map sets we get into this best of 5 actually favor that narrative? Are they going to be able to take the search and destroys away? Because Tom, we've been talking a lot about take off search and destroy being the background. Yeah, take off search and destroy.
They're going to have to. The way that Galleries is going to win is by forcing it to a gain 5 and winning the search and destroys. They're going to have to either win a control or a hard point in both search and destroys. I think that's their way to victory. Control's probably their best bet. Probably 2, 3, and 5. If Galleries wins, they're going to win games 2, 3, and 5, in my opinion. Wow, hardpoint Apocalypse to start with. Elevate's probably just going to dominate that. Tunisia search and destroy, and then Arsenal control. Yeah, they're going to have to win 2, 3, and 5.
I think that you kind of have to question, right? What is the thought process for Galleries here?
So, I mean, we were having a back and forth about this. There has to be a reason. Look, they know themselves better than we do, absolutely. And they must have a reason as to why they want to see them on Tunisia and they want to see them on Hacienda. It may well just be comfortability from this actual tournament. Well, we just want a Hacienda 250 to 240.
We'll see how it goes. I'll turn up the volume once we get rolling with the teams, okay?
Yeah, the problem for me, though, is you've allowed the Tunisia through, and that is by far and away...
Yeah, just go ahead and forfeit Apocalypse. I agree, Matt. What's up, Jack? Welcome to the stream. Almost there to the $1 million championship. The winning team gets 400 grand. That's almost $100,000 a player. That's pretty legit for playing some video games, if you ask me, right?
Well, we talked about this throughout the year as well, the whole competitive year.
The game audio? Let me turn up the game audio, see what y'all hear.
Before you even get into that first map,
how does the game audio sound now? I'll be quiet.
Are you paying attention to your opponent's strengths and weaknesses, like you guys were saying, and fumble those choices and kind of already set the pace before you've even begun. So I like the points that you guys are making. It'll
sounds
be
good.
Interesting to see.
Yeah, Daniel. Everybody else says it sounds good.
Run, but I want to know what your thoughts are on that. As far as these predictions go,
that's fine now. Okay, good.
Heading their way into grand
Maybe we hit a bug there or something for a second, Daniel. I'll turn that back down.
I've been a little bold here. I have gone for 3-2 Galleries. Now, it's just a case of them getting to that map 5, and I know Brody's going to disagree.
I'm telling you, if they can get to map 5, I think they have it.
He will agree with me in the sense that if it goes map 5, Galleries can win.
Yeah, and I think kind of the theory craft behind that, right, is that Galleries will be looking to take the high.
Hey, it sounds like I'm an expert. They're agreeing with me. They should just put me on stage. I'll go get a jacket on. Maybe that's what I should do. I'll go put on one of my suit jackets, and we'll be ready to go.
Will be able to take the search and destroy, despite the fact that it's on Tunisia, but those respawns, you are not doing it against Elevate.
All right, definitely.
All right, I think that the 3-1 Elevate's probably the right pick.
For X-Rock in the last match, except Brody, who went with Q9, and Q9's who we have now in the grand final. So don't feel like you're the outsider here, Town, okay?
It's all right. I'm confident in my conviction.
This could be your moment. But ladies and gentlemen, it's now our team's moment as semifinals match number 2 is ready to get underway. Let us know your thoughts in chat. Who you think is going to be the second team in our grand finals? Because it's time to find out who that is.
Well, here we go. Q9 await the victor of this second semi-final. And Apocalypse to kick things off here. Elevate, one of their favorite maps. For me, heading into this one, Gallerus have to just make sure they come into it nice and steady. We've seen what Elevate can do on Apocalypse against a very, very good team, and what we've seen them do yesterday. 135 points on the board before their opponents even got a sniff.
Yeah, it was a horrible time for Wolves, that much was for sure. Elevate, this is no surprise to anybody at home, their pick in towards this best of 5. So if Gallerus can come out swinging here, if this is the hard point maybe that you can steal away, there's a lot of Fury crafting here, that would be a phenomenal start to this semi-final. It is going to be Gallerus though, kicking things off first here, and of course Tun, most importantly, they are on the better side of the map for the rotation towards New when it inevitably gets there.
Yeah, and it really can help when it does come down to this map specifically. We know how strong that P2 can be.
All right, suit jacket on, let's roll.
Lead on this map is nothing that you want to try and turn down when you do get that opportunity. So let's see if Gallerus can keep a hold of those spawns. And I think for them it has to be their concentration. You can't just pour all your eggs in that basket. You still have to fight for P1 time, which is what Elevate are doing. They already have 20 on the board.
Yeah, now the start of the challenge for New though.
Spawn out.
Already pushing through. Yeah, spawn out coming through from Hen. So if you want to have Gallerus, you need to hold on. Fokke, a lot to do around this back line. And if you're Fokke, I think you just kind of wait for a bit of reinforcements
Elevate
here.
crushing
You'll
this.
be challenged by Elevate. If you can win these gunfights as well, that would be everything. Surely not Susano too. No, that's a little bit too much to ask for. And with that, Elevate should have the spawns.
So they've
Wow, 33-9 on the first.
This map. Woo! P2 rotation, fully belonging to the side of Elevate, 33 points on the board, but then that is going to grow substantially.
I don't know if they get a single. I don't know if they pass 50. Elevate will crush this.
Big gunfights coming in. They can just about win them. So Gallerus have an opportunity here. Spawns
You
coming
know.
in towards the back. Elevate will be out for a few seconds, 40 seconds to go.
Spawns in. Gallerus now have to hit this at the same time here, but you don't want to funnel all into the line of sight.
The growl, that's the first growl I've seen.
Kill through the smoke, on the hunt for more. Kills starting to come through from Elevate now. Can Fokke do anything with the R9? No. Will get shut down, but those spawns still good for Gallerus.
Still very close here, though. If you're the side of Elevate, they managed to get through the tomb side very, very quickly. But it will be a break for Gallerus. They need to just pick up these kills on the secondary push. But this is all going to be for around 20 seconds. They've taken their time, did the right thing.
Goodness, they didn't even get anything on it.
Haven't quite got rid of Elevate yet.
Yeah, Elevate still fighting this one from the front. They have now done enough to exactly push them out, but Elevate will hit this over and over again. Susano taking Pabzera down is now going to leave just one left inside the hard point, and that's Fokke, and they go as well. So Elevate happy with the control of this game.
15.
Gallerus,
This is going to be like the tribe match.
Elevate will actually have the first look at the new hard point here. Gallerus now hoping that this flanking play from a couple of players is going to work out, because you're losing numbers around the front of the point. Those players on the flank were red as well. Elevate have just made the perfect rotation from P2.
Obviously crushing it.
A really good reason as to why Elevate are considered one of the best teams in the game when it comes down to Apocalypse and just hardpoint in general. So fluid in their movement and so efficient when they need to be. But it's a nice break coming in from Gallerus, but we need to get themselves inside of the point here. 35 seconds remaining on P3. You can pick up some decent time here.
It's like you're going the wrong way, bros.
Not necessarily the biggest banker, but Elevate are going to go in there and prove otherwise. There's 4 or 5
Lucas
kills
hasn't had a
falling
kill in a
their way.
minute.
It's a complete team wipe. They
But he's
get
got his
themselves back
pred.
in. It feels like Gallerus are sometimes finding the kills and not quite getting in the hill.
Yeah, and this has been a problem for Gallerus in the past. I think, you know,
Yeah, I just don't understand why they're not. They've had all the kills, but not no time on the hill.
Maybe being effective, that slaying has been, and you can't do that
You know?
against a squad like Elevate that are so damn potent in hardpoint. They are considered the best hardpoint team in the world for a reason. And right now they're showing off against Gallerus, an 80-point differential. I am feeling exactly the way I felt watching them versus Wolves on this map yesterday.
The growl out from Caleb. Trying to survive, and he is doing so. Susano there alongside
So
him.
wild, right?
Everybody just doing their jobs right now. Elevate are looking absolutely flawless here on Championship
Not even
Sunday.
close. This game's not
120
even
and
close.
rising. Elevate not struggling whatsoever. Gallerus, we thought they may well come into this with another, I want to say, an impetus to try and find that map number 1. They absolutely will have to, but they come out just a little flat.
Yeah, it comes down to those vetoes. We'll talk about that after this map is done and dusted, but I think Apocalypse was just such an uphill battle to kick off this series. It was always going to be. And Elevate, they know it. They're in commanding control of this game. Gallerus haven't even had a sniff at really anything. This entirety of the game
This is not even close, brothers. This is not even close. Elevate versus Q9.
PJ and Klo, 18 apiece, 19 now for PJ. Elevate are outslaying them at every single turn. And Gallerus, I mean, they just have absolutely nothing to say about it.
Oh, but I did say they're going to have to win 2, 3, and 5. So we'll see if that happens.
But if we put it into context, yes, okay, they may find themselves around 140 seconds behind by the time we do get over to the second rotation. But a full 60 puts you back into this game and then some. Gallerus need to find that slaying ability though. Starting to get a few operators a little bit later online, but they need to find some good time here at P1. They've got the spawns they want from
Elevate
P2.
just
They need to make
dominating
sure
this
they keep a
whole
hold
thing,
of them.
right?
Kendi trying to find something through the middle of the map. Yoppy trying to get in there as well. They'll be pushing the issue for the spawns if they possibly can. Still spawning.
This looks like me playing ranked with my teammates, you know.
Can't focus too much on the spawns. There's still 40 seconds left in this hard point. So
Lucas is still popping, regardless.
It's basically a death sentence as far as the rest of this game is concerned. Elevate
Goodness.
now managed to flip the spawns in their favor, and they're looking for the time as well. PJ
They're
doubling
so
up
good.
Purify. Gallerus are in danger here. I mean, there's no point saying the differential between these two teams' scoreline right now because it just continues to grow by the second.
Every single time you think
They're not
Gallerus
even
may
gonna
have
get to
found a break,
50.
you look up to the top of your screens and see still 23 points on the board.
You
They've
know?
only got a second over the last 3
The problem that
hills.
Galleries had earlier is that they did not get on the spawn.
Already P2 rotation belongs
I
to
mean,
them.
on the point
Every
when they
single
had
thing
it.
that could be going right for Elevate is
Gallerus not even able to look at the hard point right now. You got to hit this one as a team through the front. This needs to be a clean break right away. That's a great start. First kill on towards Yoppy is good. Maybe we can get the kills around
War
the back line as
Machine.
well. Numbers not in favor of Elevate here as Elevate players start to spawn out. Kendi with the War Machine. What can you get done? A couple of players. You need to get Fokke around the front though, and you do. That's going to allow the rest of your roster in now. But Gallerus has
215 to
those spawns.
25. That is a butt kicking.
3 or 4 hills, and now Kalo just
Look
trying
at
to
this.
put the pain down again, make it 3, looks for the 4th, can't find it. Elevate are now finding themselves 25 seconds away. They can win it at
Not
the
even
second
close.
iteration of P2.
This is insane for the start of a semi-final here. Elevate
Not
are
even
putting
close.
the pain down on Gallerus.
Yeah, this is gonna be tough to keep your mentality up
trying
after
to
this.
hold on here. Elevate, they're still looking at a contest because why not at this stage of the game? Pabzera will find more with that War Machine. Elevate can't finish things here regardless, but Yoppy and PJ, the stuff to getting it done for Elevate. They want to
How?
get this time.
Gallerus have to rotate, they have to
They're
find
just
something, but
better.
they have to find a miracle. It's not even a
They're
minor
just
one
better.
at this stage. They are so far behind. They're about to possibly get 40-point clubbed if they can't find a rotation over towards P3, which is about to pop in 8 seconds. Elevate.
This is such a tough
Just been
map
dominable throughout the
as well, you know
entirety
what I
of the
mean?
map, and this is the hallmark of a champion team. They have been insane from the word go.
And what do you say? Elevate just 11 seconds away from putting a stamp in map number 1 versus Gallerus. Your people find a couple of kills. There's the openers here. Gallerus,
So
what do you
bad.
got to say for yourselves here?
GG's.
Elevate just a few seconds away. Trades.
Man, that's
in favor
it. I
of
would.
Elevate.
This
Fokke,
is
can he do
like
anything?
gotta be
No,
the
shut
worst
down.
feeling.
Two-piece from Susano. There's Chloe as well.
Elevate is
looking to
so
close out
dominant.
this game right here, right now. An insatiable start of this best of 5.
Wow.
That is a
Wow.
beating. Truly a beating. They barely even spawned in. Elevate are here to play
But you already
on
knew
Sunday.
it. You already knew that that was going to
Find
go that
themselves
way.
in the lead in this series up against Gallerus. That was as one-sided as we've
That's as
literally
fast as it
seen
goes.
across the entirety of these 3 days.
That was so
That is,
bad.
yeah, I mean, that is possibly the most one-sided hardpoint in a professional game of Call of Duty Mobile at this level, mind you. Even
Yeah.
at any level, right? I think we've seen all year. I don't think we've seen anything like that. Even in like the open finals of Challenge season, of North America or Europe, something like that. That never happens.
No.
And that goes to show you just how good Elevate are, not just at hardpoint, but specifically at Apocalypse. They showboated
If they play like this, they'll beat Q9.
Today, I mean, it's even worse.
You know, like there wasn't even close. If they have this same type of strats, I think they could beat Q9 for sure.
Absolutely. I don't think they would have thought they would have got beat 250 to 40 though. And that could be a real confidence dent there, but that was always going to be the case heading into that first map. It was always going to be tough for Gallerus.
Honestly, this is good for the game to have a Garena team doing well.
That's a brutal
We just need
start
to-
to the series for Gallerus. Let's take a look at the scoreboard at the end of the game.
We
and you
need,
kind of mentioned it in the middle of the game, right?
that,
PJ, I said it before we got into the matchup. I think he's the best SMG player in the world right now.
I think I picked maybe the worst jacket to put on with all these designs on it,
Had so
but
many
it looks
2 pieces
funny
and
in
3 pieces
game.
that gave Elevate control over hard points, and he's going to finish hell
That
positive.
didn't look
I mean,
too
Gallerus
terrible,
just
okay.
had no chance. And
I was just like, you
we've
know
been
what?
talking a
We're
lot
gonna
about,
put
right,
on a
Gallerus,
jacket
not
and we're
just
gonna be
Lucas
like
turning
extra
up these
special.
games, but everybody turning up, everybody doing their part for Gallerus to get into
That
these
was
matches.
dominating.
And this is one of those situations where no, Lucasen is the only one slaying out, and everybody else is just struggling versus Elevate.
Yeah, Lucas.
Yeah, Pabzera the only other one really anywhere near
No, look at
3
that.
seconds.
10 seconds, 14
It's almost
seconds.
like you want to speak about the time in Hill, but I mean, Gallerus
3
really
seconds,
just weren't there very often, were they? Well,
Do you have to
it's not
play with the
necessarily the
shotgun?
start we would have expected
One
in
person
that
does
manner.
one
Okay,
person?
Elevate
No, I don't
winning
think
that
so.
one, yes.
I don't understand the thought process around it on some of these longer gunfights. Having to people running that R9. R9 is a nice weapon, but it just seems ineffective in a lot of places. Like, it looks good on Summit, not as good on Apocalypse. My 2 cents. And again, my 2 cents is worth about that.
And I still think I'm going to stick to my 3-1 prediction here for Elevate, of course. I still think Gallerus have a shot in the Search and Destroy, but this first 3 maps is a rough one for Gallerus. You start with the Apocalypse Hardpoint, where I think you kind of almost knew that was going to happen. Maybe not to that extent, but we knew that something like that was going to happen as we get into this best of 5.
Mohawk's going to have to show up.
You have made things more difficult for yourselves by allowing Tunisia Search and Destroy through, by not getting that out of the way and going for the firing range instead. I genuinely believe that if firing range Search and Destroy was a pick, I'd feel a lot more confident if I was Gallerus right now. Maybe they feel confident in the amount of VOD that they've got on Elevate, on Tunisia Search and Destroy, but still, that's difficult. And then, of course, for the third and final map in that triage,
see how it goes.
Arsenal Control, and we've seen Gallerus make mistakes on that over the last couple of days. So it's a daunting first 3 maps for Gallerus.
We can talk about the control when we get there a little bit more, because we had some points on that as well. But when it does come down to Search and Destroy, we haven't seen it a whole load from Gallerus on Tunisia.
Yeah.
Especially over this week, we've seen plenty of takeoff.
See how it goes. Almost that time.
They still haven't yet to lose a Search and Destroy at this tournament, and this will be their ace in the hole. This is absolutely.
Yeah, they have to win this. Any chance, they have to win this.
Not see a way into the series whatsoever for them. They absolutely must find the Search and Destroy.
Otherwise, I think they get 3-0'd.
Gallerus, you know, they walked away from yesterday's Arsenal Control versus Luminosity, and they were like, and again, we'll talk about that more in depth in just a moment here, but they were like, this is clearly where we went wrong. We're going to play in tomorrow's series, and we're going to go on with those kind of learnings. But again, I mean, Tunisia is such a question mark for me. It really is. You know, allowing it in is a really weird one. And let's be clear, there aren't really any good search.
I was going to say, what does it really matter? If they feel more confident on Tunisia, I don't know that it's a bad call. They're a better Search and Destroy team. I don't know that firing range is. I think you reduce a lot of the sniping, cross-map sniping that you may get from Elevate on a firing range versus Tunisia. I think Tunisia is probably the better choice for them. They can at least have some. You know, see how it goes. Hey, Walt. Welcome to the stream. Here we go.
The first time, maybe this weekend, we haven't seen too much of it. I think we were so used to seeing so much of it over the entirety of the season in Europe and North America. We see it a lot more over there. But now, of course, getting a say for these 2 teams. Interested to see how the picks are going to work. You're very right, Lucas. Is going to be a problem with that sniper rifle. But you know for a fact, Elevate are going to have an answer.
Yeah, and I think Elevate are going to come into this one with pace. They're so good at hardpoint because the way they collapse on towards hills as a roster, they do not care. They full send it. And if you take that approach to offense, you will also be good. Fortunately enough, though, for Gallerus, they will start things off on the offense. They'll be the ones deciding how the pace of this game will be going to kick things off. And already here, Gallerus starting to make their move towards A. Elevate just splitting the forces.
I like watching the mini-map on Search and Destroy.
No idea where everything's going just yet.
For the majority of the year, Tunisia has been defensively heavy, and it still is a favourite on that side, but as time has gone on, teams have started to figure out this attack a little bit more. Let's see how well Gallerus have figured it out. Looks like it is their primary target, but both 2 teams happy to play passive here.
Gallerus do not want to be the ones to make a first move here. I know that first blood for Elevate, especially as time has already dwindled down.
That was a nice grenade.
This round would be frustrating. There's just so much you've got to check around that winery exit. You anticipate that there'll be a sniper here watching the cross. There is in Kendi, but they are currently preoccupied for the middle of the map and for A. So Gallerus could well get some good timing here, but you've got to take out PJ before something. There's the opening snipe. Kendi out for the plate. Elevate now. 3-1 split. PJ has a lot to do here on A.
But for Gallerus, they don't know where Elevate are right now. They find the pick, and now they start to move. PJ, what can he find? Yeah, he finds one. Another kill on the other side of things coming through from him. They know exactly where PJ is. Susano will find another one.
Oh, wow.
Going in Gallerus's favor.
Lucasen is so
They've
good.
been so clean in the Search and Destroy. They were patient.
and it worked out for them. Kalo now left in a 1 versus 2, be a 1 versus 3 if he can pull it off. The bomb is now down. Lukaszyn and Foki in a position to hold this. They know where Kalo is or where he was. Hard situation to try and find now if you're Kalo at this stage. Just taking his time, allowing Gallerist to maybe overthink things.
I would give the props to Galleries for having all of their avatars the same.
So Chloe needs to push them. Has he just spotted him out? Do they know? Do they know Clock's got here? Oh, it doesn't matter. Double shots from coming in from Gallerist. Nicely done. And they took a little bit longer than I would have liked to get on towards the site. They do it nonetheless. They work the numbers.
What do you mean? It sounds like they played it exactly how they wanted to. They took too long to get to the site.
That's all they needed to do.
They won it.
So they're happy to take their time. I wonder if that
I don't understand that.
give Elevate a reason to maybe push forward this time. Seems like a very similar setup. At least on the defensive side, Gallerist yet to really make a push in any which direction. A little bit different over towards the B side, but you can see Gallerist is starting to scout out towards that side of the map as well. If Lukaszyn can find a pick, once again, it makes the difference with Susanna. Push forward, Hen gets caught. First blood for Elevate.
And this is where I was concerned for Gallerist here on the offense. You've now lost that first blood, and you kind of find yourself stuck in the water, right? Because Tunisia is so difficult on the offense to penetrate the sites anyway. Now you got to do it a man down. Gallerist will be pushing through the middle of the map here. And this is a lot to do for Yoppie. He has the right weapon for it.
Did they see him? Did Yoppie see them? Because if not, then he has pretty much got here scot-free. Lukaszyn now waiting for the pressure to come in on the other side.
Oh, wow. Lukaszyn losing that gunfight
well
hurts.
Played from Elevate. They knew that the pressure was coming in from down low, so now they will back on down, and now they have them entirely surrounded.
Yeah, Gallerist, though, they've got control of the site here, so they'll be happy with that. Elevate needs to get back in.
Kennedy finds one. Foki and Pabzera can answer back though with 2 of their own, and now all of a sudden can Foki find anything else? He cannot. PJ will take him down. It's down now left to Pabzera. So back and forth on this site, but the thing is there that was good from Elevate. They realized that the push was coming through the double doors, so they push out towards Lukaszyn.
Pabzera's got out though. He's now no longer pinned in from Susanna, so he's got options here. 30 seconds on the clock. If you can grab that bomb and get the hell out of dodge, you'll be all right.
That's a good nade. That's a good nade. They're both very, very weak. They're both very, very weak, and Pabzera can get out. Now left in a 1 versus 1. For the 1 versus 3, Susano spots him. 15 seconds.
Got to make a call. You've got to make a call if you're Pabzera. Susano's going to go for the middle map regardless here, so he's going to stick it. Has he just seen him? He walks away. I don't think he saw him.
He's faked it. He's not going to have time. He was waiting for him to come for the pick. It's
so
not
bad.
Happen.
So bad on the timing, man. That's like my timing.
But Elevator Resolution
COD timing. That was good play.
That was a scarier round than maybe Elevate would have wanted after their
Gallery's going to have to just commit.
I mean, they played that well enough, yeah. Start
They're going to have to commit.
Excellent. Gallerist responds arguably more so. But even so, it comes down to 1 versus 1 that Pabzera is unable to clutch up on. So Gallerist now having to reset themselves once again. At the very least, though, Elevate haven't drawn first blood this time around. Gallerist right now just weighing up their options. How do they want to approach this one? Elevate have changed things up ever so slightly on the defense here. A couple of players in the middle of the map here. They're anticipating that push through mid.
Pabzera's nade in the previous round was really the cat amongst the pigeons. Doesn't land this time. So Elevate are happy to sit, and Gallerist are running out of utility to try and get them through the front door. But look at this aggression from Kendi. He'll find it on Lukaszyn. They consider the push over towards A. He's able to back down entirely uncontested.
Oh my gosh.
He will go back and have another look at it and say, yeah, is there anybody else to come in and have a try? Cannot find it. PJ is able to answer back with 1 onto Hen, but this is a very solid defensive round from Elevate. Shot's going to come in from Kendi, cannot find it. Miho can answer back, but PJ is there to pick up the pieces. A 1v4
yeah,
is needed.
1v4.
Yeah, you lose Kendi,
not
so
gonna
what?
happen.
You know, the trade is good. You're going to win the round regardless, and SFK could do something incredible. At least he's got an Odin to work with, not just the R9. But still, options are really limited here. 40 seconds on the clock. You have to imagine this is a foregone conclusion. Fokke just extending the round, but it is done regardless. And both snipes from Kendi, man.
I don't see that happening. Just too much. Elevate's just too much. Hey, thank you for the follow there, David.
Down those angles like that. It just makes
David
it
off.
so difficult for the attack to find something.
Appreciate you,
brother.
brother.
There's no way that Lukaszyn expects him to make that push so late in the defensive round. You've seen him push through the archway, take the angle, find a shot, and get the hell out of dodge, and then find a little more. It's a bit of a different look now from the side of Gallerist. The slow and steady approach. Let's work 1 time out of 3.
Susano this time is going to miss the bullet through the middle of the map. Here comes the pressure coming in over towards the B side. Susano will not miss those bullets though. Off screen, finds two in the middle, and all of a sudden, he backs them on down, but still Gallerus have control of this site. They may well choose to plant.
Yep, trades are good, but you ideally want another frag here before getting
Such a long way for the...
Players are still hanging about here. Yoppie's been spotted out. Nice from Hen. Good reaction. Pabzera also going to take Kendi down. So numbers flipping in favor of Gallerus here. They could still commit to this plant if they so desire. Elevate would hear the audio cue though. PJ is going to get some free looks at some players here. Nice trade though. Overwhelming. Now the 2 versus 1. The call should be made to Klo. What does the reaction look like?
The enemy has the bomb.
Gallerus had to turn around for the bomb. Is Klo going to be here in time? It's a game of cat and mouse now. Are they going to go the wrong way? Yes, they are. They're going to collide here together, but the Klo turn around at the wrong time. This bomb will go down over towards the B side. The nade will give them an indication that this is exactly what is going on. Have they got any look onto where Klo is? No, they don't, because this shot's going to come in. Oh no, they see him. Hen comes off the bomb. 38 seconds to go. They've got plenty of time, and now they know where he is.
Yeah, he's been tagged off as well, so he's going to have to back away here momentarily. That's enough for the bomb to go down. Klo will take that time to rethink how he wants to approach this one. From the side, sniper out. There's one.
So good.
Walks away. Pabzera. A moment.
So good. Hey, old man Matt. Welcome, welcome.
Found himself in a 1 versus 1 in round number 2. He could not find it. Klo, though, is going to walk straight into his crosshair. And Pabzera reads it.
Wow, they needed that.
Another attacking round.
Hardcore needed that.
2 apiece now. 2 more rounds to go for Elevate on this defensive side, and we're all tied up.
Man, these guys are reading each other so damn well. You can tell that Elevate has spent the night studying Gallerus in Search and Destroy. What's made them so successful thus far this tournament? Well, they've answered back so far. Hen's going to draw first blood this time around, excuse me. Klo gets aggressive, gets punished for it. And that's the first time I think that Elevate have misstepped in this S&D thus far. They wanted to draw an early first blood and unsettle Gallerus, and that goes against them.
It's a classic game of Tunisia. Both 2 teams being punished for any sort of misstep, such as the level that we're at right now. Elevate have got the majority of their numbers over to one specific site. And Gallerus may well have an inclination as to what's going on here. So here comes the push. One player goes across, the other comes for the cover. Susano will have to back on down, but he'll be calling out to his teammates furiously. They are 100% over towards this B side. Push coming through. Shot now winning again from Susano. Needs to hit something here shortly, but who doesn't miss this? Lucas Jin opens things wide for Gallerus now.
Lucas. Yeah, now Yoppie needs to get into the action here. Create some space for the rest of your team. Elevate looking to surge through the back line here. It's going to be a fast and furious retake. Gallerus, though, are they ready for it? Kenny's going to take out Lucas Jin. That's going to be the entry.
3v3. Lucas Jin will fall. Now looking for the picks.
Wow,
PJ will find another one, and this is just a ridiculously clean retake from the side of Elevate.
Too easy.
There's a 5v3 in Gallerus.
Wow, 5v3 and they didn't die at all.
And that is just classic Elevate right there. If you can't get it done individually, just throw yourselves as a team to the opposition. Elevate do not care if they look like a high-level zombie.
That's tough.
Incredible.
Welcome to the stream, Griffin. Hope you're doing well, homie.
Totally overwhelmed. One last chance on the offense here for Gallerus. Should be set on Tunisia. You can get any offensive rounds, you're happy with it. So if you can walk away with a 3rd one here, you are content. And this is a team stack and a half coming through from Gallerus.
Oh, here we go, though. Elevate here in numbers. Susano's changed his position up consistently. Here comes the utility. They seem to have gotten out pretty much unscathed until now. Susano will fall down to Hen. Now everybody else trying to transpire their way over towards the site. Elevate do have some presence here, but Gallerus are going for it again. The bomb will go down. Can they hold it this time?
Yeah, this time it's a 3 versus 5 for Elevate. I think we're going to need something a little bit more individual out of them. Yoppie would have been happy with something off the back of that nade. No deliverance. 30 seconds on the clock here for Elevate.
Waiting for the moment.
Wow. All coming through the top.
And then a couple more through the front door. They go. PJ will be the first one to find something.
Who's
so
one?
that makes it a 4 versus 3.
Hen coming around might be huge.
You just absolutely have to move quickly. They can find another one on the Yoppie, though. Then they can find another one here onto Hen. Lucas Jin can find another. 7 seconds to go. Lucas Jin is now found 2. And Mihawk cleans it up.
They needed that bad.
Round 3 apiece after 6 defensive rounds from Elevate.
What's up, Seth? How are you doing? Hello, Emily. Welcome back, brother. Good to see you both.
Stressed when Hen got called on the flank. I thought Hen was going to be the player there that broke everything up for Elevate, but no, it is going to be Pabzera in the end. And now Lucasin has been relatively slow so far in this search and destroy. Only 4 kills to his name. Now he's on defense and holding angles. This is where he's going to come to play. Elevate, that's what they want to play around, getting those snipers out of position. And they're doing the exact same thing that Gallerus was doing to them only a few rounds ago. Just getting a feel for what's going on here for Gallerus on the defense.
Just got up. Nice, Seth. You and Emily both.
Inevitably a little easier for teams here. So Gallerus with that 3-round takeaway from their attacking side, absolutely see that as a win. But I wonder if Elevate
timing.
are as well versed. Shots in, not gonna land. PabZero is the first one to draw blood here in their defensive side. Gallerus and they're back on down, give up the site, but they have the numbers. 5v4 in favor of
PabZero is playing nice.
Right, because you've done it over towards B, so they
Like,
think
really nice. Not today.
Something's going right here.
Not today, Seth. I did.
now looking for a retake.
Thank you so much for the sub there.
Plenty of utility to try and find a way through. PJ can find one. Lucasin finds one back. Trades neat.
Who did that?
Way. They still have the number advantage. They have a little bit more now.
Old man Matt. Brother. That was way too kind of you. Thank you so much.
20 seconds to go. Needs to find the first one.
Ooh, Gallows is
They had the number advantage. They made a count.
taking advantage of that. Thank you so much, Matt. Mr. Old Man Matt, appreciate you, brother. That was very not kind of you. Thank you, thank you. Do you think Gallows can pull this out?
Despite the fact that they lost the site, these retakes, I mean, you know, we've stressed that defense is, or offense, excuse me, is difficult here.
Thanks for the follow there, Griffin.
It's retaking sites once you lose them.
But they did the right thing. As soon as PabZero finds that first kill, backs out the site, because he knows he's going to get overwhelmed. He must have
all
that
right.
information. Backs on down, lives to fight another day.
Gallows can go. Ooh, he shot his own teammates.
Bomb's going to go down a bit.
Yep, that aggression from Elevate once again. Gallerus going to have to wait. 3 flanking players.
Kendi
Gotta be ready for it. Yep, he's already found one. Reposition. Is it going to be enough to throw these guys off? Kendi can get those kills. Susano for another one as well. That's the entirety of the flank picked apart here, just down to PabZero.
4v2.
So difficult from this position because they have a read on exactly where they are. The pressure's starting to come in. Lucasin is good. He ain't that good though. And 1 versus 4 just not going to happen.
Not going to happen.
Yoppie will clean it up. But it's all down to Kendi there.
Yeah.
On the flank, there was 3 players hit it from the side.
You need Elevate to win. Elevate's going to win.
Yeah,
I think Elevate wins the whole thing.
Right now, directly to search and destroy offenses. They are overwhelming these sites over the last couple of rounds of aggression. And Gallerus, I mean, look,
my team's out, M&E. I picked X-Rock.
Brilliant. They're not brilliant enough at the moment to put a stop to Elevate. So 1-1 now on these.
I think Elevate's the.
Now they're trying to get aggressive once again.
Oh, look at this from Yoppie, though. You're caught out.
Team to beat.
You don't even see him. And now all of a sudden they start
Not
swarming
even
around
close.
the A site. You need to find some kills here. If you're Gallerus, but the shots are just not good enough from Susano. You continue to survive in the corner if you're Hen. You need to find some sort of help, but Yoppie will come in and clean things up. It is now a 4 versus 2 in the favor of Elevate.
If Hen finds anything there, it makes things infinitely better for Gallerus here. You got to retake the site with Mihawk and Lucasin, 2 players that have been phenomenal for Gallerus this season.
Can you
Lucasin's
shoot through
just
that
looking
box?
for anything for free. He finds Yoppie here. Mihawk's going to go.
Here we go. You pop up, and
Double.
it's just so easy from this angle. Yoppie and
Too
PJ
easy.
working well together. Elevate find themselves in the lead. That's 2 attacking rounds now gone.
They should do a thumbs only. I agree.
Gallerus needs to
I
switch this one
agree.
around very, very quickly.
40 plus championship thumbs only.
Playstyle, but right now Elevate
We figured that out,
over and
right?
over again, and I know the 1 round they won was because they drew that first blood from a sniper rifle, but I mean, Elevate are playing
gracious.
around it right now. They're
Elevate's
playing fast,
good.
They're playing aggressive. Once again, Lucasin needs to provide something.
You're welcome,
over
Brusky.
Here by B. Give us
Mr.
something,
Old Man
Lucasin.
Matt
If you're a
hooking you up
Gallerus
with the
fan,
sub.
It's absolutely nothing.
Such a good
Elevate
dude.
once again overwhelmed with the numbers.
He's
It's just pure shock and awe from Elevate right now. Gallerus are falling by the wayside very, very quickly.
Yeah.
They have to switch something up here on the defensive side or try and find a retake. That is very much not in their favor. It would have to be a 4 versus 5. Susano now trying to lock this one down. What can Gallerus find? They'll articulate themselves in the best way they can. But in the language of Call of Duty, can they manage to talk their way into what is this bomb site? This is just going to be such a hard push, but here they go. The gunfight's starting to go in the way of Elevate, as you would expect them to. 3 versus 1 now in the favor of Elevate. Hen left all on his own.
And there he goes.
Not even
Head
close.
out of the round. Gallerus out of the round. Elevate on map point.
not even close, homies. Wow. Elevate's making this quick work so far.
I want to say they're way into this series, but it's kind of an expectation to a certain extent, right? They have to win it if they want any chance versus Elevate. has to be flawless for the next 2 rounds, and Elevate are once again going to hit fast.
Yeah, they've just read it completely wrong as well. Gallerus send less numbers over towards A. You just have to be heroes here if you're Lucas Jin and your teammates, but they have been. They found a couple of kills before falling down. Kenny and Susanna will get the trades, but it's 3 versus 3. Not the end of the world for Gallerus, but that might sting. Fab0 will fall.
3v2.
All of a sudden, Mihawk and Foki are just being read like books. Kendi knows exactly what's going on, and you invited
Why would you again ego tail that against a sniper?
Bomb will surely go down, but Elevate have the timing, or do they?
Elevate just going to move it away. I mean, why the heck not at this point, right? You know that the B-bomb site's free because Kenny's seen both of those players.
Right.
And if Kenny can walk away with either of their frags as well, he's currently kind of pinning them back. That would be huge. Kenny, though, thinking better of separating away from his teammate here, going to go together just in case Gallerus have wrapped back around towards B. But that's not where Gallerus are at.
Yeah, Gallerus are taking their time here because they knew where Kendi was. They will have no clue that he is over the other side of the map by now. So what's the hit going to be? Some of that time has already ticked down. Kendi's holding this angle. Kendi's holding this angle. You have to be careful, but he doesn't shoot. He just gets out, being chased down by Gallerus. They must find this round. 25 seconds.
Kendi is just a master of playing his life.
Oh, they are
once again. Here we go. Gallerus fast.
Try to find a way through, but Mihawk falls. This was supposed to be the game mode that Gallerus were going to find. They can't find it.
Wow.
Elevate are dominating this
2-0 Elevate. I don't know that.
And they're asking them what's going on.
I'd be down for cheering on the Filipino team. My best friend growing up was his mom is Filipino. Dad obviously from the U.S., so he's half Filipino. I had lumpia growing up all the time. So good.
Why they're so damn good at it. It's such a close quarter map. And if you can't get those sites off the start of the round, keeping Elevate away from the site, they're going to overwhelm you with the numbers. They're just going to throw themselves at you.
Couple more minutes and you'll be able to get the new Misty skin in game.
Consecutively, only once were Gallerus able to put a stop to it.
You're banking on your sniper players.
Not even close. My homies.
Really
unfortunately, Gallery's just too overmatched. The West was not good this year. They're gonna have to
as soon as Gallerus actually tried to make
figure out some way.
To how they're playing. They got to the wrong side. Hard one to bear. Sometimes it is a bit of a 50-50, but Kendi and Co. I think for me, Kendi was the guy.
Gonna have to figure out some way.
Even what he did in that last round by not finding any kills, in Winery, backing down, just staying alive, keeping the information there.
Look at that, 12 and 6, 10 and 6, 12 and 7, 9 and 6.
Time and time again, Zano, of course, at the top of the leaderboard at the 12 and 6, but for me, Kendi.
I mean, you can see the difference in the teams. It's a pretty significant advantage for Elevate. M&E, did you pick Elevate to win in game? If so, you might get that free character skin. I'll be rooting for you.
Towards the end, there is a perfect example of it, right? You know, he recognizes, hey, this is where those flanking players are coming from. He sees both. He just pulls himself back. He's like, all right, cool. I'll just watch over the B site, and he does the exact same thing again on the wrap through towards B. Those kind of minute decisions
pretty rough right there, wasn't it?
A championship-winning roster. And you need those if you want to get to the grand finals. That right now is where Elevate headed because they're 2-0 up.
After this, I'm going to be putting together a cold plunge for my wife. Got that for her birthday. I built a deck. Very first thing I've ever built out of wood yesterday. I have never built anything out of wood. So yesterday I was like, you know what? I'm going to try to build a deck, a platform for this cold plunge. So I built a 6-foot by a little over 4-foot deck.
Mobile World Championships.
Got it all on there, and
but Gallerus, they're not holding up their end of the bargain in this game. We really did think that this was going to be a super close game, but also I think in the back of everybody's minds,
I thought it was going to be closer than that too.
This was potentially something that could happen.
Yeah, I mean, look,
Gallery's just too good.
Even before we saw the map set, we were like, all right, Elevate are probably going to win the respawns here because Elevate are just respawn gods. There's only one respawn they've lost the entirety of the weekend so far, and that was down to a 1 versus 2 yesterday from Peg on Seaside Control. Outside of that, though, I mean, it's just so difficult to take a respawn of Elevate. I think both X-Rock and Q9 realize that at CDSI.
Well, we'll be cheering for you,
M&E.
certainly
Do it, know it now. I think
hopefully
Gallerus
get
are learning it
a new battle pass this week.
Time.
I do need to drop in the.
We were kind of like, right, Gallerus have to win the Search and Destroy. And again, for me, having seen the vetoes, Apocalypse Hardpoint, you knew that Elevate were going to spank him in map number 1. Tunisia Search and Destroy is such a massive question mark, and I think if they do lose this series 3-0,
all right, character skin is now available in game. The Misty skin, if you've been watching this whole time,
was the mistake that they made. Regardless, now though, Arsenal Controller's up next. Now we get to have that conversation because yesterday this was the one map that Gallerus lost to Luminosity. reason they lost it. I mean, it's the smallest
Nice
thing that
little
you can
Finnick
change.
here.
Spawn traps are so important on Arsenal, and Gallerus just did not set up properly.
No, they didn't execute them well. They had the opportunities
And Misty, champion 24.
but did not quite get them nailed down, and that really did make a big difference when it came down to fighting up against
Already had
a
the
team in LG.
avatar and the sticker, but the Swiss Army knife charm and 1300 credits is
any game mode. Going into this
not a terrible way to do it. Thanks for the XP card there,
but
Mr. Jeff.
I haven't seen enough from Gallerus on control to make me think that they're going to be able to turn this one round here.
Yeah, Gallerus on control this week, I think, has been relatively poor, we shall say. It's been the weakest of the 3 game modes for sure, and so that enough, I think, is a red flag.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one for.
About Arsenal control yesterday. I mean, it's just a fundamental.
It's going to be a tough game mode right here for Galleries to come back and win.
Rotation with Season 5, right? I mean, the spawn traps are something that I think a lot of teams have gotten better at avoiding. Right, they've been a lot better at catching players, trying to go for those spawn traps. And again, we kind of had this discussion after the game yesterday that it was kind of 6 of 1, half a dozen the other kind of thing, right? Where it was Gallerus messing up those spawn traps. They weren't actually they were getting a player into the spawn, but they didn't have anybody to follow up on it in the middle of the map. But also, it was Luminosity putting a lot more numbers into preventing that spawn trap. They would normally have like 3 bodies ready to deal with it at any time. And so, to be fair,
so is this going to be a quick control? Is it going to be 3-0 control? What do you think, Matt?
From yesterday,
3-0 control.
This is
maybe.
why we got trounced on Arsenal control, and this is how to fix it. I do believe that if they fix that coming into this one, we still might have a series on our hands.
I may have to go. I may have to cut out before the finals. We'll see.
They need to turn
I do have to get ready for this week of work.
They need to find something else.
And after 12 hours on Friday.
Gallerus would have known
Crazy, huh?
Today. It was always a tall order, but I think they'd be very disappointed if they go out without a whimper, which is what they are threatening to do right now. Elevator being on a different level, and Arsenal control.
Yeah, I think it's 3-0 control too, Matt.
Or is it going to be the end of Gallerus' tournament? Don't know which way you're leaning.
3, 2, 1, and here we go.
Gallerus scoreline right now. Let's see if they can turn things around here on Arsenal control.
Yeah, did you get that emote
the series reverse with his required, as you said. Let's see whether Gallerus can get it done.
Doom scrolling.
Start things off on the offense here. It looks to be a B hit. Utility thrown over the top by Elevate. That stun connects, and that's the information that Elevate needed to know where they're going. But there's actually plenty presence on site here, so I think they need something from Yoppy through Vent.
I was about to say, I absolutely love this play from Funky. As soon as he sees that everybody's pushing over towards it, he knows a flank will be coming. He gets
It's not even
down
going to
to
be
his
close.
socks.
3-0 by a lot.
Ridiculous. All weekend long if you're PJ. And now they start to get pressed back a little bit, purely because PJ finds that kill. He's going to find something else here as well. He's already ready and waiting. He sees a few more, gets a kill, dips out, gets another one, dips out, goes for the next one, doesn't find it.
I got snipe.
Lukashin is there to find the snipe. And Elevate pushed them back almost immediately. Gallerus just struggling so much to deal with these close quarter gunfights.
Alrighty, well, Elevate right now.
Every time they switch, it's death.
But let's hear what their comms are like in this game.
Legit. Ako backpad, boss.
Yung window, Susa. Akin kape. Okay, dito tayo, absent dito sa loob.
Spawn trap time. They were definitely trapping them.
Paresis pa, dalawa pa.
Tara, delay natin, boss.
Nice one, Glo! Isa pa, kape, boss!
Last HP.
Mihawk without a frag yet is hard.
Wala time, di siya abot.
Wala, boss. Uwian na, legit. Uwian na, pabagal nyo.
There's one. They're laughing. They're like, this is too easy.
Let's go A.
All right, let's see.
Well, that was listening there with Elevate. Hear what they're up to, and I don't know what they said because I don't speak Filipino, but it sounded pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, look, they are letting the opposition know realistically. They are bodying Gallerus here. They force him back into their spawn and never really let them out. Perhaps Zero can find something here. Push over towards A, starting coming through. The gunfight's starting to go the way of Gallerus when they need to. But Kendi is here, and that's always a problem. But Lukashin can shut it down.
How is the snipe going there? Do you have to have one sniper on every team, Old Man Matt? Even in the respawns, do you have to have a sniper?
On the whole, Gallerus struggling. Ultimately, though, that was an offense. Now Gallerus on the defense. Let's see whether he can have a better fortune. So far, for the most part, so good. Nowhere near as indomitable. You are starting to get players through, and I think Elevate's response to that is to hang back a little bit. PJ's been so frustrating through the first round or so, continues to be so, finds that one kill in the middle map. Now the path is open for more players to make their way on towards A.
Even money.
They'll be pushing forward.
Galrus now, you need to find just a bit of a hold on the map. A is pretty much gone at this stage, so pushing themselves over towards the B side, no problem. It's really going to come down to whether or not Susano can find himself a kill and then push towards the site. The only positive now for Galrus is that Elevate, well, okay, they have complete control of the site and are wasting operators to a certain degree. Whereas Galrus have had time to set up over towards that B side.
A capped. B's about to be capped.
Play is gone in the blink of an eye. Galrus now might as well lose B just as quickly as well. Yoppy with the Sparrow,
watch how
not
fast
that much.
this overtake happens.
Over
and then the spawn
Galrus
trap.
don't have anything to say. They're relying on the spawn trap. They've got a player in behind enemy lines, but he's going to get shut down. And now for Elevate, they've got themselves on the point. First tick already through.
And
all of a sudden,
operators.
backs against the wall for Galrus once again. I say all of a sudden, it's been this way all game long. Cole can find 3 out of nothing. Equalizers are there,
And 2-0.
and it's just allowing this time to take up. I get a quick translation
that
from a
was
friend online of what
bad
Elevate
use
are
of the
saying to
operator
Galrus.
there
They're
that
saying
late.
It's time to go home. They are 2 up in this series. They are 2 up in this
The boom
control.
one. Nice.
And they are cruising in this game. Galrus have had no answer whatsoever.
You're super laggy? Okay, brother. M&E be safe,
One
brother.
round away, folks, from a
It is
rematch
expensive,
of
yeah.
the CDSI Grand Finals. And of course, it would be
Seth,
Elevate.
maybe
Galrus
I think that if you have TikTok,
For how
Seth,
much breath
I
do
think
they
they
have
have
left in them?
if you go watch
Henricat
people on
gonna bring
TikTok,
out
you can
the
get
Sparrows to
100
kick this
CP.
round off. They want to be fast, they want to be aggressive. Kenny with the strike rifle will find one, but for the most part, Galrus are finding these fights. Chloe behind enemy lines, though, doing exactly what PJ was doing last round.
Staying alive, keeping his team with some sort of map presence where they really do need it. But right now it feels like Elevate could fight their way out of anything, but a couple of kills is going to go Galrus' way, and they may well get a little bit of holdover towards B here. Have presence at A, as everybody dead momentarily from the side of Elevate. So for the first time it feels like their backs are against the wall. Galrus now trying to hold this. 2 different angles they're attacking from. A now being locked down as well as B. You may well want to concentrate on over towards B.
Anybody got I wonder what their machine pistol. Oh my gosh, what their machine pistol loadouts are.
But there's the trade coming on through. Ridiculous from Kendi again.
If anyone can, the Kendi man can. A is gone though. Galrus get there
And
for 60
they are
seconds,
set
and
up
they currently have
good
the
for
4-life
B.
advantage over Elevate. So Galrus still in the conversation here. They are far from out, but Elevate have got themselves positioned across the map. They've cut it perfectly. All angles being covered. And Galrus have to make a choice
Galrus has
sooner rather than later. They might well have 2 minutes, but that'll be gone before you know it.
The life count.
Galrus do have that time. They can take their time. It will go quickly.
You don't have TikTok. I
Minute
got
and 40
you.
seconds doesn't sound like a lot of time at all, but it's a lifetime in Call of Duty to try and set yourselves up.
Yeah, but the thing is of Elevate, right, I just don't think they're going to be the
Let me
squad.
see if I
know we
can
said they're aggressive, right?
find
They're going to
one
make
for
that
you here,
mistake, so they're
Seth.
going to throw themselves at you. They're just going to sit and burn this time off the clock. First few shots in, little warning shots, stay the hell out of my area.
Susano will fall. So that may well give Galrus the trigger to go. But PJ and Co is starting to do really well. Chloe in the middle of the map has got a little bit of company. May well not need him. My goodness me. Chloe and Yoppy combining so well, and now you look at where Galrus are pushed back into their spawn. You need the players who have been able to push up through B to stay alive, and that's what they're doing. Lukashin will find one before he gets taken down. They wipe them out and push Galrus further back. 1 minute and 40 seconds is now down to just a minute.
Yeah, and now you're starting to face the problem, right, with taking your time to make this happen for Galrus, because you now don't have a lot of time to make this work. You don't have a lot of map control to make this work. Chloe's going to get taken out in the middle of the map, though. So Galrus now starting to make this push happen. Susano is watching this. Isn't going to get the snipe just yet. It's going to allow those players through. Right into the line of sight of Chloe, who is there. Ball gets shut down, though. Galrus now starting to put this push through from behind.
And now they have actually forced Elevate back just a little bit. But Susano is locking it down all on his own, but the flank's starting to come through. He's going to read it anyway. PJ is here to help out. Mihawk can find one. Mihawk can find a second. That's a big 2-piece from him. And now they can push forward. One player coming in on the flank with a little bit of control, but here comes the War Machine. That's shut down from Yoppy. And all of a sudden, Galrus have a chance.
There we go. How much value can he get out of this War Machine if you're a Pabzera? Only one.
I don't think it happens for him.
Towards the middle of the map, Elevate down to the final set of lives, though. This should be Galrus surviving, short of something sensational from Elevate.
Look at there.
Last couple of kills, and it is done. Galrus
Not
refused to
3-0'd.
die.
They didn't get 3-0'd.
Mihawk letting his teammates, so he's trying to get them
The
gassed up for these
Candyman
rounds.
can. The Candyman can. That's an old school song,
If you
right?
can manage to find it, you were 2-0 down in the series, 2-0 down in the control. We'll plant that seed in case it does happen. But that
Let me
will be
see if I can
something.
find a.
But there's the stop.
Gallerus get around on the board now, need to hold and find another one
Let's
as
see
well.
if I can find a live stream with
Put the pressure on, starting to swarm, and this is where they really do revel in the chaos. But Mihawk and Luxin investing at this time, and they will start to find something. Padzero can find nothing, he falls, but Luxin finds two. Mihawk now has the Predator missile. They start to put the pressure on here, Brody.
Yeah, I was going to say, all of the utility that Gallerus have on side now, this is a brilliant start to the round. If they can be dominant here, if they can remove Elevate fully and spawn trap them before they even get a look, we will be looking at a round 5. For this investment now, Elevate are just going to wait for it to be burned down. Fokke finding one. Fokke for another one. Surely not number 3. Looks away for the wrong time, but his teammate has his back.
I'm trying to find one.
The only difference is here is that
I've seen any lives rolling with it on there.
Hasn't been able to help at all until now. Eases some of that pressure, but there's the claw and there's the spawn trap and there's 3 kills from Mihawk in the blink of an eye. It's so easy for him to find them in these moments. There's 5 in a row from Mihawk. Make it 6 as well. This is the round.
Hey, yeah, getting in the action is really helping there.
Massive life differential now between these two teams. On the other side, though, Klo putting the spawn trap together.
Oh,
You've got
man.
the best operator in the game to make this work.
No.
It's tearing them all apart.
Oh,
is it enough,
Lucas.
though? Has it created space here for Elevate?
That just eases the pressure, but then they walk into Hen.
They only
Who's
have,
locking this one down. Eventually, Elevate will
10
get out
lives
of this one,
left.
and they will get a touch over towards A. That life differential was a lot worse than it was, but Susano, they just ran back into them. They need to take their time here, Gallerus. They're getting a little too excited, but looking at the lives, there's only 5 seconds on the clock. Gallerus want to try and keep them off this if they can. You've seen the pressure come in, but now they may well just take their time. I think they can probably give A up. That time is gone. They still have that life advantage, and that's what they want to make count.
Yeah, this win condition is now gone out of the round. Extra 60 seconds on the board now, and a 9 versus 14 is very winnable.
Yeah, they could definitely win this.
Predator missile comes down, doesn't actually connect on towards anything. Susano going to use that for information, though. It's good enough here. You know any Fokke's in the cut, and you overwhelm it.
They've got them completely cornered. Can they find the kills here? If you're Gallerus, you need to fight with your backs against the wall. Klo now trying to find another. They can't do Elevate. Have come away from the brink of defeat in this round, and all of a sudden they're on towards B. They're finding all the kills. Yoppie's still going. Fokke can answer back, but here come the operators from Elevate as well.
Yeah, Mihawk now going to bring his final streak in. Is it good enough? First tick already through. 6v7
One.
lives still in favor of Gallerus here. PJ, though, with the Annihilator cutting them down.
All of a sudden, Elevate have 5 lives remaining, Gallerus with the 6, but the time is on the side of the team who are in the point, and everybody from Gallerus starts to fall. They've knocked them down in every single instance in this game.
Wow.
It is a 3-0 sweep for Elevate. They will go to the grand final.
Too easy, right?
Nothing to answer back with from Gallerus.
Too easy. They made that look easy. We knew that was going to happen, though.
Domination from the word go. Elevate never slowed down. Gallerus never got going.
It will be a rematch of the CDSI Grand Finals. Elevate will get another chance at another championship. The double after the season that they have had for not even being here in 2023. Back-to-back Arena Masters, Arena Finals, CDSI. A chance to conquer their own region, a chance to conquer the East.
Trying to see if I can figure it
a chance
out.
to conquer the world.
I'm not seeing a way to get it.
Huge domination out of Elevate. Wanting to make sure there was not a single question in there as to why not only they deserve to be in our grand finals,
seeing it.
but a question as to whether or not Gallerus was going to be able to hang with their level of competition.
So good, aren't they?
Play today.
Yeah, and I think realistically,
4-2 Elevate? Yeah, I think you're right, Matt.
Around Gallerus and how they could potentially get into this game.
Woo.
But I think when we've seen that in map number 1,
The Candyman
I was thinking to myself
can.
as we were heading into that, I'm like, okay, if they were to lose it, then all right.
Mr. Matt, that spawn trap right there was just wicked. Wicked.
Immediately set alarm bells off in
And
my
then
mind. I was thinking,
I thought they had a
surely is
chance,
going
and
to
then
dent
they
their
just too many
confidence.
operators,
You've
man.
seen it in the first rounds of the
Too many
Search and
operators.
Destroy. They sat back and were passive, which is what you do have to do on Tunisia. But maybe
Tunisia.
that map number 1 just made them think.
The accents is a little much for me. Tunisia. In Texas, we call that Tunisia. Down here inside, we go down there to Tunisia. Bring out sniper rifles on that search and destroy. You know what I mean? Look at you, M&E. You're still rolling.
Very clearly lost that series was in the map number 2. It was the veto. Playing Tunisia against Search and Destroy against Elevate was a
Goodness. All right, we're gonna be coming back here in a minute. I'm just gonna leave it rolling on the big screen here. I'm not gonna do the. I think they had this BRB thing.
Very frustrated that it went down like that.
I mean, that's why we were even talking about it leading into this series. Often
3-0, man. 3-0. So it's going to be Elevate versus Q9 and 4-2 Elevate. I think that's a good call there by Mr. Matt. They're obviously going to have to reset everything here.
finals matchup of the day, now making themselves the second team in our grand finals, determining that, like you said, Brody, it'll be Q9 versus Elevate. Little bit of a rematch going on here.
Q9 versus Elevate. They're going to have some interviews. I'm going to go to the bathroom, say hello to my wife, and I will be right back. Make sure y'all grab y'all's in-character game, the character in-game, if you have not done that yet. See you soon, homies. Don't go anywhere. I mean, you can go somewhere, but just make sure you come back. See you shortly.
We did think that Elevate would be able to get themselves here, but whether or not somebody can take them down or not, it was the question. But as advertised for Elevate, and we have a hell of a grand final set up.
Yeah, just very quickly here, going in that grand final, I am so excited to see whether Elevate can take the Search and Destroys again. That was the thing that made the difference at CDSI. Whether or not those Search and Destroys are going to be a victory for them again, that is going to be the difference maker.
All right, well, obviously, before we get into all of our grand final action, we still have a little bit more things to do on this side of things. One of them is talking to FDOT with our new winners.
We're hanging out here with Yopi, and it's been a fantastic run so far for Elevate. We've seen you guys on the server, off the server, and I've heard the chatter. I mentioned it yesterday. All of the teams are looking at you guys as being the fastest team on the server. Talk to me a little bit about how that affects your gameplay and if it helps or hurts.
Well, we're a 3-year roster team, so we've hard work for this, and we've experienced so many things in the past years that we're together, and now we're here in the top 2 World Championship.
Well, a lot of it, it sounds like it's all about kind of believing in yourself and standing tall. So you came in really hot for this one, and then Gallery started making noise at the end. Were you scared? Was that a moment where you're like, oh no, it could fall apart? Or did you know it was just on the way to the finals?
No, honestly, we're not scared of any of them all, but you know, we're experienced that we had in the past tournaments like CDSI. We handled the pressure really well, so we all know this.
Well, you went from princes to kings at CDSI. What's the next step for you?
You know, I've seen this. Q9 again in the finals. You know it.
There it is. I don't think I need to say anything else from that one. We got Beef Mommy hanging out by the bracket. Thanks for hanging.
I'm on the wall right now with Pab Zera. My dude, you guys tried so hard, but when it comes to it, what happened in that gameplay? And when it comes to that control game, you guys almost turned things around, but what happened there when it comes to the comms?
Papzera, o jogo foi incrível, a gente viu que vocês tentaram de tudo, mas a gente queria saber o que foi que aconteceu nessa partida.
Cara, a gente sabia que no Apocalipse a gente poderia ter entrado no Snowball da Elevate. A gente queria fazer a mesma coisa contra eles, ganhar a primeira rotação P2 e tal. Então a gente acabou que tomamos esse Snowball, eles puxaram o operador primeiro, então não tinha muito o que fazer no primeiro mapa. Era um conforto deles, um conforto nosso também. Nós se deu algumas situações, eles conseguiram converter. Poderia ter ganhado um clutch também, que seria bom para o nosso momento. E contra o Arsenal também agora, eu acredito que a gente poderia ter ganho. E é isso, eles foram melhor, foram superiores e mereceram estar na final.
Okay, we tried to win the first match at Apocalypse, and since we didn't get it, we tried for the second, but almost everything did wrong in them. But we're gonna try and train harder and harder to do best next time that we play.
You set it up perfectly for me. Thank you so much, Babzera. Of course, 2025 is going to look very good for you guys, but one last question. Can he expound as to how they're going to do 2025 differently, knowing very well that it has been an Eastern dominance this year? How is Galleries going to make things different next year?
Como que a Gallows vai conseguir se preparar para fazer diferente em 2025?
Cara, acredito que a gente vai manter a mesma line-up, a gente vai procurar se adaptar melhor para o estilo de jogo deles. É o que a gente mais está tendo dificuldade, é ter tipo, dificuldade de enfrentar o jogo do Oriente. É um estilo de jogo muito rápido, a gente tem que se adaptar a isso. E é isso, vamos tentar mudar nosso estilo de jogo para counterar eles em 2025.
We're gonna keep the same lineup, we're gonna study them really hard, and that's it, we're gonna win next time.
Love to hear it. Thank you so much, Babzera. Good luck again next year, my dude. All right, here we go. When it comes to the matchup, of course, it is very difficult to see another team go, but of course, that is your best Western team here in the tournament. But of course, we need to see it happen. Yopi, come up here on the wall as we're finally gonna be crossing off one more team. And hearts all around. We love to see it. Thank you so much. And of course, people back at home, viewership, the world, you wouldn't want to miss this. Elevate versus Q9, the rematch, gonna be up next.
Hey, we're Elevate, we're at DreamHack Atlanta, and we're here to win the CODEM World Championship.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
Something that you've never seen. We run like a wild machine. Watch out, 'cause we're baring our teeth, and there ain't no in between. With fire, you're gonna get burned down to the wire. Now, what did you learn? We're coming for you. You don't wanna mess with the winner. Ice so cold, make you shiver. You're looking at a cold-blooded killer. We're coming for you. It's going down. We rain on the room like a storm. Yeah, we're way too big to ignore. We'll shake you, we'll rattle the floor. You know what we came here for. Play with the fire and then you got burned down to the wire. Now what did you learn? We're coming for you. You don't wanna mess with the winner. Ice so cold, make you shiver. You're looking at a cold-blooded killer. We're coming for you. It's going down. You don't wanna mess with the winner. Ice so cold, make you shiver. You're looking at a cold-blooded killer. We're coming for you. It's going down. Set fire to the cold river. Set fire, sealed and delivered. Slow burn, shot to the liver. Heart so cold, make a grown man shiver. Wake up, don't be afraid. Make love, but don't be tame. Even the king in the crown is lost soul, walking in a dead man's crowd. They try to keep us on the go. We are about to rise up.
All right, we got a minute and a half until champs, the final rounds. Hey, what's up, Brayden? How you doing, homie? Good to see you. Yeah, I just missed you. Appreciate you, Brody. Oh, good night, Ash. Have a good one, brother. We're back. We're back. We made it back. I grabbed me a little bit of food. Got some milk and some protein Pop-Tarts. And I'm watching my ads in game, you know? What you're supposed to do. Then we may play some games while this is rolling. I gotta finish the M63 and Zombies. I'll have to do that this when I get back later this week, maybe on Thursday. We'll see if I don't get it done in my evenings when I'm sitting in the hotel room.
Thus began the adventure of Cargo.
Thanks so much for hanging out with us. We have a whole bunch of friends performing and competing this weekend.
Here we go.
If you haven't seen him, if you've been here this weekend, I also have a friend, Cargo. DHL is a big part of what we do up here. Helps us put on a show and bring everything to you guys.
How do you participate in the cargo deliveries? Oh, they're doing it there? Oh, that's pretty cool. The fans in the crowd. Well done. They got some shades. Looky there. That's pretty good. Finals time. What's up, Deepesh? Ooh, I'd be down with that, Danger Dan. Have you finished your M63 in Zombies, Danger Dan?
We're delivering good stuff to you for real. Cargo's got some friends next to him with a box of goodies, and I can't take them all home. So who wants one of the goodies? So here's how
The Vanguard operator? Which one is that? Oh, on the Battle Pass. Nice, M&E. Very well done. That's a big robot costume that they have. Yeah, it was very one-sided. Very one-sided. I have 2 matches with the lag as well.
It's not a car, I promise.
I'm gonna double check. Look.
It's a custom backpack. It's not just a backpack. We have a ton of stuff in here. We got stickers. We got hats. We got all sorts of stuff. Thank you so much for Dave.
Oh no, I finished the lag.
Shout out my big man Cargo, making it happen. Shout out our logistics partner DHL, and of course.
I need 3 matches with the ISO. 3 matches with the ISO, Danger Dan. Plus the M63 I don't have any on. So I need all the M63 and 3 with the ISO.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship, where we are moments away from getting into the last
You know.
in our year-long
Just like you, sir.
competition. You've got Glitter Explosion up here. You've got Proper, and you've got Chip. But we've got a special guest, Hippo, joining us here on the desk. Coach, or I can't even count any teams at this point, but for Tribe.
I got caught up on them when I was traveling last week. I was like, you know what, in the evenings, I'm just going to play zombies.
Talk with so many different things with you guys right now.
All right, we're going to start talking all things Call of Duty Mobile here in just a little bit. We'll also talk about the grand finals. But before we do that,
We got to listen to them talk for another 10 minutes.
for all of you here hanging out with us. I mean, we can't do an event as big as our World Championship and, of course, not have an equally big announcement. So I think everybody both here and at home is going to be very excited for this one, because before we jump into our finals competition, we have a new Call of Duty mobile map to announce.
They're showing the map. That is cool. 11-6-24. All right. Well done. They still need to bring us the camo grind that China and Garena got.
Very exciting for everybody at home. Hopefully you're as stoked about this news as we are, because it's to celebrate the game's 5th anniversary. Call of Duty Mobile is adding that brand new map to level up your battle royale experience. It's going to be called Cry. All right, and this is really cool, and I'm glad you're here for this specific moment, Himbo, because I want to pick your brain on this one. First of all, 5 years of Call of Duty Mobile. You're obviously an expert in the game. How cool is that? Just talk to me about that.
It's incredible when you get to see a game, especially a mobile game like this, being at the top of the top for 5 years straight. It's incredibly exciting. We have an incredible esports. We have an incredible game as a whole, and it's just so exciting to see what's more to come.
Bring more to global.
Now, let's talk about this map a little bit, okay? Because
We're gonna need to bring more to global. Like, we like the map, but bring more stuff to global. Don't just leave it locked behind Garena and China paywall.
we've got some seriously tall buildings. Like, depending on where you are it's going to be the most urbanized map for Call of Duty Mobile. Large, complex buildings. We have a different play style, if you will. So talk to me about what this new map is going to do for the game.
I think what's really interesting to talk about here is the fact that the Battle Royale players and the multiplayer players kind of have their own preferences in terms of how they like the game style and also just overall map style. The Battle Royale players tend to prefer larger scaled maps and do long range battles, and at the same time be able to be a bit more campy and do a lot of these things where, or in Alcatraz, if they really want to do that respawn mode and where they can have a bit more close range fights. But sometimes I find that these players might feel a little uncomfortable with that. Meanwhile, the multiplayer players don't exactly feel the same exact experience.
Never late, Dylan. You're never late, broski. We're just looking at the new map.
Because the intensity is just a little different. So being able to kind of marry both worlds together with Cry, where you have these complex, large structures, so you can still have these long-range and intricate gunfights and like these nasty angles that you might want to find in a Battle Royale type of map. But at the same time, since they're so compact and so small at the same time, and also having these,
we're doing well, Dylan.
Areas that people can go around and these little headies and everything, makes it so that these people who want to have a multiplayer experience can actually have something reasonably close to that too. I think it's just going to be a great unification of both worlds.
Now, one of the things that we got to see in that little trailer there for this is the fact that we've got not only a variety of POIs, but a lot of them: Tranquility Parish, Safari Land, Animal Play Park, Principia Sanatorium.
Reading all the notes, huh? That's the new map, yep. Battle Royale map.
Cold War. So how cool is it not only to have those areas inspired by, but then you also
They could have done this with Breach. To be honest with you, they could have done this with Breach.
COD Mobile has always been a game that has been a marriage of all the best aspects of Call of Duty. That is what makes it amazing. That is what makes it so that everybody can find something that they love in the game. But then now having a unique POI at the same time makes it so that we have a sense of identity. It's not just a marriage of all the CODs. We have our own sense of what we want to do and what we want to have and how we can push forward the game in of itself. And so I'm just incredibly excited to see how all the players explore all these POIs, and at the same time they run down the memory lane, a bit of nostalgia, but then they see the new POIs and they're like, oh, what's this? And being able to just have fun and explore the nuances, and perhaps, I don't know, maybe this can develop to be even more competitive. Maybe we can see a VR esports.
I was going to ask you about that, because obviously you mentioned, the most urbanized map in COD M, but those high buildings are going to give you different vantage points. It's been designed to limit the amount of open area in this map to kind of force those engagements. It's less time running from spot to spot, but then also there are
It's coming in November.
To camp, go for those ambushes, kind of lie in wait if they need to. Is that what you're hoping to see?
That would be fun, M&E, wouldn't it?
100%. I think that the strategic gameplay that can come in here is going to be very unique. It's going to be very different from any other BR map. I know that BR has been yearning so much now, the community there, to actually have some kind of esports structure. And if there's a map that's going to help propel, making that actually come true, then I think that this map might be it. But otherwise, even if not, I think at the very least, the players are going to have a completely unique experience that they've never been able to have before.
All right, well, we're just moments away from getting into our grand final, so before we let you go, I gotta ask you your thoughts. We've got Q9 and we have Elevate going up for the title of best in the world. I wanna know, from a professional analyst brain side of things, how you see this match playing out.
This is an incredibly exciting match because we actually saw a match like this just go down at CDSI just about a week ago. And just being able to see the crazy matchup happen once again, will Elevate make that run back and actually win again? Or will Q9 actually get the revenge that they are due? It's going to be incredibly exciting to see Emperor Oling go against the two superstars of the East, being PJ and Yopi. But let's not forget about the rest of their players as well. What's really exciting to note is that the play styles of the two teams are very different. We see that Elevate is just, well, as people would put it, W keying pretty much into the point every single time, and just winning the gunfights, just brute forcing their way into the hill, regardless of operator.
Oh, you like the thumbnail? Thank you so much, Gurdeep. I made that one like it on Wednesday of this last week. Turned it in. They approved it. I was like, all right. All my thumbnails had to be approved for this event, which is kind of cool. Something new, something interesting, different.
This particular game mode. Now the S&D. This is where Q9 obviously we think will dominate. However, at the same time, let's not cut Elevate short. They just mopped up Glories and did an incredible job on that Tunisia, despite the fact that
I'm still seeing my face cam in
managed to go through and plow
in
through and show
my
that, hey, we got this on offense. It doesn't matter.
everywhere else. Yeah, no, I'm still seeing it, brother.
Give Q9 a run for their money.
Maybe just refresh the YouTube stream because I'm still seeing it on my YouTube stream too.
Really interesting to see.
So it shouldn't have froze.
Whoever wins, the East will celebrate.
I appreciate that.
But regardless, I'm incredibly excited. I think if I had to pick a winner, it's going to be Elevate.
Ooh, all right, you heard it.
Spicy.
Love that. Well, Hippo, thank you so much for your official audition, for becoming one of our permanent.
Thank you. Let me post a link here real fast. Everybody, so they can come and.
It was so nice to get to chat with you, as it always is. We're going to start getting ready for grand finals. Before we do that, though, I do have Beef Mommy standing by with Noisy Butters for an interview.
Noisy Butters.
Dang, really spicy takes on the desk. But of course, what is spicier? I got Noisy Butters right here. How are you doing? We are at DreamHack.
Oh my gosh, we're here at DreamHack Atlanta watching COD Mobile competitive.
Who's Noisy Butters and why do we care? Can somebody tell me?
I mean, you've been watching mainline COD for the
because
past
they're
few
not
years.
COD mobile players. Who cares? I really don't care to get mainline COD people to talk about COD mobile. Every single time. I'm going to complain about it until they really have mobile people on there. We're going to go to Noisy Butters who watches regular mainline COD mobile. I mean, regular mainline COD.
Over here, like, they're very nice people. I mean,
get out of here. Give us some real play. Like, there's a reason why people get turned off when they try to put non-mobile people in these places. Kind of silly.
Again, more on the wall. Like, what do you think about the matchup at the very end?
What can I say?
You're not going to get a filter from me. You're just going to get the truth. It's silly.
We're all here to learn. And when it comes to learning, of course, this is your first time watching Call of Duty Mobile. What do you think? Like you said a lot about COD Mobile Ago when we were talking, right? It looks colorful. It looks really fun.
I love the ability to use blueprints. Like, there was a purifier that usually has the fire, but it was water instead, and I live for that. Can we get that in mainline COD?
That would be very sick. I
mean, why would you want it mainline COD? Like, we don't get all of y'all stuff. Go. We don't want mainline COD talking during COD Mobile. Blah, 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 blah.
3 maps, you have Black Ops.
Blah, 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 blah.
In general. We got Hacienda, baby. That's one of my favorite Call of Duty maps of all time. I'm there. I'm having a good time watching.
Speaking of Hacienda, that is the map here that has been doing so well in Hardpoint. Points are close, like 249 and 250. Are you excited, or do you want to see that in the grand finals? Because it's a best of 7.
If I could see more Hacienda, because I saw that Hardpoint with LG and with the 249 and the comeback. So I'm hoping to see more of that.
Let's see if we're going to see more of that. Thank you so much, Butters. You have been amazing here on the wall, but of course, we've already set it up.
Blah, blah, blah.
We got Q9 and Elevate.
Sorry, not gonna be.
You wouldn't want to miss this big
not gonna.
This is Call of Duty Mobile World Championship at DreamHack Atlanta.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
Sorry. You're gonna. I'm sorry, not sorry is what I should say. You're gonna bring in mainline COD people. And then, come on. I would much rather hear annoying voices from COD Mobile than, annoying voices from COD Mobile rather than, some annoying voices from COD mainline COD. I'm probably a little over the top with it, but whatevs. Two more minutes. We'll do 10 push-ups for you, Danger Dan. Uh-oh. Did you pop off, Emily? I don't know who she is, but like, I don't want to see mainline COD people talking about COD Mobile when they don't even really play the game. Like, they come on COD Mobile and they talk about mainline COD. You don't see COD Mobile people going to mainline COD events and saying, "Oh, this is cool. They should bring it to COD Mobile." It's kind of silly. Kind of silly in my opinion. Yeah, Shift is good. Yep. Shift is good. I told him he should change his name to Caps Lock because he's always yelling, but yeah. I just get so wore out with that. I'm like, nobody wants to see mainline COD people begging for COD Mobile stuff to come to mainline COD. We want COD Mobile people talking about COD Mobile things because this is what we do 365 days a year pretty much, and not just like for 4 days out of the season. Just saying, you know? Oh, look at you, Ebony. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to have my opinions on this, and I'm going to take, I will take the opportunity to promote COD Mobile people over any of this other stuff. Just saying. I sound like an old man telling people to get off my lawn. I don't care either. I'm good with that. Yeah, the CDSI rematch. Yeah, the intro is kind of corny. 2 more seconds. Here we go. Who y'all got, homies? Say in the chat. Tell me right now. Elevate or Q9? Elevate or Q9? Who you got? I've got Elevate. Just FYI, I think Elevate wins this. I think old man Matt called it 4-2. I think 4-2 is a good call. Any chat, Gurdeep, any chat. Oh, I don't know which. Probably the COD Mobile Esports main chat, Gurdeep. Equalizer is crazy. Ooh, I like the underdog action there, Danger Dan. That's a good call. I like the underdog action. Just watching these teams, Elevate definitely seems to have the respawn advantage. Q9 definitely is going to have the advantage on Search and Destroy. We still don't have people there?
Before we get into it, let's recap what we've seen so far here today because
still. I guess it's better than Shibuzi today, right? I did see the new map trailer there. Gurdeep, that looked really nice.
So if you guys are just joining us here, we'll give you a little bit of a recap. Let's start off with that first one. The back and forth was wild.
Instant classic. I mean, by far the best series so far this weekend. It's been a series that we've seen both teams obviously square up against in a number of different ways throughout the entirety of the year, and those also provided some of the most legendary series.
Yeah, they do. There's so much emotion in that esports commentary.
With a banger, Q9 does get the last 2 edges though over X-Rock, taking down #1 seed out of China. I mean, we started.
Yep, Q9 is good. I voted for X-Rock, so I really wanted them to come through, but it didn't happen for me.
But still, nonetheless, I think that.
What'd he say is not true?
You gotta feel pretty good about your tournament. Obviously, you want to be able to make it to be #1 again.
Q9 does get the last 2 edges though over X-Rock, taking down #1 seed out of China.
I gotta see what he said.
Off effectively with the grand finals matchup.
to start the first semifinal. The shift is not a liar. He said we were going to get a banger. We absolutely got delivered with a banger. Back and forth.
Oh, he said never. Okay, gotcha. All right, we'll go back live.
For Galoris to even spawn into that.
Yeah, this is the finals live, Dylan. This is it. What's up, Blades? How you doing, broski?
Which is so rare. You rarely
We pulled out the old suit jacket for today for the finals. Yeah, not getting the skin. Sad that you had to pick the winning team to get the skin. It's kind of a crazy way to do it. Like, if you spent all this time watching just to get lucky and pick one. If you watch 9 hours, I already had most all of the skins anyway.
Hardpoint map pool. So this Elevate team looks like it's got every single base covered, which is dangerous for anyone who goes up against them, as learned by Galaris.
Now, when we're looking at the semifinals, is that what you were expecting, even just regional representation-wise, Galaris being the only squad that was really able to survive until top 4 for the West?
Well, both of us look like bumbling fools because we absolutely did have X-Rock beating Q9 in our first semifinal, so that's obviously not happening. But I think at the end of the day, yes, I did have Elevate making it all the way to the grand finals, like Hippo was just talking about.
Do you think that they'll put it on for sale there, Gurdeep?
Galaris, they showed up for Latin America, but no one showed up today for North America. Oh, no. So I gotta get this going to hopefully inspire some future confidence for my North American counterparts, because wow, they were terrible this weekend. So I got to do something. We sounded like fools. I wanted to look like one. So.
You didn't need the hat for it.
I know.
You couldn't find a reason to pull that out.
I needed to find a reason. Betty would have killed me if I didn't.
Well done, Chip.
Now you're gonna have to leave that on.
Not for the whole time, but for the rest of the segment, we can make that happen.
At least for the next 7 maps.
Yes. No.
Point though for everybody home for just joining us.
You voted Elevate. Look at you, Blades.
Recently, we are in the grand finals now, which means we've been watching best of 5s in our semifinals.
Look at you, Blades. Maybe you can win it. Maybe you get the skin, broski.
Is a best of 7, even more opportunities for our team.
They said the winner will get their own skin. Okay. Impressive.
It's gonna go on just that much longer, which makes it even more exciting. But I think we've kept you waiting long enough. It is time for the grand finals.
Yes, please.
We cannot do that without our top 2 teams in the world. It's time to bring out Q9 and Elevate.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
我觉得我们队伍里的每个人都非常强，然后我们这个团队也是比较注重团队协作的，就是我们队伍里的每一个人都可以在关键的时候站出来去改变这个。
How many games? Is it going to go 6 games?
我觉得非常好的一个地方。
I think it goes 6
我觉
as
得我
well.
们今天在逆风的状态下，表现得非常的冷静。
Okay, Eminem, I got you, bro.
对于对手的了解啊，以及场
I don't
上
know about the
的一
dancing
个
part, but
随机应变的能力还需要增强。
Were you sad when X-Rock lost for me, though?
我觉得 Elevate
That was a good edit, wasn't it? That was a really good edit.
锦标赛的冠军的有力争夺者之一，所以打他们的
Yeah,
话，
there is a
就是我
ton
觉得
to
我们
learn
能做
from
就是不
these.
能失误，因为我们已经了
They
解
would
他
help
们怎么
gameplay a little
打，就
bit.
是不能失误，然后打出我们最好的就可以。
Our team strength is a no-brainer. It's always going to be response, and what we're working on is our search and destroy. We're always going past our limit. We're always going to exceed everyone's expectation. Everyone's always doing their parts. We win and lose as a team, so I think that's our strength also. Q9, I wonder when the day will come when you can finally defeat us. It's not today.
Not today.
那么我们现在已经是来到了使命召唤兽世界锦标赛的第3天，然后我想跟你们说的就是，今年我们一定会比去年做得更好，冠军在等着我们。就这样。
The final face-off. Well done, and get.
Your first team, hailing from China, represented by 5 strong players. First up, Curly. Mount Z.
If they won CDSI and champs, that would be crazy.
The Emperor and Son. Your second finalist, hailing from the Philippines, it's Candy. Susano.
That new Battle Royale map looks like it'll be fun, right?
Your finalists, Qingzhou Club and Team Elevate!
4-1 Elevate for Gurdeep, yeah. I don't have a code. Siseko, you'll have to watch in game, bro.
On the stage and getting themselves
Epilepsy.
ready to
Right.
dive into this
It was pretty-
final
that was pretty
portion
wild.
of our competition. Best of 7 grand finals, $400,000 first place prize.
Yeah, the new gun is good. It's like an SKS, but
on the line.
just not as much range as an SKS. But I think the firing, the firing can be a little bit faster.
Hearing that little pop
You can fire
for
faster.
Elevate, I want that for every single kill. It is a big match feel.
It's not a bad gun, is it, Danger Dan?
Let's start talking about it, okay? It's time for the analysis portion, the part that you guys are best at. Let's start talking about these squads. Q9 first. Tell me about why they could potentially bring in this one home.
Yeah, high praise coming from the color commentator nomination for Esports Awards of the Year, so I like that in terms of our analysis coming out. But Q9, unbelievably solid against X-Rock. Without question, all the improvements that they needed to make. And I think that's the most important thing about this Q9 team. They've done that time and time again. Inside their region first and foremost, and then being able to turn up and find a way to try to improve versus Elevate team that has beat them not once, but twice already in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, but listen, like Q9, there's no surprise here. I feel like everybody probably had in
That hard point was such a tough one.
everything possible to clean up every single dirty corner of their game, mostly looking at the respawn.
Q9 came to play over X-Rock, especially on the Search and Destroy. It was like,
CDSI. I think the other part about this for Q9 is, trying to find the right route to hit this Elevate team. I don't mean that in individually, how do they move around the map? What map are they
that's so true, Ebony.
Best of 7. This is going to lean, you would think, more towards Q9's favor because there's going to be 3 search and destroys in the picture. So, can you target away one of Elevate's best?
3 Search and Destroys? We'll see. That might be enough for Q9.
On the control, that's how Q9 comes through and wins this if they find a way to top the championship.
It's known information. Everybody knows that Elevate likes to run at you. Even Hippo was saying it not too long ago. With these guys earlier, what we got to see from their Hacienda and Apocalypse versus X-Rock, they are more than prepared to set themselves up for those big match moments. Uling in particular with that War Machine through the respawns could be something you can lean on if you are Q9.
I just wanted the character. You know I like to collect everything for the... It might still work out okay, M&E. I think Elevate's really, really good on these respawns. Uling is probably their best player for sure.
Moments where you look to one player or another depending on what map mode we're playing on. Obviously, the search and destroy, Sun has been dominant, but on the
Nice.
guys really stepping up in a major way when they need to in the respawn.
Who am I rooting for? Man, I don't have a rooting interest in this. I just want some good games. I would like for Elevate to win so M&E can get the character. We'll say that, right?
Last time we were at Worlds, Garena wasn't even on the map, and now we got Elevate winning CDSI through the lower bracket at that time. Dominant throughout the entirety of this weekend. So far, the clear-cut favorites.
KDA kills, deaths, assists.
Because they are heavy slayers. No, Elevate are just that much better.
Yeah, kills, deaths, and assists.
Yeah, I mean, they've only lost one respawn map on the weekend. It was a control yesterday. You had to go back to CDSI to figure out the last time they lost a respawn. They've only lost 3 in total over the course of the last month and change. It's really, really good. I think most impressively, we keep hearing it from the Elevate interviews, we have to be better at search and destroy. We have to be better at search and destroy. And boy, did they ever.
Their snipes were clean.
Tunisia versus Gallerus, getting deep on their offense into the site, scaling to points where Gallerus were never able to hit retakes. That's an important note because they're going to need to try to find the do the same way against Q9. Stop the retakes before
Smart. I need to do my camos. The hip fire is pretty quick tap too.
Their resource management as well, and so are Q9 to be fair, but it's just the pressure that gets layered on from Kendi, from so many different players that are represented here of Elevate.
But they make you do 150 matches with it for Diamond versus the 100 of the other marksmen.
Got love for both of the squads right now. Q9 flag plus that Elevate jersey, as we'll get an opportunity to pull up some stats for Elevate as well. PJ is just stellar.
Yeah, he's been unbelievable. I mean, Kendi was your CDSI MVP. There's definitely been moments in the search and destroy where he has shown more signs of that, but absolutely right. I mean, between Yopi and PJ both, they have been unbelievable as a
Yeah, 150, which stinks.
They're also the leading vanguard towards
It's a lot more.
continually see first scrap time on rotation as they break hills. It's just
It's a lot more than normal, right? Extra 50 matches.
Search and destroy. Susano has been that guy with the sniper rifle in hand, and the reason being
You have 250 matches and you don't have Diamond yet? Oh no. Maybe they'll fix it then. Your Deep says it's bugged, Danger Dan.
Playing into them when they matter, like you guys were saying, who's best on which mode, etc. As we're seeing our teams getting themselves hyped up, ready to go for our grand finals. Let's take a look back at the history between these two teams, though, because these past battles.
Thanks for the refresh there, Danger Dan.
There's a recent and now enduring history between these two spots.
Yeah, but in particular, you look at Q9 and kind of their storied success not being capped off with a W. In their own region for China Masters, both in the Season 8 Stage 1 and Season 8 Stage 2, they fell short to X-Rock. That would happen again when it mattered most at the actual Chinese Masters Championship.
X-Rock, Elevate. They took out X-Rock, so now time for Elevate.
But again, they were not able to finish off the tournament. So this is their 5th grand final at a major.
Not surprised, right, Danger Dan? But hey, we can get some COD main announcers on a COD mobile deal.
Ended up coming through here. Number 2, they beat number 1, cementing that they are better than X-Rock at this point in time. But the answer still has to be asked. Can you finish the dang story for Q9? You've made it to so many grand finals. This has to be the moment. They were in tip-top shape in all 5 maps, maybe barring the opening of Apocalypse.
I have not seen Bonesley. No, I have not seen Bonesley.
You have to respond to what happened at CDSI not too long ago.
Absolutely. We've mentioned it quite a few times. There's probably a chip on their shoulder, a little bit of something to prove here as we're heading into our grand finals, and we get to see a look at some of these mode stats for these squads. Do you think this is an accurate picture to be painting here, Ships?
Absolutely. Respawn dominance for Elevate, search and destroy dominance for Q9. That's been the biggest point. And I think the other side of this is when you deal with two teams that have preferred game modes, we always look at what map 3 often is. But it's not just map 3. It's map 3 and map 6. Control.
Hello, Mr. Baden. How are you doing, homie? Good to see ya.
In terms of how they've played the mode so far this weekend.
This is going to be a game of control. The hard
Just ready for this game to get rolling.
More than likely the Q9. That is typically how the history is drawn between these two teams. But this will 100% come down to the controls. To Shift's point, having both those controls very much so in play. Q9 need to respond to either one, if not potentially both, if this does end up going the distance.
I cannot wait to see if they've got any sort of secrets up their sleeve. you get a chance to take another look at this trophy. And I know I keep talking about the trophy, but don't forget about the rings. This is the first time we've got them out. They're lined up, ready to go. Those rings are epic every single year, and they are weighty, okay?
Weighty.
They really are. They are as cool as the trophy itself as we get those map picks through here. Best of 7, lots of choices had to be made.
Yeah, and I think the thing here for Q9 is you have to decide, do you want to play him on Summit, do you want to play him on Apocalypse? You can only ban one, so they get rid of the Apocalypse. Makes sense, especially after the last result they had versus X-Rock. So it will be Elevate selecting the Summit first. Not the worst news for Q9. They've played it a bunch. We then have some repeat modes from when they played last time. Firing range was 12-10 overtime in favor of Elevate. That was the final map at CDSI. Raid was also played once before with them, and then you've got the Hacienda, which is a run back.
Imini, you're going to need this to go to 7 games if you want Q9 to have a chance, in my opinion. So, we'll see. It's picture perfect. I paint a perfect picture. Who do you think will win? I think it's going to be Elevate. Q9 surprised me today, though, so I wouldn't be surprised if I win. Who do you think is going to win, Blades?
To your point, Alan, there are so many reprise maps, and there's only been so little time.
Raiders tired.
For this exact matchup, but it's just a little few speed bumps that got in their way to get to this point in time. Now it's this point.
I'm going to chill just like this with you, all right, homies? Is that cool if I just chill like this?
The body reviewed. The time is now.
Okay.
Well, everyone at home, let us know how you're feeling about this matchup. Do you think it's going to be Q9?
Yeah, can't jinx it.
Will be crowned the champion, or will it be Elevate? I can't wait to see how this plays out. I will let the two of you talk about that as we dive into the match, because it is about ready to get underway. So, ladies and gentlemen, the grand finals of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship are about to kick off.
Oh, we've got an active crowd. Let's go. I'm amped up. I think the thing about this best of 7, just to kind of talk to the dynamic that involves a best of 7, Elevate are going to have an advantage.
Yeah, I got to be comfy, and I'm going to get some matches in while we're going. I got to do some...
Get their first control selection. So it is crucial for Q9 to keep things tight and hopefully extend this series later down the road, where you see your arsenal and a very square footing on the Kurahana.
I think it puts an exclamation mark on how important these first 3 maps are then, especially for Q9. Walk away with one of these would be great. Summit is actually going to be the first venue, of course. We have not seen these two teams fight it out here, but expect for your usual suspects to pop off when it matters most.
Let me turn the volume up for you guys.
Playground for Q9 inside their region as well as at CDSI, and at the moment they are off to the races on P1. Early time from Elevate already counteracted. Sun having a little bit of a tough time locking down the shots to find the continual kills, but his help is around the backside, and that's good. Q9 already doing a nice job around P1, trying to get some high ground control now as they look towards P2.
And it's the proactivity from Q9 that makes it very respected when it comes down to respawns from their region. Getting all the kills, but then pushing a little bit further forward does open up the back P3 spawn ever so slightly with 5 seconds remaining inside of P1. Q9 would have loved to hold on to the rest of the high ground, but good trades coming through from Elevate off the spawn point.
Yeah, looking really decent. Uling will have the final word on P1. Rotating on over. Chen, he's already got a KRM at the ready. Pred missile called in. That's extra space for Q9 to work with his elevator, trying to move this from the right side of the map. Trying to get a little bit of a pinch now as the split
Q9 looking good, aren't they?
A natural pitch to start to occur, and with that Quo able to find himself too and push Q9 out of the hard point.
How long can you hold? You know, you mostly just want to get as much time as possible, but get, most importantly, those spawns, and will Elevate will just start sprinting into them. Better side of the map now being held by Q9. Claw will start to be popped immediately for Q9, and a War Machine soon to follow as well.
Nice
really
match.
Start here. Uling, of course, leading the charge for Q9,
Works by the
first
RPD.
operator to pop. Jen down low, KRM hidden like a menace from mid-range. That's enough for Q9 to hold into the hard point, but they are a bit awry, trying to make their move over to the left side of the map where our new hard point will open up. Elevate starting to fight back, but they get pinched up as Uling once again doubles down, and now you've got Q9 on the favorite side going to 3.
Talk about the consistency of the Emperor Uling on this very fine day. He was a problem for X-Rock in the respawns, and it's nice to see the continuation here, especially if you are a fan of Q9. 51-29. You're already cutting past mid-maps, but spawns have occurred.
Indeed the case, and the extra kills for Yopi. Elevate know that they need to push through this, so they're going to commit to Claw to watch the flank and actually turn back around as the snow pathway is still being held by Q9. Susano in a little bit of trouble, able to find one more before dropping, but Q9 have stabilized and won back the spawns. They will win rotation and jump into the hard point.
starting to set themselves a little bit on a further flank, but Q9, I mean, they can just focus on the front, keep this as scrappy as possible. Already have a couple operators just to make sure that they can maintain the side.
Great space being opened up as Jet through mid has the Purifier. That range will eventually see him shut down. Sun takes his attention to the background, but that's Elevate now with the break. Nice little surround and wrap around the hill. Allows them to flip the spawns and the hard point simultaneously, and Klo will make sure that there is definition around this last 20. Equalizers out and active. PJ holding the opposite corner. Here comes the hit for Q9. Broken ankles, doesn't matter. Elevate find all 4 kills and they'll get the scrap.
I still find that to be an absolute win though for Q9. I mean, you got the majority of time there on P3 and you got the equalizer out, but with those final few kills, by giving up a lot more lives to try to break inside the scrap time, but P3, you actually given up a lot of spawns and a lot of space at new.
Yeah, Susano already doing the job, found one. Trying to get in to try to flip these spawns back where Q9 will be on the left-hand side of the map. So
Q9 gonna take it?
Q9 still holding it desperately. Down to how does Elevate
Is Q9
push
gonna take it?
through, open up this space. PJ's trying to do that with the, not Purifier yet, but he had it ready. Instead, it's just going to be Elevate just trying to do this the hard way, and it's not working out fully until finally you got Susano and Yopi to clean things out, and now the Purifier with Kendi's War Machine can take focus to the front.
Just keep everybody at bay, kind of herd them into these very narrow choke point that exits out of P1, and Kendi is just finding random nonsense kills, just yeeting these grenades into the distance, all calculated, of course. The majority of time coming through for Elevate here on P4. They did a magnificent job on the transition.
Here comes Elevate.
Pretty good for the scrap time as well.
You knew they would come eventually, right?
Though for Elevate, Q9 trying to get a late flip, and they will secure a break. This is good in terms of how Q9 can hold off from this map getting a little bit out of control. Same can be said about how Elevate did this on P3. So again, very 50-50 battle to this point. Elevate going to commit their last hit to jump on in, because why not? But Q9 right there to meet them. Last one left is Chen, and Elevate are really avoiding him nicely, but not enough numbers to actually secure the break. We've got a tie game going into the next set.
Crucial moment on this transition going into one. Wuling does have a War Machine at the ready. Probably going to see a couple kills come through and might use it just to try to keep Elevate trapped on whatever side of the map Q9 see fit. Chen's going to start the slow flank coming through with the KRM. He's going to get caught. Does do well to at least find one. Had a good look at the second. It's just space provider for Q9 to move forward.
Sun able to drop in a Pred missile to help support Wuling and this War Machine active. He's got a lot to learn, though, in terms of where this Elevate team is trying to break from, and well, it's Curly who actually beats him to the punch. Claw able to find 2 from the front doors.
Curly's played really good.
That's right as Wuling loses his War Machine. Maybe an opportunity here for Elevate to break this hill wide open. A couple of kills come through, allowing at least some sort of contest, but Q9 still just too many members to deal with. Kendi trying to do what he can. Tallies up 1 off the low health pool, but still it's Q9 and mostly Wuling who are locking things up until Susano finds the opportunity to pop the claw, take a couple, and Elevate quickly bounce right back in for the scrap.
Gotta be careful with how far forward you push here. If you are Elevate giving up the opposite side of the map, their spawn will occur, but it's a massive spree to come through from Susano. The rest of Elevate's trying to follow suit. Trying to at least maintain presence, but they're a little bit too late to read where the spawns are starting to come from, but still, winning the gunfights when it matters most. Big 2 for Peach.
Dang, this is a tight match.
They've got a couple operators at the ready. And with that, a couple of eliminations to get this hard point started off on the right foot. Klo on the catwalk, trying to make his way in, but net by Sun Sparrow, who's really getting to work with it now. Good read on where Elevator are coming from. Loses the last charge of it, now has to go back to the Fennec, and that works out nicely. Mauchi off the flank. He's got the equalizers out to make sure nobody from Elevate can sit up a sort of a pitch, and that's enough for Q9 to reclaim the lead.
We do have one flank that's currently being put together. It's PJ up to 27 eliminations, going to try to stun his way forward. He has assistance from his teammates from the middle of the building, but it's a
Q9's playing good.
That's currently occurring all the way across the map. Finally will subside. Elevator on the better side of the map, but scrap time still left to fight for here too.
Man, a bot with the Chickum is
lots of damage, able to find a kill, and his teammate will make sure that he stays alive. So really good help from Elevate, flipping the map, and also getting a little bit of contest going here in the last 15 seconds or so. Q9 have to fight through Old, and they fight through it very nicely. Now the play over towards the right side of the map. Elevate still not getting the spawns on the left side because P2 is still active. As that lock starts to come out, now the spawns will move.
The Chickum on a bot is ridiculous.
Behind, so the early effort for Elevate immediately counteracted, and Q9 are flooding their way forward.
Elevate very quickly, just cutting through the middle of the map, trying to get into these gunfights before they actually end up happening over inside of the car itself, just trying to be a little bit of a nuisance on the opposite side for Elevate to help them get a little bit further forward. Breaking enemy lines has been Susano, and a War Machine gets popped by Kendi. They're looking to hold.
Sun had an off spawn, and he thought maybe he was going to hit a bit of a pinch, but does not get the read on the Elevate setup, and all of a sudden, It's the Filipinos who find themselves tucked into corners on the hard point. Kendi running out of the War Machine.
Elevate looking
Fire behind
good.
this, but it runs out at the same time, so Q9 find 3 straight eliminations, and now it's their turn. War Machine for Uling at the front door. Mauchi setting up a bit of a pinch over towards the connector. Sloppy initially, but still uses that as an opportunity to weaken this Elevate approach from the front. Curly's able to clean things up in the last 15 seconds. Looking good for Q9.
Gotta be careful of the investment here if you are Elevate. Trying to at least break this. This is a very egregious flank coming through from Yopi. Gets snuffed out, but the spawns will still remain at this moment in time. 170 to 159. And when you look at just the stats from left to right, as far as KD is concerned, Q9 are outslaying Elevate by a steep margin.
Agree.
But it's still only just about a 20-point game, barely. Elevate have the rotation to new, and they're anchoring out the back spawns.
Big moment here to counteract Q9's rotation from the last hard point. Susano feeling the pressure. Shut down.
That shotgun was crazy.
An opportunity for Q9 to flood. They're actually not going to play for the sponsor to get into the hard point first. So Kendi now has to take his attention forward.
Yeah, the game would
Good
get a
kills
boost if
from
they did that
him.
deep,
He
I
gets a chance to
believe.
do a little bit more, but Curly,
I believe they would.
The claw out, and he's making it work as he finds a couple. Q9
So
able
spooky,
to bounce
right?
into the hard point off the front, and
Q9
they will
back
get
up
the
top.
split as the spawn as well.
Split spawn occurs for PJ. He gets 2 more to spawn up behind him. But Q9, they are twisted right now. They're reading all of these spawns. They're maintaining presence around the
They
hard
are
point. They're setting
absolutely
themselves up for the
cooking.
returning gunfights
Absolutely
as well.
cooking, right?
193 to 168. Late break does come through for Elevate, and it is massive. This 20 seconds will tie up the game again
Yeah.
as we go to
The
new
Finnick
once
and the
more.
Type 19, 100% most used.
On P1, P2,
Followed closely by the Tundra and the R9 and even an MG42.
Both teams, when asked the question, provide answers.
The Finnick is all over the place.
So now we reset again. 190, 193. A couple of operators in play. Pred missile early for Sun does lock down 2, giving a numbers advantage to Q9.
Gotta work your way back through here in Q9. Mauchi wanting to make sure that they get the majority of time here at 1, and Equalizer is very good at this moment in time. Starting to push a little bit forward. He's actually gonna catch a couple of spawners off guard, able to find 2 more. There's still one hanging around the joint. It's Yopi, easy cleanup will come through. There's a rogue player of PJ, but good value coming through there for the Equalizer, I'll say that.
Uling trying to get the War Machine into play. Purifier also being called here. Q9 trying to gain some separation on the scoreboard late into this map, and it's working out
20
nicely.
point.
Elevate, push back, have to reform and try to hit again. 25 seconds to fight. Contest is in. Smoke making a mess at the front door, but Uling and the rest of Q9 are able to clean up nicely. Big moment. Greatest lead we've seen to this point as Elevate try one more time.
Still holding on to the better side of the map, and they will clean house. So
big.
With 5 dead, they're going to be able to set themselves up on the high ground. A rogue spawn does occur, though, for Mauchi. Wonder if he's able to find anything. No, Yopi, too aware, but the returning gunfights coming through from Sun. Curly, able to at least combine for 4 more. The rotation under threat.
That's 4 down. Yopi, last one left alive, does well to keep some high ground position available for Elevate to use, and as they come off spawn, they do so beautifully. Shed,
Q9 has been ridiculous for, I mean, the carry has been ridiculous for Q9.
Doesn't fully work out. A chance here for Elevate. You've got the Purifier and the Claw.
Elevate's got to win this.
Whatever they can over the top of the hard point. Chen runs right into PJ. That's not going to be enough for them. And Elevate are going to clean the floor. Q9 now spread across the map off the spawn.
Equalizer called. Kendi's War Machine is about to dissipate as well. But it's value after value. 220 to 225. Not enough time for Elevate to still win here, but Q9 absolutely can.
Glow from the back line, only finding 1. The rest of his teammates right there to pick up. Tie game.
Wow.
Likely to see another hard point.
Wow.
Q9 already thinking about that. Have a player on rotation, but you can't lose track of the current hard point. Elevator's still on, and they're still earning time. There's still a chance for them to put this thing pretty well without reach. Q9 now taking the fight back, but Elevator winning gunfights on rotation.
Oh, they baited them, and they got the split spawns as well.
And they flipped the spawns. Holy cow. That's huge.
And he dies.
Red missile called in. Hardpoint has not unlocked yet. PJ from the front with the shotgun, waiting for first contact. Not going to be needed. Elevate now earning the time that they need. Only need 4 more seconds. The crossfire setup looks perfect. Can anyone break it if you're Q9? They're trying to hit a pitch, but they're not going to get there in time. And
What a comeback.
Point for map 1.
Down in slaying, down
Wow.
in score, but never out. Elevate cracked the code at the end of P4, going back into P1. What a magnificent
Well done, Elevate.
showcasing at the end of P2. That bait to get them all in to fight for the old time of P2 showed all of the information that
That's
they needed,
crazy.
and it gave all of the easy
That's
routes to be
crazy.
hit. pinched in from behind. Tough scenes. Curly had the ace up the sleeve at the end there for the potential break with the claw. Immediately shut down from the gunnies of Elevate.
That is as 50-50 of a battle as you're ever going to see on
No,
Sunday.
I mean, Elevate really came back.
Look back on in terms of where was the difference maker.
That was a big
Late
comeback.
in P1,
PJ.
P9 have 3 operators, and they spend all of it trying to gain a lead late in the game that Elevate can't come back from. But on the scrap battle, as soon as those operators drop, Elevate still find 10 seconds of scrap time. Then they have the operator advantage, which they use perfectly to get more time on P2. And with that, of course, then the extra pressure on rotation gets denied. So a key moment there
GG's
for G9 to
Elevate.
make the decision of
Woo, up and down, up and down, up and down.
now, then we can play for rotation to 3. It doesn't work out.
You just have to cement it for whatever leader's advantage you can possibly get, especially for how mixy P3 can be and just how well Elevate consistently through that sub and hardpoint were exquisitely exceptional at holding hardpoints from the front before the break inevitably came through. Susano, what a hell of a map number 1 out of you, young man. 53 and 39 with a minute
50?
and 25 Bobby J time. What are we talking
there,
about out here?
bros.
Again, when you look from top to bottom at certain points in time throughout
That was a
game,
little salty.
Q9 were outslaying sufficiently.
That
They
was a
did
little bit
at
salty.
least show that in the lead ever so slightly, but Elevate were always hanging around. They just had to change up the macro a little bit. Their holds, their setups, and breaks just were so harmonious.
If you want to see some textbook action, though, of how you break and contest P3 and how you break and contest P4, look no further than that matchup right there, friends. That was a beautiful display. But it is, I think, just that late game decision making. That's the difference maker.
Yeah.
So, Elevate, come away with their map win. Now we go to firing range for
That's
the Search
wild.
and Destroy.
Firing range, Search and Destroy. This should be a Q9
It was the
advantage.
map that Elevate used to win the championship, but it took a number of overtime.
Should definitely be a
Finished
Q9
12 to 10,
advantage.
and it was as back and forth as that map was.
A casual 22 rounds of Search and Destroy on firing range, and when you do have these two juggernauts going up against each other, it does kind of play into a multitude of different wheelhouses. You know, Q9 Search and Destroy is something that they've leaned on quite heavily, especially not only just through this tournament, but through their entire careers as well, for their entire region that they represent. And firing range has been around for quite some time, so there's not a whole lot of different things that you can
The new
throw
map
out,
looks pretty
I
cool,
guess,
though.
as a
I just got to
rollout
watch
is
it
concerned,
again.
But it's all about that mental chess on where the
M&E
snipers are going
jinx
to be
to come
located
back.
at. How quickly can you adapt to the aggression that inevitably will be coming out from Elevate? Because we saw Q9 versus X-Rock earlier today in Search and Destroy. The moment that X-Rock turned up the heat just a little bit, Q9 were shook, and they were giving up a lot more individual gunfights than I would like to admit.
That's totally fair. On the course of this weekend, though, if you want to bring some more recency
Q9 will
into the
probably have
picture,
the advantage in
Elevate
Search and
has not
Destroy,
played
but
this map outside of a single time. It did not go all that well. It was versus Godlike in their opening Swiss matchup. They lost it 4-7. Whereas for Q9, they've used this map twice on the road to their perfect Search and Destroy. In the Swiss stage, they had a 7-2 win versus 4MV, which, okay. And then you also had an 8-6 win versus Stalwart. So they were able to beat at least one of the other Garena teams on this map already.
Yeah.
I know they were doomed, M&E, but I know that Q9 is probably the Search and Destroy
road to get to this point in
has
time.
the advantage in
Tried,
Search and Destroy.
Stalwart, X-Rock. And then losing to Elevate is their only stained loss as far as the weekend is concerned. So this is as good as a run back as you could possibly get, and mentally training them, if you will, for this exact series here.
Sure.
Elevate on the opposite side. I mean, Gallerus was supposed to be like their biggest test, and candidly speaking, they were with that Search and Destroy, but it's just really tough to say that Elevate just had an easier bracket round. Basically going against all the angry Redditors saying that they're going to make the Grand Finals because it was easier. Like, no, they definitely were tested, and you can clearly see that the game plan is very much so still the same when they're going up against a top dog such as Q9.
Bro, you want to talk about just legendary COD mobile runs? Look no further than Elevate. This last month has been a trial. At CDSI, they had to beat Godlike, Stalwart, Wolves, X-Rock, and then Q9. And then all of a sudden you show up at Champs, and you're like, wait, we have to play Godlike and Q9 and Wolves again? Unreal. I mean, this has been an undeniable run from Elevate, taking down playoff team after playoff team, taking down China's best, taking down their regional counterparts. This last month and a half has been perfect COD on Elevate.
I will say this much, though, as we're getting some good shots at Elevate, just sitting there laughing and having a good time, is that their composure, albeit tested, this is quite literally pressure-making diamonds type analogy here with Elevate, especially over the past several weeks. Trial by fire, a lower bracket run up at CDSI was just so legendary.
Yeah.
And how can you not have all of the confidence in the world coming into a tournament like this? experience. You see the road, you see the teams that you have to face. You've beaten
Marshy
them
on the
before.
big screen.
I feel confident for them.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely the case. I mean, like we said, they beat them at CDSI, and then they also beat Q9 in the Swiss stage, only dropping the map 2. So something to be told about having an edge mentally, maybe not even just physically, over your opponent. But Q9 are no strangers to adversity, having to learn their lessons versus X-Rock. They were able to provide that in their last 2 matchups. And now maybe an opportunity to do so versus Elevate as we look back and reflect upon that last meeting. Here were the maps and the overall scores. Elevate scores on the left. So again, 250 to 234, the Hacienda, that will come back. Kurohana will be waiting for us for a potential map 7 where Q9 will feel great about. And then we will also have an Arsenal control. That will be our map 6 if we get it. That was left for the decision of Q9 between that and Raids. So they go that direction. And then, of course, the firing range we talked about is right here for us for map 2.
Again, this is all speculation. Again, as volatile as a best of 7 is, to the advantage of Elevate being able to get some of these maps through the early stages of.
I wonder what they're doing.
4. This is a potential best look for them to try to walk in and sweep very quickly. But that's why I was kind of coining it as the phrase that Q9 do have to come in and take away one of these first 3 maps just to be able to extend it and kind of give some honesty to Elevate in this grand finals.
No, absolutely the case, and I think that's it's the easy thing to say, win your map picks forehead, but I think it's more crucially important in this simply due to the fact that you've got Q9 who are not necessarily as strong of a hardpoint team. You look to that Hacienda now, especially them losing the summit, you have to win it. For Elevate, now all of a sudden you look towards their Search and Destroy and Express later and say, you have to win that. But I think the thing about it for Elevate is they're looking at this map too saying, hey, we've beaten you on this once before. We could do it again. Just give us a chance to.
It's same idea, different team, different map mode combination of what I was just talking about with Elevate coming back into this tournament, beating everybody
watch your
that they've seen
doggo.
before.
All right,
It's just
broski.
sometimes a little bit more decisive.
Thank you so much, Gurdeep.
You even go back to the interview
Always love
as
it when
well.
you stop by. Have a
they're
good
not shy
good
about
walk
it,
and a great
every
sleep.
competitor that has
And
played up
I
against
probably won't
Elevate
see you till
and
later
has
on in the week, so
screened them
have a
is
great
very
week
much
too,
so
homie.
where these
See you then.
guys like to run at you. They'll make you feel uncomfortable while also being very fundamentally sound in the macro department along the way.
Well, speaking of that interview, hey, we actually did have a chance to have Beef Mommy sit down with Elevate to give their thoughts on how they've performed to this point and what their expectations are for the weekend.
All right, Beef Mommy here, and I'm with the team that elevated everyone's expectations in the World Championship. I'm with Elevate today, Garena's #1 team heading into the World Championship. But before we start into the nitty-gritty, I wanted to say that every single one of you, except for one player, is actually your first time here in the World Championship. Last year, unfortunately, even though everyone expected you to
Like, how
come
many
in
times
as
do we
a
have to
Garena
watch the same
representative,
interview?
you didn't make it. So
Losing last year was very devastating for me.
They should have done this earlier while we were waiting for the game to
It really
start.
affected me generally,
Just
in general.
prolonging
so-
it.
But in time, I realized
People want to watch maps,
it wasn't for us,
not
so
repeat
I
interviews.
accepted it, and I
Just my
realized
opinion.
along the way that the only way to go up is to go down.
I'm
So
just complaining
right
again.
now we're
Don't
back on the
complain.
world stage, so
Don't worry.
we're coming back for everything.
love that. Susana.
Last year, when we lost the game against Stalwart currently, I actually went outside and cried my eyes out. Then when I went back in, Yopi was taking a shower. I heard him crying like really loud, and I was just really, really sad back then. It was really sad.
Is that true? Were you really crying inside the shower?
Yeah, to be honest, yeah. I was crying that night. And, you know, it's very unfortunate experience for us that we have to learn from our mistakes. And you see, now we're here representing the Garena.
What do you think makes Garena different from all of the regions in terms of playstyle?
One word, hard point.
Hard point.
Okay, well, actually, you know, can you expound as to why Hardpoint is the game mode for Garena?
I wonder why that is. Why Hardpoint is their game mode.
Just go running around the place and use our gyroscope.
I mean, that's true. Actually, Garena was one of the first regions to use and utilize the gyroscope.
What separates us from other teams, like particularly us in Garena, is we have a really fast-paced gameplay that I think no other team has actually tried to copy it yet. They're copying it, but they cannot do the original. Everyone knows that.
Yeah, there you go. Confident in the Respawn gameplay. And speaking of, Search and Destroy is something that is always brought up, especially up against like Chinese teams. How were you able to kind of, I guess, clean up your S&D gameplay? Because you are very confident in your respawn.
Like Klaus said, we have no patience, and I think in S&D we have to wait for the IGL calls.
All right, thank you so much, Elevate. I really loved your answers. But yeah, that was Elevate Garena's #1 team. Let's see if they're going to clinch the top spot in the World Championship.
Fast and furious. We definitely saw a lot of that on the summit. We've also seen it in a number of occasions on their Search and Destroy, but you hear it there at the end. We have to wait for the calls from our IGL. Wait for the go button. Let's just not, play solo ranked mode and just run at each other. We got to put something together, and that's going to be key for this Firing Range Search.
As longtime tenured enjoyers of Call of Duty esports and Call of Duty Mobile since its inception, it is very refreshing to hear such fundamentals even being talked about outside a game. It is very important. It will be indicative to your performance and success on this firing range. Again, just to reset up everything, firing range is a venue these two teams know quite well against one another, with Elevate having the edge.
Yeah, casual 22 rounds of Search play here last time that they had the chance.
I'm going to turn the volume back up. Oh,
they
we're
will be
going
on
back.
offense. We talked about this map quite often with these guys. They love to just smoke, flash, nade, and then get the bomb planted.
Q9 is
Elevate
so
have a
good to
response
Search.
for it. This time, they are holding off on their counter nades, and they will unfortunately not fully land. So now you got to do this the hard way. Trying to re-clear out the backside of trailer. Easier said than done, as Q9 already had the post plant set up.
What a sick high-low after a very quick plant coming through. It's going to leave Susano in a 1v5. Not very likely. Always expected to play inside of American, but I mean, a blistering pace for a first round out of Q9. Just clearing everything, stuns, nades, flash forward, as you were saying there. Get the bomb planted, but knowing that they didn't clear trailer, whether they saw a body in there or not, the high-low just to dispose of it quickly and not lose any lives along the way was lovely to see.
Yeah, absolutely the case. This is actually going to feel very familiar because we were talking about this map with Stalwart when they played up against Q9. We're saying, hey, you have to understand that it's going to be a smoke first, stun second. Do you challenge through that smoke? Do you wait to play your counter nades? That has to be what Elevate needs to start communicating, because it's always been the case with how Q9 try to approach this offense. This time, not towards A. It's going over to the B site. Initially, there is an elimination from Susano, but the trades are
That's much better by
the B
Elevate.
part of the map, which is now where Q9 have to keep their focus.
And they have full coverage of this. But Elevator setting themselves up for a late flank potentially for Yopi, or he might just join the efforts through the middle of the map. Exit frag upon the bomb plant. 3v3.
Yeah, maybe a bit of mistiming right there. Looked like there was supposed to be a defensive stun to force that challenge.
Oh,
but it doesn't make a
wow.
difference. Yopi just slides off
Three.
two. PJ behind him, and the dynamic SNG
That was too
duo
easy.
light things up for the first
That
round.
was
for
nice.
It's just
What's
so
up,
timely
Rostov?
again.
Welcome to the
I mean,
stream.
going back to the interview, just instant callback. Just wait for the call and then go. That's exactly what happened. Yobi was on an island by himself and just waited for any sort of advantage to take, and found that pinch scot-free. Big 2 kills. We are tied up in round number 3.
Clean stuff on the retake attempt. Q9 still passive through the middle of the map, looking for some spam shots from Sun in towards trailer. None will land. And for Elevate's defense, trophies inside of trailer with a double stack. Now this one trophy on the backside of A, that's supposed to be there to keep Kendi safe, will likely be destroyed just by the amount of incoming nades that are likely to come through for Q9 if they decide to commit onto the A site. So this setup in the trailer is crucially important if Elevate do get tested today. But for now, Q9 going to see what they can find over towards the B part of the map.
Oh my gosh, Susano.
Yeah.
That's
bold.
That's aggressive.
Yep.
We'll give it up for now, as you saw the information on the other side of wood, expecting for things to go B, but it seems like Q9 are actually using it as an opportunity for a little bit of a bait play. They will leave a player behind, maybe throw anything as of late, see what they can get on the cross back, but wasting a lot of time just trying to find a pick. All 10 or 9 players still alive.
And Yopi gets found inside a trailer. Q9 surely going to utilize that advantage and hit A. That's going to force a rotation back. Susano on the way over towards American. He will only have a pixel peek here down the lane
why they call
backside
it
trailer.
American.
So this is important to note. Again, when does Q9 want to execute? Just a couple of nades just to bait the defense into thinking this is B. Smoke at mid gets denied by Trophy. Q9 have not been able to get the setup that they want. So now it's just down to, can they flood these nades and take control of trailer?
Not able to get the information they want either. I mean, you should know that someone's going to be American, but you got to be careful with the no smoke. PJ is very much so still lurking inside a trailer.
PJ on the cross. Shots are out. Misses his opportunity. Has to value his life here. And very wisely backs up. Bomb will be allowed to go down. Keep your eye on PJ. Does he want to try to push through this? His teammates over towards 10. giving us the offer that they're not going to play for a wrap. They're going to try to flood this from the front. Contact though at mid. That's troubling for Elevate. Mao-Chi now wins back mid-map, and Q9 can keep their full focus on the front, where PJ has to force the issue. Nothing
Too easy.
there.
Too
Perfect
easy.
Q9.
Yeah, wonderful execution coming through once they finally got the isolation for the play call to get over towards the trailer side. Again, without a smoke, you're always feeling a little nervy about that push, given the pixel peak that Susanna was holding, and at least the angle that was being held inside a trailer. But I mean, to your point, PJ missing their opportunity, and simply need to be able to go 1-for-1 in that regard. Maybe deny the plant. Does not happen. Q9 take a 1-round lead.
Early offensive smoke and stuns over towards trailer. PJ's in trouble. Pushes forward through the smoke to make sure no one had pushed in towards mid. Late trophy system down. And it's an opening nade that lands onto PJ inside the trailer. So once again, Q9 do what they always do. Smoke the front door, get the bomb down, and now force Elevate to have to consider how they want to retake.
Really need to start seeing some late stuns being held for Elevate to try to deny them that space.
Yeah.
Not maybe just try to contest the
5-4 again.
bomb plant, but find yourself in a 4v5. Try to go for an egregious pick over there for Kendi, and Susanna loses her life. It's over.
Yep, absolutely is. Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, there's two ways that Elevate could deal with this.
Not
play
even
down A
close.
lane. Right. The first is you smoke mid, you pull off what I like to call the shark play. You smoke it, you push up towards wood, you force Q9 to respect there could be someone at mid. Otherwise, you hold back, and like you said, wait for the nades to come out, throw some of your own. Hopefully you delay the plant from happening until the smoke dissipates, and then you have a chance to contest a little bit more freely without having to worry about deterrence from stuns and smokes. Here is a very aggressive offensive smoke already being placed. Elevate playing through it though. And with an opening elimination on the Sun, that opens up some sniper freedom as well.
I was about to say, or third option, just
They
early
have
stun
to
and
get
try to
through
deny
there.
the space.
You're gonna have to just play A.
Not allow Q9 to walk a little
Period.
bit further forward. I mean, they really were
Make
thinking
them
that it was
beat
gonna
you
come
on
in
B, you
aggressively.
know?
It was looking like that for Q9. Two defensive players now over towards B for Elevate side. Q9 though, down a man. Might just have to do this the old-fashioned way, just gun this first player.
Oh, but Susano does go 1-for-1. That's fine, especially with another teammate nearby. Damage is out, but Klo will fall. Trade through mid-map is good. And with this play, not only have Elevate kept their numbers, they've also taken away the A side of the map, so they have to know that Uling is playing somewhere over here towards B.
Odin 1v3. No easy 1v1s, otherwise you might give Uling an opportunity. Oh, the trigger discipline, shots to the second. Not gonna be able to walk away with that one. No free clutches today, but hey, how about a third option? Just stun over the top of the smoke and just deny the space. It works for now until the stuns and the nades are a little bit better time for Q9 to unearth you from that position.
It's a weird setup for Q9. They're actually doing the same thing again. It's a double smoke at mid. It's almost the exact same setup. There's no smoke deep at A. This is only to give Elevate something to worry about at middle. And
Wow, that was a huge.
Top side wood play coming through trailer. Shen in
Huge.
some trouble, wants to get some barrel control, but it's being held by Yopi. Considerate of the space, he still holds down the trigger. Uling looking for the plant, and he will get it down, but it's still numbers advantage for
Oh,
Elevate
wow.
as Klo finds trades at mid.
Yeah, we'll get the bomb
3v1, but he
planted.
has a
The
sniper.
exit, though, not as clean as you would like. It's going to leave Sun in a 1v3. Does have a sniper rifle, but is not in the clutch position.
No.
He's going to round this corner. He's
Nope.
just going to get gunned. If you can go 1-for-1, that would have been sick, but you were the last player left alive as Elevate have a brilliant retake back over at A.
Yeah, really nice stuff from Elevate on this defensive half. Just making sure Q9 weren't getting away with absolute murder on the A site, which is something that Stalwart had a little bit of a difficult time doing. Not the case here. Really good stuff coming out. And that now all of a sudden puts us into a 3-3 half as we swap the sides. What is Elevate going to give us an offer of in terms of their offense? We saw when they were playing Tunisia just a moment ago. It wasn't just getting into sight. It was getting through it. Will they have the opportunity to do the same thing here, scaling deep on firing range?
Look at the aggression already over towards A, trying to hunt for some more information over by Showers. The Bob is lurking in this area. And the biggest thing for Elevate right now is how do you get Yopi involved? He is the bomb carrier, but you really want to try to get this guy a couple more kills and a lot more space to free roam.
Yeah, I think the biggest part here is, though, you get Sun, who is supposed to be sniping this A lane. And so you can have Kendi just trying to scout
Good
to see if
comeback
he goes
here.
a shoulder on the barrel. And as you approach,
You
the
know?
only thing you have to be worried about if you're Elevate is a play through trailer. Curly looking for an off angle. That works out for one trade, but can't get anything more. Now it's just down to Chen, and he is working with a shotgun. Not what you want. But Elevate still may feel the need to try to push forward. Instead, Chen gets caught. Same could be said as a secondary kill comes onto Mao-Chi, and Elevate take an opening offense after the first blood.
Yeah, good patience. I mean, the stuns and nades only found so much information, but that's exactly what we're talking about. Just no free, easy gunfights. Everything should be traded. Good follow-up by Yopi to then isolate the player with an R9, to your point, inside the trailer. Elevate will strike first. Now they have a 1-run lead.
Similar idea here for Q9, except they're putting more focus at mid-map, where Curly and Sun will land eliminations onto 2. Klo cooking up a nade for Trailer. It's a bit short. Trailer player will back off. That was Chen initially. And I think Q9 have recognized that if there were to be a hit in a 3v5, it's likely coming to be. So they'll move Chen over that direction and hope that the long-range snipers from Wuling
They're going to take it back on this and make it 4-4.
Sun still lurking around American.
Unless they can push it on B.
That one pixel peak might still be there for the information. But you just hold your numbers, take it as a retake if need be. But Sun's opening pick will be taking that jump shot every single time on defense. Believe that. As the push starts to manifest, starting to look towards jungle, but it's a triple stack to your point earlier on.
Yeah. This is just a great IGL call for Q9 to move your shotgun this direction. You're not going to feel a threat Trailer in a 3v5.
Oh!
Nice opening shot from Kendi. Do they know Chen's nearby? Doesn't matter. Kendi sees one up top. That's Curly initially, and there's Chen in the corner. Yeah, it's a heck of an opening, but again, the numbers advantage. Likely too much. The hit marker comes through.
Man, the hit marker was tough.
Hold on. Something to think about.
Gassing that young man up during the pre-show, just making sure everybody stays aware this guy is absolutely still twisted for only having 3 kills.
Right.
Lots of that potentially and some more as we are tied up once again. So what's the adaptation going to be here for Elevate? Nades to the middle, double smoke again. Just the same lurk around showers, expecting for these nades to be able to pick something up.
The other thing you got to keep in mind is that Chen is not always running a shotgun. This time he's got an LMG, so he will be playing a little bit more passively around Trailer. And he's also more of a threat if Sun feels like he needs some help over towards the side of A long. So something to keep in mind every time we see Chen. Does he have a shotgun? Does he have an LMG? That will give you the indication of what Q9 want to do defensively.
It's a certain amount of PTSD from the last time he was stuck inside
no doubt.
with the shotgun. Didn't exactly go well, but
Yeah, I think they are going to make a comeback in the unfortunately, brother.
But it definitely was going to be better once the gunfight starts to occur.
I was so bored of the interviews too. I did a survey for, if y'all would like to, I'm going to copy the link to the survey.
There's 2 trophies for Elevate mid, none down here at A long. And this is what I'm talking about.
Make sure y'all fill out the survey. Let them know what you think.
There, Chen can pop out, get to work, spray things down, find the opening first.
I'm going to paste the survey in the chat. Make sure y'all let ESL Snapdragon know what y'all think.
Like the idea of going A, but you also have absolutely no idea what's
and
then
then
also
maybe we'll be heard.
Down there and a nasty
That was pretty
crossfire.
vocal.
And Curly and Mouchy just been having
I'm going to have to take my jacket off because I'm getting kind of warm too.
Of, hey, how you doing? Waiting for this hit to come all the way through, and it's going to have to be A at this point. Nice shots coming through from Klo. It's going to break us down to a 4v3, and the bomb's going to get planted as well. You should know that you still have players lurking around Trailer.
Susano is watching the flank. Q9 opting to stack. PJ on an off-angle frontside trailer. Klo watching for the pinch. Motion from PJ. He gets the first. That gives a little bit of influence in terms of what Klo needs to watch, but he only goes 1 for 1. Down to the 1v2 for Susano. Can he follow up on what he started last round? The smoke makes life miserable. He has to check for the defuse. Does he get forward in time? No. Get down, Mr. President. Curly's able to find the kill, and Q9 gets the defuse.
Smoke that late is just so annoying when you're in the sniper clutch position.
Right.
Has to push all
That's
the way
tough.
forward and just
That's tough when you're having to clutch with the sniper. Through the smoke, they saved it.
Not gonna be the case at all. Q9, 2 rounds away from tying up our grand finals at a best of 7. Sun going back to the very similar position. Just gonna nade his way forward, nades all the way over towards A. Elevate looking to pick the pace up.
Yep. And these are late smokes as well behind the cover of those frag grenades, so they are going to fully embellish the backside at barrels. But you can't just pause here.
Yeah.
You get the bomb planted, and yes, they have a deep post plan, but they've got no idea what's over towards Trailer. That nade does land, though, so they're going to have an idea that Chen's in position. This is an important 1v1 that Klo takes cleanly. And now all of a sudden, Q9 have a bit of a ruffling to their feathers as they need to find a way in. There's not a lot of options besides the front.
And that's all the information you need right there. Chen swings wide. He has an LMG. Good couple kills come through. The nade bounce even better. Still walks away with a second 1v3.
Have to be a full ace. If you're Chen after the first cut
shot in
down
the
from
back.
behind. I was about to say for a moment, Elevate, who have often gotten deep, holding deep into sight. Very fortunate to not have any counter nades come their way there. They get the plant, and then the post-plant setup largely won thanks to the hold on the flank.
Yeah, good patience for Klo, to your point. They're holding out on the flank. But again, getting the information for Chen. You just had to make sure that you double, sometimes triple chow. Tied up again. Round we go, but it's an aggressive hit over towards B. This time Q9, we're not set up for it.
There is a smoke on site though for the defense for Q9. This will gain a little bit of extra time and a little bit extra space for the defenders playing deep over towards tires. Also, the rotation in from mid is decent.
That's a good
Even trade
rotation.
for the most part to this point. 4v3. Advantage to Q9. Kendi around the back. What? What a set of
That was
shots
a
from Kendi.
massive double kill by
And now
Elevate.
all of a sudden, Q9
Holy
forced
cow.
out to defend from inside the site. Chloe trying to follow up, and he's going to find the final two. Elevate on map point.
That was insane. Oh my gosh.
Swings once again. Elevate, flipping the script. The aggressive hit over towards B was great. The smoke delayed.
That
but
was
they did not
crazy.
relent off the pressure.
The double snipe.
Can you follow up here? Will you deny any OT?
Trophy systems again, down over towards trailer. Double smokes in the front side of it will mean that this Q9 defense will have to be respectful of anything possibly through middle. Uling in particular, the one to make sure everything is clear. And as he traverses through mid, he rotates back over to help out on B. Patience for Elevate. Trying to get this thing done in regulation. Stacked up. Just a nade to feel things out over towards A. That will not land, and we're going to get just an even status here, 5v5, minute 20 in the clock.
Yeah. Late util could be very important here. Chloe is actually, instead of just holding the flank, is actually playing inside of the jungle tower. And he might try to go for a little bit of a late pinch should the rest of his teammates find success on a quick plan towards A, but there are defensive members here. Most importantly is Chen inside that trailer.
But Chen has the shotgun this
Correct.
time. So it's an aggressive angle on the barrel. Smoke denied by Trophy System.
Oh, nice shot. He knew he'd be there.
Shoulder. That's enough for the kill to come out. And Chen needs help. He needs it badly. Plant on the way. 4v5 situation. Long wrap from PJ. Can Elevate hold on long enough for this to get here? Chloe already in the mix. He's got the shots from the back
So
line.
good.
How about
The wrap from Chloe
it's
was
all down to one.
huge.
Mount for what would have to be a 1v4. No nades. Tries to jump into trailer. Ah,
He did.
seen at mid by Susato and Elevate.
Wow, that was huge.
7-5 and a massive edge in this grand final.
That was a huge search and destroy win, not gonna
You
lie.
cannot ask for these maps to be any closer unless it went to round 22, much like it did about a week ago. But Elevate, truly never out. They finally were learning on how to deal with Q9's
Close.
offense, albeit annoying. We go for a
No
3-3
cigar for
half. And even
Q9.
there
Dang,
at the
Elevate
end,
is crushing
the
it.
orchestration just to set up Chloe for that very long flank again was playing inside of the jungle tower for a very long time, waiting for the execute to come through. The smoke denied to your point. And yeah, that's a certain wrench in the system, but when Sun throws more than just a simple shoulder, he loses his life. You saw the flank come through. It
That was
forced
huge.
everybody's hand, especially
Huge.
Chen, just to come flying out with an R9 shotgun because the assistants got killed. You just can't ask for a better post plant, let alone an execute.
Really well done by Elevate. Just the growth this team has shown in such a short amount of time in Search and Destroy is mind-blowing. It's clean. It's impressive. And it's got everyone on notice.
Oh, yeah.
7-5 the count. Massive edge, like we had mentioned. Taking away Q9's strongest mode on their map pick. Now has Elevate looking down at this map set saying, oh, boys, we could very well be up 3-0 early here.
That's what I was saying. These first three maps are so crucial for Q9.
Yes.
Just to take a single one of them. Because even going into raid control, it might not even matter the map. It's just the simple fact that it's a respawn. And going back to the graphic that we were talking about when Lauren was still up here with us was the respawns are going to be in the favor of Elevate. Q9 needed that search and destroy. They needed all the search and
Q9
destroys
did need that
possible
search and destroy,
inside
I
of
agree.
this grand finals, potentially even have a chance.
Absolutely
And
agree.
Now the road is starting to crumble right in front of them. How the hell do you win this best of 7 versus Elevate after losing the first two?
For real. Well, it's got to start here because now you have to be able to bounce back, take this raid away.
Yeah, if 0-2 wasn't bad enough, 0-3 is even worse, naturally.
Without question, it's just, I just don't know how you reverse sweep this Elevate squad. I just don't know how you do it. Not with an Express Search and Destroy, their pick still coming up. An Arsenal control in case things do get nasty, which they look unbelievable on.
Yeah, sure
So
do.
you have to win this next upcoming control, and in my opinion, you have to win your hard point of Hacienda, which again, they've played before and it was close. It was an anyone's game type situation. So time to step up here if you're Q9.
I mean, yeah, your Hacienda on the day was a 4-point victory over X-Rock, and even then it was like Uling dragging everybody across the finish line
For
at
real.
the end. So I think that it's one of those things that Q9 definitely need to reevaluate their drawing board in order to deal
Man,
with
this is
Well, they're gonna have some time.
so
just to
far
kind of
going
discuss
Elevate's
things as
way.
we
We'll see
step
if
away for a
Q9
brief break.
can
We come
make
back.
it.
It's raid control here at DreamHack
Interesting.
Atlanta and your
In control.
Global World Championships.
Hey, we're Elevate. We're at DreamHack Atlanta, and we're here to win the CODM World Championship.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
3 minutes. All right, homies. We'll be back in 3 minutes. I'm going to give me something to drink. I'll break 10 push-ups as well, just for you, Danger Dan.
Meron din. Dalawa tuwip ah. Layo mo mic mo, TJ, pati Susan. 哎，中线掉了，他负掉，负掉花了。A long one. Tara. Dalawa. 正门。来了，没事，来了。C 掉，看 C 还有负的。C 漂亮。哎，Victor。啊，Victor。空网远多，空网掉完。
All right.
别打。Nice one。你还可以打的，没事。是说把楼防是吧？铁皮没见。白防。抢中了。
So far, so good.
漂亮。然后去中。哎，铁皮。
So far, so good. I'm going to go grab one more thing.
Vibes are high, and why wouldn't they be? Elevate find themselves up in a major way, 2-0 after surviving through a gauntlet of a Summit Hardpoint. They do
Actually, I'm going to take a selfie with the setup real fast, too.
And now we jump into raid control. Proper, talk to me.
This raid control is going to be interesting, man, because Elevate very much so find themselves 3-0 up in this series. Should Q9 hit the most massive regain we have seen in between Swiss to now. this very map mode combination was where the best of 3 ended, when these two juggernauts face off against each other within the Swiss stage. I don't like the chances for Q9, but I love being proved wrong. It's going to have to start right here. Again, O2 is no easy feat in a best of 7 to even surmount a comeback, but for a full-blown reverse sweep and a loss on raid control would be detrimental to the success of Q9.
Any takeaways from the Q9 survivability that they just showcased versus
I'm gonna do one
Xrock
more.
on this map, though?
I gotta have it for a post.
The recency would say, all right, you had a really strong start, you stopped Xrock from finding early success, and you were able to take them down here.
You're going to need all of those opening breakoffs that they had that led them to the success that they saw in that map number 3 versus Xrock,
Okay.
plus a little bit extra.
Time for control. Let's see how it goes.
Gunfights as you see in the opening here.
Tie ball game.
Well, Elevate is their map selection for the controls. They will start on offense, and PJ is already off and running. 3 kills for PJ. Trying to take his efforts towards top laundry. Kendi here to get on the zone to stop the clock, and the kills are not stopping for Elevate. Uling able to at least keep laundry safe.
finished it.
but the Q9
Nice.
defense is being tested.
Can't stop, won't stop. Elevate's presence on the map is just an absolute blunder. They have players on both the 2 zones because they are that much confident in being able to win the gunfights. But however,
Ooh,
they
was
do
that
not
a
go
hit
their
bar?
way. So now Q9 essentially get a clean sweep. They're able to clear out all of the ring. Might have a little 1v1 for the spawn traps should PJ start to take this, but all the focus has to be over towards the pool side.
You also have Susano in basketball already, so this is good zoning around this zone for Elevate. The only threat would be through water steps or through money window. Q9 trying to force it on the ladder of the 2, but get pushed back. Feels good for Yopi as he pitches it towards Kitchen. Sun can only sit here and watch as the first take has already gone today.
Now, Mauchi was trying to go for the spawn trap, and PJ was just lurking inside of the gymnasium. Found some timing to be able to work the pinch, and now he's all the way in from behind.
Good macro decisions coming out from Elevate. Mauchi off the pitch will flush them out of the zone. Keep the clock at least relatively ticking as immediately off the respawn. Now you've got Elevate forcing some hands over towards
Three-life
B,
advantage
while
for,
simultaneously adding an extra 60 seconds with the A capture. Really strong
Elevate.
break-off start here for Elevate. 2-life advantage.
2-life
minute 40 on
advantage.
the clock.
I like what I'm seeing here. Start pushing off through open staircase. It is being watched around Jungle side. That would be Sun to try to deal with this player.
They're looking the wrong way.
But it's a great threat.
Definitely. Gun match is one.
To make sure this laundry play is kept on it, at least in some regard. Meanwhile, Q9 from front dominating at Ardo. So again,
They're playing depths now. Red missile. Oh, cute. Oh, you missed it. Oh, how did he hit that? And a hit marker. Goodness. Welcome back, Danger Dan. Goodness, Elevate is playing depths. 6-2. And they're going to cap B. Yeah, definitely big dub there from Elevate. Wow.
When they did beat Xrock earlier today, those are opening breakoffs. Elevator is going to be that winner as well. Great returning gunfights. Great to put his thing making it as well in routes. Better just how this world responsible enough for Q9.
Big time. Early operators for Elevate finding success. PJ in particular, opening the Annihilator. Has another missile work and the shot is hard and dead. PJ 5 in a row. He's going one off of it. Brent gets called in, and Q9 are getting battered as now all of a sudden Yopi's adding insult to injury. It's beautiful. Sheer destruction, sheer bloodshed, and it's Elevate all over
Spawn
the
trap.
squad of Q9.
They can't leave. I mean, one player tried and then immediately got gunning towards the back. You got players over by the AC
It looked like a
unit.
spawn
You
trap
have to win
there.
gunfights mere
Dang.
milliseconds after spawning up. And so far, Q9 are at least doing
Look,
that. But look
Q9
at the
has all their
life
operator
deficit
skills though,
immediately. There's only
but
40
PJ
seconds
has
remaining. And Q9
an
are trailing by
EMP.
a payload of lives.
What does the EMP get you other than just the 9 advantage, 10 advantage, 8 advantage,
Keep the clock paused. They're also digging into life
6
deficit just a
advantage?
touch. Don't step
Wow,
off the gas
Q9
here
came
for
back on
Elevate.
that.
This is still workable.
They're just trying to keep him off of it.
28 seconds on the clock, but they're still looking for
Trying to
kills
keep
before
him
they
off
can
of
commit to
A.
staying on the zone.
Nice
And as they
PJ.
fight in towards Bunny window, Elevate
Wow.
find the kills they need to keep the clock ticking.
The Mauchi and Uling are starting to take more positioning over
The
towards
Type
Dark.
19
They're
has
thinking
been a
that the A
beast.
push might be a very good bait play, but it just leaves Mauchi with his
I'm
left
sorry
in a
about that.
1v2,
Was the
has
live
to
stream
get
audio
three kills in
bad?
a row. There's the second. Stun coming over the top, and Elevator spotting just too damn close. So now the focus has to go back
Sorry
over
about
towards
that. I
A.
wasn't even
PJ
listening.
will drop. Clock will stop at 19 as the second to progress is about to come through at A.
Maybe
It
they
looks like
hadn't
Elevate
messed
may
up.
just chalk
Welcome
and
back.
rotate a couple
You're
of
deep.
desperate nades just to see
No,
if
you
anything
didn't.
will land.
It's
14 will play 9. We'll have
This is a
minute 19
survey.
on the clock.
The survey is it's a survey from to tell about your experience with this champs.
Nate Cook tossed back towards, and that's going to be good enough to isolate. So 9 to 13. Operators at the ready. All 5 for Q9. How
Do you think that they'll use all 5
What's most
operators?
impressive is that Q9 were able to do that while still sustaining and holding on to all 5
Oh,
operators.
wow.
So that gives you an opportunity to maybe try to work on this transition. They trade, and for at least
4.
1 in their base, here comes the Annihilator.
Clean. Now Uling able to use that to clear out our
3.
And now he's got domination over the pillars. Kendi trying
Nope.
to stay covered, and now there's a smoke to give him a little bit more space to work with. What else can you hit if you're Kendi? Yeah, he's still alive and kicking. Kendi almost able to put this together himself.
10-4. Good grief.
10v3. Elevate with a significant life lead. But at the same rate, Q9 only spend one of the operators. So yes, they're going to be down 0-2, but they will have a lot to play with going into round
Goodness
3.
gracious.
But they're 0-2 down, and now you have to reverse
Yeah,
sweep
Mythic
while
Odin,
holding on to
Type
all your
19 are
resources. So you do
definitely
have to
beasts in the
be
hands of these
very
pros.
smart with how you start dipping your toes into the resource pool.
Sound like
if
he
you
was
are
on fast
Q9,
forward
because they
cutting
do have the
plays.
last. And then you also do
Good
have
to see you,
hope that those
brother.
that expend them early in this round are also able to have them prepared for the next round, because an offense still has to be won by Q9.
Well, Shen's going to kick us off with War Machine. He is throwing it in the wrong direction. That was Elevator making moves over towards A. Already on the zone. Smoke making a mess of this offensive attempt, though, as they can't quite get into money window. Q9 around the back, not able to find success off the pinch. It's PJ and Yopi, because of course it is. They're able to find every
Goodness
single
gracious.
elimination, and this
Already
A
up by
zone
2.
is already being torn apart as no one can find entrance for Q9.
Streaks, operators at the ready for Elevate. Yopi's going to call in a Predator missile. It will find one, has the operator upon the respawn. Same can be said for PJ and Chloe. A-Zone still being tacked over. The third segment will be contested by a couple of Q9 players, but nobody's looking in the corner for where PJ's lurking.
Yeah.
Are we going to contest it with the sniper rifle? You're dead anyway.
2 minutes to get B and 23 lives.
Because the first is locked at B.
Yeah, you can start to feel the frustration from Q9, and they're just diving in, and they're getting torn apart. PJ for 3.
11,
B-Zone
12,
likely already
13.
gone, and Q9 have been blasted
13
out of
frag
map 3.
lead.
Elevate are going to be on championship point in the blink of an eye.
Wow.
I thought we were loaded into a raid control. We gotta get to dinner or something, Elevate. What's going on? Q9
Goodness,
just
they got a
had
flight
no
to catch, I
response
think.
whatsoever in everything that we were gassing them for. What made
The
them
commentator
so
is good.
versus
Nice.
Centrock just was not existent at all.
It was
And not for a
absolute
lack of trying.
chaos.
The opening
I hold
breakoffs
Shift
to
is a
set up
very good
were
commentator.
very much
The
a
birthday
one-to-one
went
versus Xbox.
fantastic,
The
Bonesy.
difference
Thank you
is
so
that
much for
Elevate
asking,
were
brother. We had a great evening. We got to chill, have some really good food. Right. How awesome was that by Elevate? What a domination. What a dominant match. Yep. Prayers for everybody. 100%, man. We all need them. Prayers for everybody. Definitely. Man, this spawn trap was absolutely bonkers. You know what we haven't had today? Now that we don't have any teams from the West in here, if I'm being quite honest. We don't have any terrible language being rolled out. Like you don't see a bunch of people using foul language this whole tournament until you see teams from North America, which is honestly kind of sad because I'm in North America. These teams from the other countries, they don't have the potty mouths. They're respectful. Props to everybody. Props to teams that are that way. These dudes are so good, Dylan. These are still good. Yeah, Elevate didn't give anybody a chance so far. I didn't make steaks. No, we went out and ate this time. I don't mind cooking. She likes Ashley likes when it makes steaks, but we went out to eat and met her sisters and some other close friends. They're very strict with how they speak, and you know what? Props to them for keeping it under control and not acting like a bunch of dundleheads like we do over here in North America. Yeah, right.
Run and a hell of a ride that they've been on towards the end of this entire tournament year. Hacienda Hardpoint going to be the next and potential final destination here at DreamHack Atlanta for Call of Duty Mobile Worlds. Again, as the numbers do continue to be stacked up against them, Q9, they picked this for a reason.
Well, again, it was short-lived, but I'm sure it was explosive as we listen back to Elevate throughout map number 3.
They're just dominating, huh? Yeah, typically I've traveled a lot internationally. I'll tell you, I've been to... I'll name the countries I've been to. So I've been to India. I've been to India 14 times. Singapore, Japan, Poland, the UK, Germany, Italy, France, Denmark, Canada, Mexico, the Bahamas, Argentina. Yeah, I have the game audio way down at the moment. I have the game audio way down because they're not playing yet. What's up, Kyle? Good to see you, broski. So I've been to those countries, and it is a completely different experience. One of my favorite countries, my favorite country that I visited, obviously, Japan was amazing. India, I just love the country, and I got to meet a whole lot of people. That was great. Singapore was an amazing experience. I have never been to Jamaica, Dylan, but I've been to the Bahamas, but not Jamaica itself. I've been to the Bahamas. It's about as close as I've been to Jamaica. Yeah, Denmark is an amazing place to visit. I've been to Denmark twice, 3 times actually. Where else? No, I've been to Denmark twice. I've also been to Amsterdam once. But Denmark is honestly, it's hard to pick a favorite. The UK is okay. Like England, you get what you get. When I went to Rome in Italy, I just took in all the sites, Colosseum, the Vatican. Yes, I have not. Some of these were personal, but most of these were for work. Argentina, Singapore, Poland. Poland was honestly so chill. So chill. You've been watching my TV? Oh, nice, Kyle. I appreciate that, brother. So this is what, another search and destroy? That's some serious shotgun play right there by Q9. You know? Welcome back, old man Matt. Yeah, the job has treated me quite well. I cannot complain about that. No, I appreciate it, Kyle. No worries, homie. 22 rounds in search. I hope it does not go 22 rounds this time. Right, it was so quick. This spawn trap early on was crazy. Yeah, The KRM is a pretty legit weapon. It's KRM is one of my favorites. I like the BY-15 was just my first love, so that's why I kind of like it the most out of the shotguns. But KRM definitely better than the BY-15. I believe you get the skin if you voted for Elevate. That would be two. I'm going for you, Kyle. You and M&E are both the only ones left that I know of that picked Elevate. I wish they would give everybody the skin if you voted, period, but yes. Hey, DHL, ship something over here to my house. Send me that 5,000 euros here to my house. I promise it'll go to good use. Hey, I should do that. Let's see.
There is a stark comparison across the stage right now. It is alarming. But hey, meditation is certainly one thing. You can never start the regame fully if you're...
There we go. Yeah, it's best out of 7. It's best out of 7. Maybe I should do that with my alt. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Good call there, Dylan.
Also got to give a shout out. I saw someone with an Elevate 100% sign. That's their win rate in this grand finals, 100%.
Yep, that's dope.
So we've got two very accurate signs floating around the crowd right here.
Yeah, we had a statistician in the crowd today. It's good to know.
Recruiting. Always use more stats out. Here's a look though in terms of how Elevate will have 4 chances to put this thing away. But there are 2 of the next 3 map selections that do favor Q9 based on the picks and bans. This Hoskin Hardpoint was their selection. And then of course the Arsenal Control was their...
I'm gonna see if I can get to it.
...for what control they wanted to play between that and Seaside. And then of course you've got Express, you've got...
On my alt, we'll see.
Jay honestly should be slated to go 7, but you always have to keep a close focus on just what the Search and Destroy did look like in the map number 2. They don't seem deflated looking at all of them. They're still talking with one another, getting themselves utterly prepared for this Hacienda. To your point, Alan, this may have very much so been their map pick.
Let's see if it happens. No, the selection period ended. You had to pick it on the 3rd. Kyle, we'll see. We will see if we can get it. You can't do it on an alt account, unfortunately. No, you still can't vote. You had to vote by the 3rd. That was smart by them. All right. Here we go. Hard point. Wow. Q9 has had the whole kill feed. I agree. That's exactly where I would send it. Yes, I will definitely be using the lag. 63. I need to finish the camo on it, broski. If I don't stream tonight, Kyle, it'll be because I'm just so exhausted and I have to travel for work. The Grau is impressive that he's playing with the Grau. The grow is really good. Wow. Just keep firing through the smoke, bro. Wow. I love the lag 53. I like the lag 53 a lot. I'm ready for the legendary variant to come out. I do like the new marksman rifle, Dylan. Type 63 and lag 53. Type 63 and lag 53. And they got a Pred missile. They're just so good. They're so good. I don't know that X-Rock could have beat them right now. I don't know that anybody could beat them at the moment. This is crazy. Dark Shepherd, yeah, Dark Shepherd looks pretty cool. The Growl, well played by KLO with the Growl. That I think the Growl is slept on way too much, you know. He has an EMP for Klo. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. A ballistic missile to the knee. That's terrible. I'll definitely make a video of it. The stream quality went down? No, it's at HD, bro. 1080p HD. Sky of the Rim reference? I have not seen Sky of Rim. I wonder what happened. Did the table break again? They're solo. Yeah, it's definitely 1080p HD here. 1080p 60 frames a second.
That is so true. You have the power. Yeah.
No, Glitter's trying to see for Mike's live. No rebuttal from you, Glitter. You stay there.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Well, this technical pause continues to get worked through again. Big shout out to this audience as well. I mean, it's been awesome to be able to hear the crowd pops coming through with Elevate getting their walkout, all the signage.
Yeah, there's no reason to restart this. I wonder what the problem was.
嗨，大家好，我们是来自中国的琴酒俱乐部，然后这一次我们来参加亚特兰大的使命召唤世界锦标赛，然后这一次我们的目标就是比去年做得更好，并且争取夺到最后的总冠军。琴酒，加油！
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming.
I think it did, Gurdeep. I was not. I was very honest with them. I was very honest with them in the survey as well. I think that I said, look, there's no reason to have that concert. It was so terrible. Whatever money you spent on having the person perform in the concert, the people that were live, the people that were online, they all thought it was No bueno. And I said, look, if you're gonna have announcers, if you're gonna have commentary, I really do enjoy I Hold Shift, and I like Proper Cast as well. I want to see COD Mobile people that are doing this year round, people that made this their lifeblood, to only be kind of like, also rans. It's kind of sad, in my opinion. I do believe that. I know that they've got to, like, they have contracts and they got certain things that they've got to do, but it's not good to, like, your most highly grossing game of all time. There's COD Mobile people that can be good at it. The interviews that you're having at the end, the interviews that you're having with the teams, they're terrible. The interviews were like, what's your favorite color? How do you plan to do this year? How did you get your team name? How was your flight? They're like just dumb things. Like, these are not interviews that anybody wants to see. Yeah, Shabuzi was shalousy. I like that one. I was very honest with it, and I think everybody else should too, if that's the way you feel. I don't believe that there is a lot of the things that they do for these production values and things like that. Nonsense. And then they wonder why fans are upset, or fans don't like this, or they lose viewers. And that's because you're doing a lot of things that are... Skyrim. Okay, is it a PC game, Emily? Is Skyrim a PC game or a mobile game? Or is it an Xbox game? Because I don't have an Xbox or a PlayStation, so I would be out. It would either have to be PC or mobile. Yeah, I'm telling you, the Alchemy Stars thing is... And then the developers playing dumb on it, like, I don't know what you're talking about. What camo are you talking about? Like, are you this tone deaf that your moderators or the people that are answering questions directly from COD Mobile on Reddit don't even know what the camo is? They're either playing dumb or they are just not in tune with the game. It's on PC and other. Okay. I may have to do that. I'll have to... I don't want to put it on my COD Mobile channel from a video perspective, but we could definitely stream it. Oh, it'll be on Steam. Okay, I think I could play some mobile games on Steam on my Mac. My iPad. Boring boozy. Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's a fantastic camo. It glows in the dark. People would love it. But no. Yeah. The special edition or anniversary edition. Okay. Okay, I'll check it out.
The same thing could be said about the Search and Destroy. But the one crucial thing about having a close map 1 and a close map 2, that map 3 was absolute stomping. Like, I thought we were in and out with about 15 seconds. I don't even think we actually...
Okay, I'll check that, M&E.
All I can tell you is that Elevate wiped the floor with them.
The problem was, Hacienda started off the same way. Now, again, that's what caused maybe some of this tech pause that we have, so maybe there was an issue. But regardless, that plays on your mind. If you're Q9, say, we're going into our hard point pick, you had that long break.
Welcome back, Seth. No, we can't get the new camo, Bonesley. Yeah, I know a lot of players are going to be... They need to bring that in sometime. Anniversary season or the next one. There's got to be a way for people to grind that camo. It'd have to be more than a reverse sweep, bro.
Only one more map, depending on the performances of both of these teams. Before we get into that, though, of course, we have so many supportive friends.
Yeah, it would be a full reverse sweep. They had some technical edit. Ooh, nice, Seth.
Rico. You told me that you surprised one of the boys from Elevate, and Chloe is your son. How did it feel like for him when he saw that you were here?
Yeah, first, Beef Mommy, you look amazing. We came here last Monday, and I surprised Carlo.
Yep, we'll have a new cake.
Boys already. In fact, SC are also my boys. Skirt is here.
I hope they don't riot. We shouldn't be rioting in the streets, but I know the frustration for sure.
He's showing right now. He's so silent, and he told me that thanks for coming, thanks for supporting the team, and I think they're doing well right now. And Q9, I think we shouldn't rest first. It ain't over until it's over.
They're very much locked on. Yeah, it really sees on Chloe's face that he's very much locked.
Yeah, I know. That's awesome. Very supportive father. It's cool.
I asked you a while ago when I was walking around, do you go to every single Elevate game, or even before they were Elevate, when they were Low Kings or West Point Mama Low Kings, you would be there, you'd be present in the crowd?
Yes, I think that it's 3 years already. They've been trying very hard, fall down 3 times and get up 4 times. So I think they'll make it right now. So for the past 3 years, what
A new airsoft gun? Nice, brother.
Elevate is more on family.
Yeah, I did. I found the cake in Minmos, yeah.
Family is everything. And speaking of,
They could have done a whole lot with that map. It's not over yet, Deepesh. They had a technical issue.
Go for it, but be humble in your victory and all for the glory of God. Thank you.
to God be the glory. That is it for us here on the floor. Back to you, Glitter.
Thank you so much, Beef Mommy. I think that's one of my favorite things about these events is we always get to see
Coco.
the family members coming through,
Family members, huh?
siblings, children,
No, it's not a real cake.
significant others. There's always some sort of a support system here that we get to see.
Not anymore. Looking for the soldiers. I have not done the Makarov thing yet.
Proposed to his girlfriend at CDSI. That was a beautiful moment. Yeah, so it's just awesome to kind of have the inclusion of friends, family, loved ones near you, especially when you're playing for $400,000. That doesn't hurt.
Casual, yeah, nice little support system. We've been around competitive esports for quite some time, and you start to build that same family, that same notion, spending a lot of time with your teammates. So it's very nice to be able to see family members by blood actually coming through in support.
Hey, what's up, Lizzo? Welcome, welcome. Fantastic. Tired. This technical issue is putting a damper on our stream. Yeah, the Alchemy Star skins are so good. I just don't understand how we have a technical issue in the finals. Didn't have any at all.
We love that.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Mom. One sooner.
I did that actually.
0-0 push-ups. I know. I'm about to. My arm hurts at the moment. They're restarting the whole last game.
This is the new one that she just conjured. I don't know where it came from.
Don't let people know about the power.
My bad.
All right, we gotta keep it on the down low.
I've thought about getting the red magic tablet to try it out. I just have to make sure that it's decent.
We don't want to push you guys too much either, because you need to save your voices for the moments that are about to happen.
Never Oh, really, Seth? Interesting.
This resolve. So while we do that, let's check out the interview that we did with Q9 before everything started this weekend.
Reverse sweep, potentially.
With Q9, I'm going to ask them a couple of questions heading into this weekend.
Goodness gracious, the boring interviews. It's the same interviews over and over.
Which strategies have been the most impactful for you guys this year? Which teammates have been performing at their best?
我觉得这次的比赛，我们最关键的策略是，我们每个人做好。
I'm surprised too on Minmos.
就是把平时训练的东西都完美的展现出来就可以。
I've seen, I saw CoScript play with it.
Is still the biggest issue from your region, or are X-Rock also?
Where did you take off to, Lizzo? Where did you go?
这一回的世界锦标赛，每个队伍都。
I'm hot in this jacket. I gotta take it off. Sorry.
我觉得每支队伍都应该小心，所以 我觉得我们更应该做好自己的那一部分，然后在场上能够自信的放松的去打好每一场比赛就可以了。
The top of the world ranking is very tight. Are you guys favorites, do you think, or is there somebody else?
我感觉我也说不清楚，但我觉得我们一定是这一回，怎么说的，一定是这一回的强队之一。
So the road to becoming the champions is strewn with failures. Is there anything that you guys have worked on that was an issue for you, and what was that?
我感觉现在的选手的个人的能力越来越强了，然后包括
All right, Seth. Good to see you, broski. Yeah. As soon as I get through with this stream, I've got to go do chores as well. Got to do honeydews. London. Nice.
Multiple times already. Would you have any advice for up-and-coming players?
Yeah. Good to see you, Seth. Have a fantastic weekend, brother. I'm getting toward. Signing out. Seth Williams out. See you, broski.
To disrupt the momentum of your biggest rival. Who are they, and what do you want to say to them?
我觉得这一次比赛对我们威胁最大的对手应该是来自西方的所有队伍吧，因为
Such an outdated interview.
因为我们在 CDSI 的那个邀请赛上跟他们有过交手，所以我会认为他对东部的队伍我们会更了解一点，但是西部的
I am definitely tired. I am so tired.
所以对我们来说很未知。我觉得这个对我们来说是一个非常大的挑战。
Have you got anything to say to your fans who are?
就是想对一直支持我们的粉丝说，就是谢谢你们一直支持。
It's actually pretty good, Ebony. Yeah, I've had that before. It's so good. Soy sauce on steamed broccoli. Hey, Bonesley, it's in order of ass. So I don't have it today. I gotta wait till it's open again. Do a public interview? I know. Same stuff over and over. I voted that on the survey as well, Gertie. I'll let them know that. There should not be this long of a tech pause in a championship match. Imagine this was in the Super Bowl or in the World Cup or in anything like that. You know what I mean? Come on. Yeah, definitely going to hit a warm shower.
Might as well hang out with family. Listen, we've talked a lot about what's going on here this weekend. If you know the scene, I don't need to introduce this guy. Kali, thank you for coming through.
I mean, it's a pleasure to be interviewed by you, F-Dot. And I mean, it's great to be here in Atlanta for the DreamHack for the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2024. I mean, this is the most competitive call-in that we got, and it's the best thing I've ever seen. I've lost my mind. Great thing about this, I haven't lost my voice yet.
Which is insane, but good for a caster. Gotta keep that voice for sure, man. You're coming all the way from the Philippines, right?
Yeah, all the way from the Philippines. I had to take like a 25-hour flight all the way here.
It might make me sleepier, Dylan. I can get in the sauna and make me really, really sleepy.
Coaching a different team. Talk to me about that, dude.
Oh, yeah. I am coaching.
Yeah, that's my arm hurt. My forearm kind of just... I agree, Gurdeep.
Unfortunately, we did not make it to day 2. Well, it's all because this is the most competitive CODM that we got all throughout the history.
Yeah, I mean, everything's turning up here, and like,
They're not prepared for it. I don't know what this interviewer is wearing. Like, why even put a jacket over that sweater? The sweater is maybe legit. Putting a jacket over it. The old people were. You just serious. Gurdeep and I just sit around complaining about things. That's what old people do. I'm 46. I understand, Dylan.
The guy for COD Mobile, you're a big deal. And look, one of the things I look at this bracket, a lot of hearts, dude. It's about the family, it's about the squad. And Kali, you're certainly a good representative.
I have never heard of Kali. Have y'all heard of Kali?
Much love, dude.
Gurdeep is the champion of us all old men. He's amazing. That's why we like Gurdeep. Just such a chill dude. I don't know if Gurdeep's 59, but if he is, he doesn't look it. Right, buddy?
Harder and harder to be the team that ends up on top, whether that's regionally or within a region. And I think that this is a demonstration of just how the mighty can fall, because that's how even the playing field is.
It was 3-0 Elevate, and I have no idea what's going on. We had a technical issue, and now we've been sitting here for... Are they just trying to get some extra stream time out of everybody? I don't know. And it didn't match, Bonesley. It just didn't match. If it didn't fit, it's fine, but it just didn't match. Right? I've never heard of Cali.
Three strong representatives out of China, two strong teams from India. So it's one of those things that, you know, they've been in the grinder. They've been going through these tough tournaments, and now all of a sudden you're...
But then again, I don't know all the streamers, but I've never heard of Cali.
I think it's more of everybody just getting up to Tribes level once they were at that World Championship back to back, and then everybody was fundamentally getting better as the years got along. The mechanics were always going to see it.
Yeah, they did. Galleries just completely wiped them out. Said no more of you.
Specifically from China, Garena, and all these other regions.
Well, I appreciate that. You know how that happens? 10 push-ups, right? That's how you stay in shape even though you're playing games. Keep your body active. We're going to do those 10.
Around for another world championship, so it's only going to get bigger and better from here as an esport, as a community for Call of Duty Mobile. I can't wait to see, but before we can even get to that point, we have to close out our grand finals. All right, and I think I'm getting word.
There goes 10 more. I think we've done like 40 or 50 today.
Doing that. If you're just joining us, we're in the grand.
Yeah, maybe.
Favor of Elevate. It's a best of 7, which means potentially it all could come down to this next map. Everything on the line, unless you are on shift side of the prediction with this potential reverse.
Adopt you. You doing push-ups over there too, Dylan?
And we gotta wait a little bit longer.
All right, let's see. Are we ready now?
You don't look so sold in your prediction anymore. It was clipped for a reason. You told people to clip it.
I did say that. I'm also old, and I forgot that I said that. And wouldn't you know it?
I hold shift cannot say he's old. Well, I appreciate that, Dylan. Appreciate you being here. I like to hang out with you all. Can they tell us what the technical issue was?
Perspective for everybody at home. Elevator currently up 3-0 in a best of 7. They win up the
No, that was 10. It was definitely 10, bro.
They win the entire tournament. Q9 has to take a Hacienda hard point.
Oh, Dylan. We're in accepting place here. We're accepting place here. We accept people of all kinds.
I'm not willing to lean on your side of the fence yet.
I'll let you guys continue this debate here in just a few moments.
Yeah, definitely a family.
More minutes to get this situation resolved. So while we do that, we're going to send it to a short break. But don't go away.
Another break? Good grief.
Grand finals of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship continue.
How? How are we still in the technical difficulty? Yeah, I know you would, because you want that skin. You and Kyle both. Gurdeep, we just became, we just figured each other out. We just started getting to know each other really well. And we're like, okay, maybe Raider and maybe Gurdeep are both pretty cool. Yeah. It's been almost, we haven't been doing the streaming for 5 years. Gurdeep was just trying to get a rise out of me, and he definitely did, so I probably kicked him out a time or two, but we still love Gurdeep. Always love Gurdeep. And Deepesh and Danger Dan, everybody, yeah. Gurdeep was just probably being, just trying to be salty to see if he could get a rise out of me. He did. Gurdeep's a great dude. I think they should end it here too, Kyle. Go ahead and let you in M&E. Appreciate that, Bonesley. another 2.5 minute break. They should just again. I'm with you, Kyle. They should just give it to Elevate and say, all right, let's roll. Yep, he was testing the waters. Yeah, been going 3 years. Can you believe that? Almost 4. It'll be 4, I think, in March. I understand that, Gurdeep. I'm glad you're on my YouTube channel. Goodness gracious, though. These breaks have been killing me. You miss your Trovo chat? Yeah, I know. Right now it's Depeche, Old Matt, and Danger Dan. I think it's actually just Depeche and Danger Dan right now. $11:27:19. Nice, Kyle. I don't know when the day was for me. I think it was 10:02. Trovo is another streaming service. Trovo.gg, I think is what it is. Trovo.live. TROVO.live. Yeah. It's another streaming platform, kind of like Twitch. Yeah, it's kind of like Twitch, but it's another one, yeah. All right, M&E. 36 seconds and we should be good. Hopefully we'll be playing soon. Hopefully we'll be playing soon. Yeah, Danger Dan remembers you, Gurdeep. We've been sitting here for quite a while. Still another almost 6-hour stream, which is kind of crazy. You know?
Welcome back to DreamHack Atlanta and our World Championship Finals for Call of Duty Mobile. We find ourselves 3-0 to the favor of Elevate and a restart of Hacienda.
A full restart. Okay. That's silly. Kyle, I have used the Type 63. I've used the Lag 53 and the Type 63. They're both good. We did all of that just to go back to 0?
Indeed the case. We will be starting off what looks to be here we go. 67-19. That was weird how we spawned it. Not gonna lie. All right, we got our bearings straight. I just got so bamboozled. Everyone just teleported all over the map. But we're ready to go again. Starting this from where things started to go wrong on the tech pause. So 71 plays 22. Q9 do have an advantage when it comes to the early operators, as we still have a full P3 to fight for.
Yeah, let's not forget what Elevate did do once they had all of their operators available. Post the game being re-put together, they popped everything all at the same time. But Q9 do have that advantage here. They're still in possession of the time.
Yeah, Gravity Vortex gun also being spent to block this location over on the back. And ooh, for a moment, you thought there was going to be the long wrap coming out of Curly. Not going to happen. He just holds on to the top side of Patio. Has himself a Predator missile. And oh, shuts down Kendi's War Machine. So here we go. All of a sudden, Q9, a little bit of extra life since our restart. Trade's looking decent for Elevate, but the back scrap time still looking pretty solid for Q9. Pred missile called in to stop the Purifier, and the last challenge is on.
And you saw a slight little moment right there that had this lead be grown before we had to recreate the map. Is that Elevator not playing with any Odins. They're playing the Type 19 game. They're playing with a couple of Growls. Their pace is very oppressive in Q9. Finally able to deal with it, coming back in for a good amount of time on a P3. They only trail by 40.
Yeah, it's one of those things, like if you know you're going up against an automatic
Man,
rifle
all
line,
5 are there.
You better get to rotation first and use the power of the Odin. That has been a little bit of an issue at times for Q9. Although here, you've got Chen on a Purifier, locking things down towards the open staircase. Now takes the attention back over towards Tiles as the rest rest of his teammates are getting a read that, yep, Elevator coming over towards the P2 side. Up and over, Kenny trying to find some different angle to make a move, but not going to work out. Chen continues to rip him apart with Purifier, and Q9 have brought this
I would like to understand why the restart.
Purifier through upper halls, but all of this push from the respawns is manifesting all the way through the driveway. They're already past Lambo, up on top of the water side, trying to keep it contested.
Sun, one more shot with the Sparrow lands. Bold break attempt from Chloe with the equalizers, only gets one. Trying to open the door for his teammates to fly forward, and boy, will they ever. Oh man, what a clean break for Elevator.
This
The
is
scrap
huge.
time. Now trying to take the battle a step further as Q9 are a bit stuck over towards Lambo.
The growl, so good.
The Predator missile just to help him and his teammates of Q9 try to maneuver their way out from Lambo. 102 to 69, going back towards P1 again with this 40-point lead.
Looking really solid, even pushing beyond the limits of this hard point. Maybe try to get an early flip of the spawns, and that will be occurring as Elevate move over towards lobby side. Q9, a chance to win the windows, though, with this long rotation, but not coming with any of the
Welcome back,
It's a
Yemeni.
40-point lead and growing as Elevate still find themselves in the hard point.
Really good positional awareness coming through from Elevate. A lot of focus down low, but look at the upper hallway control again. Chloe is a problem.
Someone paused the game?
Continues to run these routes. Everybody
Really?
from Q9 are more or less
Is that what it
trapped
was?
on the office side to try to get inside of upper halls. You can see what it means for Elevate.
That's
just soaking
crazy.
up more time.
Yeah,
No,
this is
that
just such a
happened.
good response here from Elevate after Q9 on the restart. Looked pretty
The
close.
wifey is doing fantastic. Thank you so much for asking, Dylan. We had a great evening at dinner last
Whether
night.
it be restarts, whether it be search and destroy, it doesn't make a difference. They are finding ways to win out. Q9 battling with their backs against the wall. Do well here to at least get a little bit of the response time as the scrap at 1 starts to fade away. And now we look towards the minimap. What happens towards P2?
Ken is
Elevate currently winning
ridiculous,
rotation, but
isn't he?
Q9 fighting back.
They're going to have to fight back a whole lot harder, though, Alan. 132 to 85, and Chloe is just finessing for 2 seconds of time. It will be traded, but Q9 needs to reap the benefits from a spawn out that occurs, but Sun just right immediately in the front of the mansion. Now all this hits coming from the front of the rocks.
Claw out, ready to go over towards the U-Haul. Yopi, he's got himself up and open with initially what was a Sparrow, and actually on the response here, Q9, they throw a gravity
Q9
vortex
good
gun
response
into the
here,
point.
not
That
gonna
works
lie.
out nicely. Curly following up with the equalizer, but only gets 1. So now all of a sudden, Yopi steps out. Elevate, split spawns, looking for a pinch around the back. Q9 dealing with this, though, as the hit is in pieces, and that will be enough for Q9 to get into the hill.
And north-south spawns, a couple of recurring members for Q9 going to get gunned towards the back, but Chen was one that survived. Pulls out the Purifier, trying to lock down the back end of the 25 seconds or so. And Elevate, well, they might just have to concede it, but they're trying to take advantage of this pinch that comes through Chen with the
Using
Purifier.
every single one of
shuts the
their
majority of it
operators,
down.
huh?
And he's got himself
Smart.
onto a Pred missile, working halfway towards an EMP as well. That could be crucial for Q9's comeback efforts. Scrap time going to be fought for because Elevate, of course, are going to fight for the scrap time. Could have put them a little bit late on rotation. You can see the motion on the top side of the minimap. You've already got one member for Q9 getting over towards that kind of cross mid connector.
Man, this is a tight one, huh? No, they restarted it at 70 to 20.
19 ripped through Q9's rotation, and now Elevate have spawns moving into
Q9's cut into it a little bit.
For that flank to start coming through, but all the
Ouch.
respawners were able to read it. Here comes some operators being infested. It's shrouded by the Predator missile for them to move forward.
Yeah, Susano has to hold, though. Backside 10, so even though the Pred missile doesn't land, the operators and the eliminations do come through for Q9. Now the next hit for Elevate from the front. Already being pressured. PJ's trying to step into the smoke.
Wow.
How has he managed to do that? How has he
Wow.
managed to do that? PJ!
Wow.
What are we talking about?
That's insane.
What a 3-piece for PJ! Chen and Curly trying to hang on. Not able to do so as Susano gets himself 3 in a row as well. And Elevate have
Goodness
blown the
gracious,
lid
what
wide
a
open with P3.
effort there by
Between
PJ.
these two teams, 15 left to fight for. Split spawns have occurred, but the ones that spawned over by office were dealt with from Q9. So now they're trying to push all the way from the fences side. Able to at least collect on or two are Uling, still trying to make sure they keep all the 10 seconds.
Ken
Every
is so
single kill
good.
that
His
is being
aim
found
is
on this side of the
amazing.
map is beneficial for Q9, still getting in a better position
Where's
for the
he
rotation,
at?
but even better for Elevate to mean that
Ken
they
at
can get more time
27
getting
is
closer to that
popping this
250 mark.
game with the Type 19. Hey,
this
Standill.
rotation.
Welcome, welcome.
Elevate growing their lead to just over 30 points or so if they could get into the early time. Contest is here. Uling deals with the first contestant. Now trying to zone over towards bottom bar side. They've got a read that Elevate have gotten a couple of spawners towards boat, but the hit is actually coming from the front. War Machine is out, but immediately shot down, and Q9 have put together the perfect setup to start.
Just need to get Curly inside this hard point. Has an equalizer at the ready. Could be the difference maker in between flipping the lead fully, but it could just be the gunny that is just getting the job done. Susano down low will find a trade. Split spawn dealt with. Q9 hold.
Love this gravity gun play. Although Mauchi thought he would have locked down the bottom jump up towards water. That doesn't actually work. Fortunately, Uling picks it up with the War Machine. Now he's got the read that it is Boathouse spawns. Lots of damage. Talon as Uling will blast him back to the respawn screen. Q9 now in the lead, looking for more. 12 seconds of time to fight for, and Elevate would have to still contest this through the equalizers. That eventually gets put down, but still, Q9 find a way to win the scrap.
For the first time this entire map for Q9 have a lead. 178 to 158, we go again. Back to the center of the map, a couple Hunter Killer drones being thrown out from the upper windows for Q9, trying to win the jostling for position up top while also maintaining time down low.
Moment of pause here as Elevate trying to fight from the low ground. Dive into the smoke. Susano, good read, able to clean up Uling. Now it's just down to what else can he find? Part of me
Brother,
is that
never worry about it. Trap your mother anytime you need.
Blitzing everybody through it. Guy's got infrared goggles or something. I don't know. But Elevate now on 3 in a row can get more time to try to bring this back to level terms.
Q9 now on the unfavored side.
Curly is popping
straight into the site itself. Curly goes on a massive spree, but it's a good couple trades to come through for Elevate. They'll maintain good high ground positioning. Well, one player has actually slipped the net. Chan's all the way through the Lambo side. And you might have to have that realization sooner rather than later if you are Elevate.
Dude, Yopi, unreal. Up to 34 kills on 4 in a row, shut down as Sun and Uling will string together a couple of fadeaway kills for Q9. Spawn situation, good for Elevate for now, but this hard point isn't open yet, so it's still going to be well-sided spawns. Q9 spawning towards the bottom side of the map. Every gunfight is a big one. Shen trying to get into lobby, shut down. Elevate through the back driveway, can only find a couple of kills. It's a 50-50 battle over the top of E2.
Got driveway spawns coming through Elevate. They will be here first. Purifier might have been popped too early, but Sun has a Sparrow at the ready from inside the hill.
We've taken the lead.
First couple of shots are in. PJ still hiding in the smoke. As if to say you think the smoke is your friend. I was born in it. An opportunity for Q9 still with these extra operators to hold on to some massive time. 35
massive time here.
Elevate spawning close. Here comes Susano, able to get the first, tracks onto the second. Oh my goodness, Elevate find a way to break a contest. Still 25 seconds to earn.
Uling has a War Machine, is actually going to decide to call it in right here. It's going to match that from PJ, has a Purifier on the opposite side.
All over the mantle, tough timing, but still finds a way to get to the back
Oh,
driveway.
wow.
And Elevate, 15 seconds, looking good
Big
for them.
time
Q9
here if they can hold
splitting
this
all over
15.
the map in terms of their spawns, so they're going to send 2 on rotation, 3 trying to finesse the exit, and through this smoke, Elevate are not going to be denied as they will make sure every single second is contested.
Wow.
Gonna just die at the old time.
That was
You
a
also have
huge
one player
contest there.
that
Now they gotta
spawns
get
over
back
by the rocks.
to
Maybe looking for a
P3.
couple of exits, just playing through the open staircase, but the foot race was on quite some time ago over towards P3.
Adios,
Q9
yeah,
currently hold the
right.
lead, but they still have numbers and the close spawns to boot.
Yopi gets shut down from his Sparrow. Klo has the equalizer, surprised by Uling. That's a huge shutdown. Hard point opens. Q9 have the numbers. What can PJ do from inside the hill? Finds the first, tucked into a corner. No trade. He's off the regen. PJ's getting the help from Klo. That was just down to what can Q9 do. They still don't know PJ's here. He's going to finesse around the back line. Kendi now all of a sudden has the War Machine. He gets pushed on and at least trades out his life. Even battle over the top of the hard point. 225 to 210. Favor to Q9.
Curly is going crazy right now. 47th kill for them in this map, number 4, 228. And counting on up, but PJ still hanging around the joint. Is able to combine for 2. Sun's nade at least finds a trade on the
Oh, wow.
This time is damning. An Elevator
PJ.
getting closer to the lead that Q9 has.
That is one slippery son of a gun. PJ sliding back and forth, opens up the hard point again for the scrap time. Now again on rotation. Elevate committing every single resource from the middle of the map. Q9 a bit split as Elevate just run right in. It surprises Q9. The trades are good and Elevate are going to get the early time.
All PJ just catching them by surprise. 42nd kill for that young man. 224 to 230. The rotation was on. The Purifier called by PJ, and he is locking down the upper halls.
And he knows exactly where Q9 are coming from. No operators available for Q9 to respond to this, but they still find the shutdown regardless. Follow-up from PJ is good. Now it's down to Klo.
You just gotta
Over the
shoot.
top, he's able to find one. Elevate, a chance to put the game away here, but the contest is still alive. Q9 coming fully off the respawn through boat.
Equalizer called. Needs to fight back.
Curly
Curly
gone.
shut down almost immediately. 4 dead, 5.
Wow.
All wiped off the floor.
What a
Elevate
hold.
can still win here.
Last 10 seconds over the last month, the COD gods have given its toughest challenge to its strongest
Wow.
warrior. And at the end, there are no more questions. There are no more doubts. Elevate
What
are
a
the greatest
sweep.
Call of Duty mobile team in
What
the
a
world.
sweep! Goodness gracious, 4-0. 4-0.
When they were pushed against the walls, Elevate delivered not just at CDSI, but also with the targets on their back here. Q9, Silver Surfers once again, commiserations, hugs across the board, not just across the seas, but also here at DreamHack Atlanta. Elevate get the better of Q9 once again.
What a battle.
That was impressive comeback right there, wasn't it? That was crazy impressive. Look at you, M&E. Y'all got the skin. Kyle, you got the skin.
Absolutely earned it, but like you said, 5 grand finals.
Man.
5 second place finishes. Tough seeds, but at the end, there can only be one. And Elevate did it on the Eastern Hemisphere. Elevate did it on the world stage. Your 2024 World Champions, it's Elevate.
GG's. I was not expecting a sweep either, Danger Dan. Congrats if you picked Elevate to win. Nice on the character skin. I'll be a little bit envious of you. They want to take the trophy home. $400,000 for our homies at Elevate. All right, homies. Love you all. I'm tired. And go hang with the wifey. Get ready for work tomorrow. If I get everything done, Kyle, I will be back late this evening, if that works. Y'all good with that? It was crazy. Crazy. Homies. The one scan. Yep. The one scan I can't get. Anyway, I appreciate you all, homies. Much love. I will see you soon. Peace.